I got me a red house and a red car, runs on big red batteries. They used to be blue 15 minutes ago, but they turned red just for me. I got me a red horse and I ride it. I got some blue friends, they're the best. We used to fly around the world on a big jet plane they call the Lolita Express. I got me a red tie and it's 10 feet long and it matches my red hat. I got me a red bird and a red fish, a red dog and a red cat. And I got me a red pen and I use it. I got a big red chainsaw too. My red friend likes that white powder, makes his arms do weird salutes. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the Baptists and the Catholics, all the Marxists and the fascists. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil. I had me a red talk on a red day, looking for a thank you dressed in blue. If you want to win a war, my friend, you know you better wear a suit. I got me a red bulldog, technocratic, bootstrap tugging buddy. He wrote an elegy for a people he don't know, and it ain't funny. There's a deep swamp and I'll drain it, for my people are in danger. Who would have ever thought the deep state were the National Park Rangers? I got me some red pills in a bottle, I got black and blue ones too. All the pills are all the same, the illusion is you choose. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the cowboys and the hip
crazy.
I haven't heard this. This is awesome.
Thanks to Photoshop, my bank account looks swole. Got me contemplating try to rob a bitch, but I'm not a part of
look, fuck my landlord. If I'm late on the rent, I'ma fuck my landlord. Think I'm in a damn porn. Ain't no love near, smoking with the bugs here. Don't be coming around when I'm not home, I got drugs here. If she saw the powder piles, I'd be on the streets. My homies living here with me, but they not on the lease. Washer, dryer, leaking in the sink. I ain't paying you on time if you don't fix the shit this week. Look, if I don't get back my security deposit, I'm coming to the office.
This is like a radical Brockhampton, dude. I love it.
Next crib I live in, I promise I won't rent that bitch. Trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for your dumb ass to stand still. If you try and raise the rent, get your fam killed. Tired of these damn bills.
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink. I've been paying all your bills, bitch, you work for me. In a landfill.
Turn now to one.
God damn. Okay. 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 That was awesome. That actually boosted my energy quite a lot. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello. Yeah, banger. Truly. That's going on the rotation for sure. Top of the rotation. What's going on, everybody? What up, Die Happy? What up, Diana? What up, Prodigy? What up, Cheesy Bread? What up, Mr. Perry? What up, VCC TV? Aaron Schwartz, Nori. Did I say Nori? Do. What up? What up? Octobope. How's it going? How's it going? How is it going, everybody? It's been real shitty for me. I'm not gonna lie. It's been pretty fucking bad. It's been pretty fucking bad. Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm feeling it, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm feeling it. I feel I'm shitty on myself. I'm not being nice to myself. I'm not being patient. I just moved to Kansas City and I'm already like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just am in a bad spot mentally, but we're gonna push through it. And we're gonna, you know, do the damn thing. We're gonna do the damn thing. We're gonna do the stream. We're gonna have a good time doing it. I'm gonna get re-energized from it, and I hope everybody feels good. Good news, personal good news. We found an apartment. Yay! So I have I haven't signed the lease yet, but we we got everything figured out. So had to drive around today. Went to the other Palestinian spot in Kansas City that I haven't been to. It's called Baba's. I'm more of a Jerusalem Cafe kind of guy. If there's Palestinian people in the chat, or I mean not Palestinian, but Kansas City people in the chat, Jerusalem Cafe was my like go-to. Just like always loved it whenever I was like a teenager going down to Westport and shit like that. But I never had Baba's until today, and I went and I had it, and it was delicious. It was amazing. Also, just like cool to support, Palestinian spot today, and it was packed, which I was happy to see. I was really happy to see that. Went and got lunch with Hartzell. Hartzell After Dark, shout out. Was a friend of the show. Has been streaming, so we talked about streaming, gave him some advice, and he talked about everything. I really want Hartzell to be successful on this platform. I think he's got the perfect skill set, and it's the perfect spot for him. So if you guys could please go check out a new streamer, Hartzell, you won't regret it. You won't regret it. It's going to be a fun time over there. But yeah, we got lunch today, talked about everything, talked about Kansas City, and did you tell him to talk to chat more? I did, Diana. I literally did, yes. He's cute too? Oh yeah, super handsome guy. Super handsome, super charismatic. He's got everything. All he needs is to do the grind, and he has been grinding. But yeah, I did. I told him, because the thing is, he doesn't really watch Twitch, right? And so he's coming from radio and is doing Twitch, but it's not the same thing, Like, I'm like, so that's why I had to explain to him. I was like, number one, I'm gonna give you a list of a bunch of streamers. Just hop through them. If you see them live, follow all these people, and at least once a day, put Twitch on in the background of whatever you're doing work at a computer, and like watch these different streamers, you know, and like just get it, like understand the platform more. That'll help you. But also, like, I was like, yeah, like you are coming at from a very radio perspective, which is cool. Don't lose that. That's cool. But I think you should do more, like, it has to be more interaction, especially when you're at that size. Like, you got every single message has to be read out loud and responded to directly. You know, and it'll be more fun that way. And that's what I was trying to explain to him. So I think it'll be good. I think it's good. You know, I was hopefully giving good advice. It was unasked for, so, but I think it'll help him. I love him on your gun safety stream. He deserves more viewers. Yeah. I agree. He'll do fine. I'm not worried about him at all. I think he's gonna do great on the platform. But yeah, that was a nice moment. And then my fucking ID expired on my birthday, and it hasn't been a problem until today when I was trying to like get a cashier check for the apartment, and I went to the bank. And they wouldn't fucking give me a cashier's check because my license is expired, like by like literally like a week. And I don't know, I'm just very like fragile. If I'm being honest with you, I'm very fragile right now. My emotions are like very, very sensitive and heightened, and I'm just like, yeah, just in a bad spot. And so it kind of set me off that I couldn't do the chore. And it really pissed me off and kind of like fucked up my whole day, but we're crawling back out and we're good. So, yeah, we ended up taking care of it anyway. So, we solved the issue and stuff, but Hardzone needs to dial in his audio a bit. Yeah. I mean, listen, it's not gonna be perfect. You're building it on the way up. You know what I mean? It's the plane. It's as it's taking off, you're building it. That's how Twitch is. You got to understand. So. But be like, you know, help him. I mean, like, you know, for real. If he's like having a conversation with you on stream, I don't usually ever mind audio perverts. The only time audio perverts are annoying is if I can't fix it, and that's not your fault. Like, so if there's a problem with the audio, or if you think you know a way to make it sound better, like I'm almost always going to be all ears, you know, because I can't hear what you're hearing. I can't hear what's coming out of the, you know, OBS unless I have headphones in, and that would make my brain explode. So, yeah. Some are just oversensitive. I mean, I'm a perfectionist, so yeah, Cheesy Bread's been super helpful about that, like for sure. Cheesy Bread has talked me through so much. I'm a perfectionist, so I do want it to sound as good as it possibly can. If there's a, you know, just in general. So I don't mind, but yeah, so obviously we have a lot of news to cover. I didn't really do news this weekend. Again, I've just been like feeling fucking, honestly, I feel like I don't even feel useful as a streamer right now. I feel like I can't even like come on Twitch, and this weekend especially, I was like, I'm so glad and thankful that we're doing the fundraiser. Like I felt like I was doing exactly what I wanted to do there. And then, you know, the fun travel night videos and the movie night, like that was a great night too. But like, I don't know. I'm going to try to, I got a lot of politics planned for tonight, and we're going to try to do it. But I don't know. I just like, everything is just, to me, the answer is obvious, and I literally can't say it on this platform, and that sucks. And I don't know how to deal with that. And I don't want to slip up because it could have very severe consequences, you know? And so I feel worried, and I don't know where we're going, and it feels very scary. It feels very scary, and I don't know how we navigate this, specifically on this platform, and specifically as like a public figure, as somebody who's got my name out there and shit. You know? I don't want people close to me to like get fucking harmed by this shit, and I don't know. It's also like I know the obvious answer to all of this stuff, but then I can't. I not only is like Twitch TOS preventing me from saying it, but it's also like I don't want people to be irresponsible either. I don't want people to, like you guys, to be out there doing stuff that puts you at extreme risk and like fuck something up in your life. Like, you know, it's just like we're just in a really fucking seriously risky, shitty spot, man. I just feel like I don't have the answers. That's how I feel. I feel ill-equipped to like play this role, even just in the small community that we have. I feel ill-equipped with what is like happening now and what is coming and how it will develop. Like we're already past the scary point by like a pretty far margin. Anyway, let's just get into it. Fucking quit complaining. Let's just get into it, dude. Let's just do it. One second, let me make this work here.
Ohio, which is now the center of a growing national debate about civil rights, hate speech, and the Second Amendment. NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford visited the town of Lincoln Heights, where residents have formed an armed community defense group in the wake of a neo-Nazi rally. Morgan joins us now. You were there just on Tuesday. What did the residents tell you about what's going on?
Yeah, I was there just this week. John, it was fascinating because what's interesting is that this town was founded during the Great Migration back in the 20s as a refuge for black citizens, which is why it was especially painful when neo-Nazis suddenly appeared in this 3,000-person majority black town. But they decided to fight back, taking up arms and patrolling their own streets. Now they're at the center of a much larger debate about protection and free speech and who gets it.
These aren't police officers.
Okay, wait. First VO, absolutely amazing. That's so funny.
Or soldiers.
Your business owners, your fathers, your sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch program.
I don't know if I'd say civilians either. They understand exactly where we are. Like, yeah, they're targets, dude. What are you talking about?
It's a duty. Okay, let's go.
Those are civilians, you know what I mean? Like
Protecting their neighborhood, the majority black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio. After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying rifles, waving swastikas, and hurling racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school. At the time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing. Weeks later,
I love they keep saying this. They're like, yeah, they've reiterated that they're not going to be arresting anybody. But the prosecutor said, maybe, probably not, but maybe. Like, why do you even keep saying this shit? It's so silly. Just admit it. Like, what do you mean? Also, where was the VO there? These are not police officers. It just shows the swastika flags and shit. That would have been more appropriate.
the KKK came with these flyers.
Wait, what did she say? Did she say 4Ks?
Is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with
Oh, okay. The KKK came. Got it.
these flyers.
First African-American community above the Mason-Dixon line of staff.
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was more chilling because the town was founded in the 1920s as a safe haven for black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home. If somebody broke into your home, you call the police, and the police says, you know, if they do it again, we haven't broken any law, so we're just going to allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
Are you worried at all that having a potentially armed response could just create more friction, create more...
Oh my God, dude. Shut the fuck up. Do you think that, like, they would love to not be doing this shit?
danger?
It's actually your fault. Holy fuck, dude.
I'll answer that by saying I've never felt safer as a black man in my community than I have right now.
The mayor of Evendale, which oversees the police force that responded that day, said in a statement to NBC News, "Our emphasis on de-escalation and public safety resulted in the incident's resolution without injuries to any of the persons involved." Come on. But residents here say they can't afford to wait. Every day, the Safety and Watch group escorts children to school and patrols the streets.
Why do you all wear masks?
Those Nazis, we have reports of them finding our backgrounds, so we're not hiding ourselves from the residents, but we're protecting our family from what we're doing out here.
While many locals do support the security group, some, like business owner Eric Ruffin, say they wish the group wasn't needed.
We don't want to become what we hate. You know, we don't want to...
Dude, oh my God, all of this fucking rhetoric. If you don't allow them, like, I just wanted to point this out. We're getting really deep already here, but this is the exact same kind of shit that people try to say about Hamas, about everything. If like, the violence is one directional, okay? And if you choose to defend yourself, are you just as bad? No, like, this is not how this works. Nazis came into our community. They hung swastikas, like, promising ethnic cleansing of this neighborhood. This is a threat, and we are responding adequately, like, accordingly. What the fuck? Become what we hate. We picked up a gun and started walking children to school. Are we actually the Nazis? Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is producing this? And why didn't we get the one interview we had with like somebody from the group was like browbeating them?
Become a group of people that walk around feeling like we have a reason in America to have to protect ourselves.
And this community
Stand up.
is not backing down.
We contacted the mayor of Evendale's office, and they say that prosecutors are looking at body camera footage of...
Yeah, dude, the body camera's footage has been out for months. What the fuck are they... What's taking them so long? It's never gonna come. There's no charges ever coming. The cops escorted the U-Haul of Nazis and parked them in front of an elementary school as it was letting out all of the children. Like, what? Like, huh?
The neo-Nazi rally to see if any criminal charges could be filed. But meantime, the Hamilton County Sheriff is also calling on state lawmakers to pass legislation making it a crime to wear a mask with the purpose of intimidation while open carrying, guys.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
So, Morgan, let me ask.
Also, is ICE gonna... wait. Is this law gonna apply to ICE? Because ICE has been concealing their identities everywhere they go. And open carrying. So will that apply to ICE? Will that be some, like... I'm sure that, like, if you're a federal agent in a state, you have to, like, abide with the laws of the state. I'm sure it'll have a specific carve-out for members of law enforcement.
Ask you, one of the people you interviewed there, a young man, said he's never felt safer in his community than he does now. So this could have an impact nationwide, things like this. I mean, there is a contagion factor in safety.
Also, like, there's a very obvious question that nobody's asking here, which is like, why doesn't this community feel safe? They have armed guards, the police, of course. Why doesn't this community feel safe with the police that they have? Why do they feel the need to defend themselves? Like, this is a core question that it obviously comes to mind, and they're not asking it for a very specific reason. Yo, what up, Danny?
People always seek it. What did the mayor or anybody that you spoke to think about the contagion factor?
contagion factor?
Iran's, I don't want to speak.
Oh my God, bro. They're literally just like, if these black people take up arms and defend themselves, what? Well, anyone could do it. What if they all learn from each other and do it in their own communities?
Speak for him, but after my conversation with him, I feel like I could confidently say he would say the contagion factor has already happened. Because when I asked, is this a reaction to a local moment or a national movement? And he said, look at January 6th. He said, you already have people.
Huh?
People felt emboldened to come here locally because of what they saw nationally. If you can hang from the building of the hallowed halls of the Capitol and then be pardoned, not be prosecuted, why don't you think you can come to a small village of African Americans, only 3,000 people?
Morgan, does the group have any real authority? But as long as they stay within the confines of the law, they should be okay.
Thank you for coming to the legal defense of the Nazi group. What a brave woman. What a brave woman.
It's a great question. You know,
oh my God, such a good question. Oh my God.
Ask that basically, are you stopping cars when they come in because you think someone looks suspicious? Is that, profiling in its own sort of way? And they said, no. We are patently aware of what our rights are and what our limitations are. They said, we're not officers. What we do is we are trying to cooperate with the police department. So if we see suspicious activity, because remember the KKK came back with flyers just after this rally. So they're saying this is more of a defensive posture to deter people from entering our community and showing them by virtue of our masks, by virtue of our guns, that you can't come here and we're not going to take this punchline down.
All right. Important story. Fascinating. NBC News correspondent.
Fascinating. Wow. Coming up. New gun laws sweeping Ohio.
News Now. Daily anchor Morgan Radford. Morgan, thank you. Good to see you.
I mean, they literally did say that earlier.
Yeah, Glenn and Luke.
We did have protests across the United States today. We'll start off in LA, where there was two separate protests happening. One on UCLA's campus that Nori was, had heard about. By the way, not a good idea to say you were at anywhere in Twitch chat. Just saying. I think we should not do that. Don't say you were at a protest online. Don't text it to your friends. You know what I mean? Use Signal if you must.
The situation appears to have calmed down.
But this was also happening at the Gal Gadot. At the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Gal Gadot was given a star on the Walk of Fame today. And apparently there was some clashes between protesters and counter-protesters. Right
now, but earlier, a short time ago.
Which I think we should be paying attention to because LA is, in my opinion, the epicenter of violent political violence, political street violence that we've seen, with both the UCLA encampment, the Nazis and the Zionists attacking it, with police go ahead, basically, and also at Pico Robinson later that month. So, or a few months later, I guess. So yeah, this is something we got to keep an eye on, and notice whenever far right wing forces are allowed to use violence on the streets in mass, and the police stand by and do nothing, because I think it'll become a way more common occurrence. Way more common.
Certainly, tensions and emotions had exploded here in the heart of Hollywood along Hollywood Boulevard. You could hear shouting and screaming, choppers overhead, and we did witness a growing police presence. What was supposed to be an exciting and festive Hollywood Walk of Fame star presentation ceremony for Israeli actress Gal Gadot.
Why are these
into violent confrontations amid?
Why are the subtitles always so scuffed on these local news videos?
Escalating tensions in the Middle East. Gal Gadot has been an outspoken advocate for her native country.
That is a hideous dress. That is a very ugly dress.
The deadly Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th of 2023. The Wonder Woman and now Snow White star has delivered rousing speech.
She is not the star of Snow White. Excuse me. She is a supporting actress in Snow White. Okay, chill out. Also, this means nothing. Never been nominated for any acting award. That you literally can just pay to do this, right? You know, you understand that. You can just pay to do this. What the fuck has Gal Gadot even done that deserves a star? Well, you can see by the heavy hitters she brought over to talk for her. Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel came to talk for her, and then like a producer from Marvel or something, or DC. I don't know.
Including a recent one this
you just pay for it. Yeah. You just pay for these.
Month with the Anti-Defamation League, which supports the.
Also, I'm looking in this footage. I haven't really watched this, but I'm looking in this footage for Hugo Soto Martinez, who's the DSA city councilor, who has been who usually attends these events and has been pretty silent on Gaza for the most part, and also is like running more sweeps than any other district in the city of Los Angeles. So just fucking up homeless people, you know, like backing Karen Bass at any opportunity.
The Jewish
super socialist. Also, stand by my assertion, that is the ugliest dress I've ever seen. This is the ugliest dress I have ever seen.
Community. At one point today, feuding groups of protesters and demonstrators gathered along Hollywood Boulevard outside the ceremony, which was held in a tent.
Dude, it looks like do you know those like fiber optic lights where it just like kind of comes out and then you can like they're like little dumb little lights. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Take a look.
It looks like that.
These are groups of pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel activists.
Why is this the clip they use? They also quoted it in the article.
To repeatedly
like we should watch. Let me see if they link to the article. Of course they don't.
Shouted at each other. Tensions.
Oh, I love this guy, dude, with the toph. He has one piece on the other side.
Some physical contact, and we're told that someone from one side snatched a flag or banner or some type of sign from the opposing.
Someone from one side snatched a banner or flag or something from the other side? Like, what, dude? What? This is not info you can report, bro. Yeah, this is what they were saying in the written article, too. Yeah, I was like, what? You know the answers to these things. Why aren't you just saying it?
Which apparently led to more violence and prompted police to make a number of arrests. We do not yet have more details about what actually went down here just a short time ago. But again, escalating tensions in the Middle East and in the war between Hamas and Israel.
Dude, I love that he hasn't taken this out of the packaging and still left the sticker on it. That's so weird.
Have led to increased tensions and clashes here in Southern California. We will continue to follow this developing story, and we'll have much more for you throughout the day. For now, reporting live in Hollywood, I'm Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News. All
right. Oh yeah, there's also this new thing where like I think there must be like they need to like run an update or something because like all of these Tesla Cybertrucks keep like combusting. I guess they just do that sometimes. I heard if you turn it off and then you turn it back on that it solves this, but I can't confirm. I can't confirm.
Showing that scene at Jones and Maduro, let's talk about why that police activity is there. As police are telling us, multiple cars have been set on fire at a Tesla service center. This is in the South Valley. I'm seeing the police activity here.
This is in Vegas.
In the last hour, I told you they were investigating just a car on fire on Maduro Avenue. We just got more here.
Yeah, dude. Hey, listen, if it was me, I wouldn't buy one of these cars. And if I already bought one of these cars, I would be really worried about finding somebody who wants to buy it. It's kind of just a dead asset now. Because I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to solve this. I have a feeling that even if they find the problem that's causing these cars to spontaneously combust, that as soon as they find one of them, thousands are going to replace them. You know what I mean? I just kind of get that feeling. I think it's maybe like a build quality thing, you know, or something like, you know? I just don't think this is going to stop. That's all I'm saying.
North of Jones Boulevard and Warm Springs Road. Flames are out right now, put out by Clark County firefighters, but Metro officers are now on scene investigating here. They told us this was first reported around 2:45 this morning at the Tesla Collision Center there. This is all coming from Metro Police saying that a person was setting several vehicles on fire in the parking lot.
A person? What? Prove it.
Causing damage to the property.
Prove it.
Still a lot we are working to find out about whether they have anyone in custody right now. But again, a Tesla Collision Center there. A
collision center? Look, it's right there. They probably bumped into him in the wrong way, hit the self-destruct button. It's a special thing you have to push the two corners of the touchscreen and then drag them up. They do it sometimes. I'm telling you, if you turn it off and then you turn it back on, I think it'll solve it. You know what I mean? Just turn it off and turn it back on. I don't think they've tried this yet.
We've been seeing popping up across the country, people vandalizing Tesla vehicles many times in a political statement. We still don't know why that's being done here. We still have a lot to figure out from this scene, from police who are there right now at Jones and Badura. We're going to keep you updated because they've got Badura blocked here in both directions. They are investigating there at the Tesla Collision Center. When we learn more, we're going to keep you updated. Of course, we are watching live from these traffic cameras right now. Our Everett Cardwell.
We have no idea why this is happening. Yeah, me neither. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why it's happening.
He's going to head.
We're in agreement. See, I'm just like the news. Exactly.
Out there in Live Drive coming up in just a few minutes.
I was just going to say he can cruise over there in Live Drive.
I have no idea. Look, it didn't.
We are seeing things like this.
It happened in Kansas City too. I have an alibi. Okay, before you even start. Okay.
2 Teslas caught on fire last night at the State Line Tesla dealership, and now investigators suspect arson. Our Darissa White is live in front of that dealership. What do we know so far, Darissa?
Yeah, well, this investigation is still underway, and little details have come out about.
I did drive by this dealership today, though. Just purely happenstance, I drove by this dealership today. And I was like, that's the Tesla dealership. I was just reading about.
So you could see now under those 2 blankets.
Yeah, it's the same model of car. That's what I'm saying. It has to be a software issue. It's bad build quality or something. That's what I mean. Yeah, they got to push out an update or something. I don't know.
Are the 2 Tesla cars, and investigators are called to the scene. Now, the information that we got from police is that Kansas City police officer was in the area when he noticed smoke coming from a Tesla Cybertruck parked in the Tesla parking lot. The officer used a fire extinguisher to try to put out the flames, but the fire continued to spread. Now, KCFD was called to the scene, but by then the flames had already spread to the second Cybertruck parked next to the first one.
How flammable are these things, bro?
Spoke with Battalion Chief Hopkins about what his team observed when they arrived on scene.
We were able to get water on them, copious amounts of water, get the fire out. And then the Tesla dealership actually provided the fire blankets that are needed after you get them out. You take those blankets, place them over the vehicle, and then that helps to keep the vehicle from reigniting.
Now, police say that the fire is still under investigation, but preliminary findings indicate that this fire may have been intentionally set. But that's
what? Proof. I'm going to need proof on that one.
It's the latest from right now.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
Now, we're live in Casey Mo, Darissa White, KMBC 9 News.
Thank you, Darissa. Now, the FBI and ATF just released a joint statement on this incident. They say similar incidents have occurred in several states. The FBI and ATF are coordinating with federal, state, and local law enforcement to gather more information. They do remind the public, if you observe anything suspicious or you have information about potential threats, you should report it to local law.
What does the ATF have to do with this? I don't understand. What the fuck? There's no alcohol, tobacco, or firearms involved in this situation. I don't understand. Didn't you guys hear insurance companies are dropping coverage on Cybertrucks? Are they really? I actually don't get it. What the fuck does the ATF have to do with this? I mean, I get the FBI, I guess. But hey, listen, this is what the FBI is looking for. Like, they are genuinely imagining that there's some like shadowy, like organization that's funded by Iran or some shit. You know what I mean? Or George Soros. Like, they're looking for some like, this is a coordinated effort. And the truth is, no, there's just like a fuckload of people who don't know how to develop these cars. You know what I mean? And they're upset with the build quality or something. You know what I mean? No, but really, like, people are fucking pissed off. People are fucking pissed off. And it's spontaneous. It's just individual spontaneous action. Matt Bean Machine, Matt Stupid Art, drew this. I thought it was funny. Funny little graphic, little cartoon treat for you guys here. But then, yeah, so you had like every political figure kind of responded in this way, which is to call this in the right wing, right? This is an act of political terrorism. And it's meant to hurt Elon Musk's company, Tesla, and strike fear into any Tesla owner or potential buyer. Hunt down those responsible and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. This is nonviolent. I just want to let everybody know, like, this is nonviolent. Like, nobody is harmed in these. And I'm sure these actionists are taking very, very, like, specific care to make sure that there's nobody in these cars. They do it after hours. There's nobody at the dealership. Like, this is not violence. Violence is 400 people dead in a few hours in Gaza. Okay? Do not mistake it. Violence is the richest man to ever exist taking fucking government funding from starving people in Africa. Okay, this is a car. This is metal and lithium and rubber and glass. This is not a person. This is like we need to make sure we understand this, okay? And also I think Wop Goblin had a really good point here. Because we had like libs of TikTok being more LGBTQ terrorism. This person, a self-identified they, was arrested for allegedly vandalizing a Tesla service center in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Real? Probably not. I mean, no, this person is probably innocent. Why allegedly use spray paint to write Trump sold US, fuck Elon Musk, and trans rights are human rights on the front windows of the building. The uptick in trans violence is very concerning. Like, what? She painted messages and you're calling it terrorism and violence. And Wop Goblin has a very, very good point here, okay? Do these fucking morons not realize that if they prosecute everything under the sun, including dissent, as terrorism, that people will start being more violent because they have nothing to lose? Like, what do they think this means for the activist groups that are, like, involved in this? When one of their friends gets charged with terrorism for fucking spray painting on a wall. Like, how do you think that's going to affect their activism and like the things that they consider acceptable? If that's the consequences to very, very tame nonviolent action, then, like, what do you think people are going to do with that info? It's so fucking stupid. Like, this is just like, it's genuinely make it meaningless. And then it's going to be meaningless. Like, it's encouraging the violence. It's genuinely encouraging the violence. We also had a different angle with the actual flames. Somebody drove by the Tesla facility in Kansas City. Yet another terrorist set a Tesla on fire last night at a showroom, this time in Kansas City, Missouri. The assailant can be seen running away wearing all black after setting the car ablaze. An example must be set, or these people will get increasingly violent. This event was in addition to the attack on a Tesla showroom this morning in Las Vegas, where the FBI are now involved. It's like, watch this video. There's nothing tying a person jogging in their neighborhood. Come on now. That's the Tesla showroom. And then they pan over. There's no audio, which I wonder what they're saying. And then they just show this person going for a run. That's nothing. They're like, look at this blurry video. We got him. We fucking got him. Like, you ain't got shit, dude. You ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. Elon did an interview we're going to watch a snippet of here because he mentions the left. Why does the left hate Elon so much? From the Ted Cruz podcast. Fucking goddamn.
Why do they hate you so much?
Well, because we're clearly over the target. If Doge was ineffective, if we were not actually getting rid of a bunch of waste and fraud, and a bunch of that fraud, the fraud we're seeing is overwhelming.
Chuck Dies, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you, Chuck.
Overwhelmingly on the left.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not zero on the right, but these NGOs are almost all left-wing NGOs that are being funded, for example.
Like, can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of a left-wing NGO? Like, this is a guy who doesn't understand what Act Blue is. Like, he thinks Act Blue is funding, like, all of these different organizations that it, like, fundraises, is a platform for fundraising for. It's like...
Yep.
So they hate me because Doge is being effective. And Doge is getting rid of a lot of waste and fraud that people on the left were taking advantage of. That's what it comes down to. And the single biggest thing that they're worried about is that Doge is going to turn off fraudulent payments.
Yeah, we don't get funded by George Soros. We get funded by Chuck D's, brother. Chuck Diesel to you, Mr. Diesel to you.
Of entitlements, everything from Social Security, Medicare, unemployment, disability, small business administration loans, turn them off to illegals. This is the crux of the matter.
Yep.
Okay.
He's like, listen, there are some people who are just absolutely destitute. They've been targeted by violence in their home countries. They come from absolutely nothing. They've been walking for months through the most extreme climates and conditions that you can find anywhere in the world, and they've came to America, and I want to fuck with them really bad. I fucking hate that. These people have suffered so much, and it makes me so angry.
This is the
dude. Okay, all right, bro. This is also this is the lie. We've gone over this 100 times. We've gone over what people the entitlement payments to illegals, which is not anything. You are not eligible for a vast number of government entitlement programs if you do not have citizenship, much less if you don't even have legal residence.
This is the thing that why they really hit my guts and want me to die.
And do you think that's billions, hundreds of billions? What do you think the scale is?
Hundreds of billions. They think we're paying hundreds of billions of dollars to like house and giving money to illegal immigrants. It's so dishonest and disgusting.
I think across the country, it's well north of 100 billion, maybe 200 billion. So
it's he said it's within 100 billion, maybe 200 billion. That is a fucking insanely large gap. Which is it? Which is it, Elon?
By using entitlements fraud, the Democrats have been able to attract and retain vast numbers of illegal immigrants.
And buy voters.
And buy voters, exactly. It basically...
Dude, illegal immigrants can't vote. Like, they just go and lie. And people who dropped out of high school, like, listen to this, and they think they're the smartest people alive, man. They're just lying. Where can you vote if you don't have, like, what are you talking about? Buying votes? Like, who? What is this?
I don't know, 10, 20 million people who are beholden to the Democrats for government handouts and will vote overwhelmingly Democrat, as has been demonstrated in California. This is overwhelming.
It's an election strategy. Yeah.
Yes.
It's power.
Yes. And it doesn't take much to turn the swing states blue. I mean, often a swing state might be won by 10, 20,000 votes.
Sure.
So if the Dems can bring in 200,000 illegals and over time get them legalized, not counting any cheating that takes place.
Well, wait. So now you're talking not about illegal immigrants, but people who are here in the process of their immigration, people who have legal status here, who are seeking permanent like naturalization. These are not these are entirely different groups of people.
Because there is some cheating.
There is no amnesty. Like, what are we talking about? There's been no amnesty draw. Like, they haven't given a bunch of people citizenship who entered illegally. This has not happened.
But even without cheating, if you bring in illegals that are 10x the voter differential in a swing state, it will no longer be a swing state.
Right.
And the Dems will win all the swing states, just a matter of time. And America will be permanent, deep blue socialist state. The House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court will all.
Also, like, wasn't this most recent election like kind of like shit on this entire analysis of his that he's been saying before the election? Like, young people, regardless, I mean, white people, of course, across all metrics, voted more for Trump, but like a lot of minority young people also voted for Trump. Like, in margins we haven't ever seen before. So this doesn't make sense that if you just, bring in people who are not, their parents weren't from America or something, that they will be 100% Democrat all the time. There's like no proof of this.
Will go hardcore. They will then further cement that by bringing in even more aliens. So you can't vote your way out of it.
No, actually, like this shit pisses me off so much. They are the Dunning-Kruger party, bro. I swear to God, these people don't have a single fucking clue what they are doing. They're actually like, they think they understand everything in its totality, and they're everything to understand about it, but they don't understand shit. Okay, we're changing gears, and we're totally not watching. What we're watching now has nothing to do with the Tesla stuff, okay? Completely separately, here is how Hong Kong protesters evaded surveillance during that whole protest movement.
This crowd is trying to disable one of the new security cameras that have been put up here as kind of an experimental operation to start increasing surveillance in this part of Hong Kong. The ones on the outside are basically there to form a human wall to protect the identities of the people that are actually up at the post, breaking open these cameras, getting into the guts and ripping them out.
我哋會用雨傘啦，我哋會用一啲可能噴漆將嗰個 camera 噴走咗啦。咁如果一啲 camera 好高嘅時候咧，我哋可能會用一啲強光。
Protesters in Hong Kong fear they're being watched and tracked when on the streets, and just showing up may expose them to retaliation from the government. More than 1,000.
No, don't do that. Think about the
against China's
their families. Nori
started in June.
You might be doing something.
What up, Imran?
Is perfectly fine right now, but then later you might be charged based on camera footage, based on geolocation data from your mobile phone, and so on.
Lachman Choi researches personal data protection and digital security in Hong Kong. He supports the pro-democracy movement.
We don't know what kind of data the Hong Kong law enforcement is sharing with the Chinese law enforcement.
While covering pro-democracy demonstrations in Hong Kong, we found that protesters have developed a number of tactics to protect their identities and avoid detection both online and on the streets. Before the streets become chaotic,
just saw the boys in Yemen carried out an operation. I read one thing earlier today that there were air raid sirens in like southern Israel, but I didn't see anything else. If you have a source, you can drop it.
Is usually pretty calm. Some are already decked out in protective gear and busy on their phones. To exchange files with somebody nearby, those with iPhones use AirDrop.
AirDrop 就係比較匿名化咯，人哋唔會知係邊個 send 俾你，你亦都唔知邊個會收到呢樣嘢。
Desmond Fung has joined protesters.
Yeah, we have that, Diana.
Since June. He says the central nervous system of this leaderless protest movement is the anonymous, encrypted messaging service Telegram. Downloads of the app in Hong Kong have soared since the protests began.
What we're seeing here.
佢哋一啲市民可能喺邊個位置見到有好多嘅警車出現咧，佢就會搜翻喺呢個 group 度嘅。
This is called a rapid response network, by the way, chat. That's what this is actually things you can use. You can do this.
Aren't the police on there as well, reading everything that you write?
我哋有一個term 叫捉鬼，就係我哋咧會揾下邊啲係警察，然之後會將佢踢翻出 group 嘅。
Desmond said there are ways to sniff out spies, but he didn't want to share specifics or show us the private chats on his phone, because sometimes these chats are about taking radical measures. These are the most hardcore protesters. Police consider them violent and often target them for arrest.
Yo, what a Bigfoot drive stick. Thank you for the 7 months. Let's go.
Getting ready to go up to the front and actually confront the police. They're the ones with the most at stake in terms of obscuring their identity.
Protesters aren't just worried about surveillance cameras, but also the police's own camera crews. Protesters worry any footage could later be used as evidence against them.
The police will try to find you if you don't cooperate. Even your ears will be evidence to arrest you.
Many protesters' kits also include this. Laser pointers have become a thing in these protests. They are used to distract blind cameras. Protesters can buy these kinds of laser pointers at any electronics store.
Also, Imran, can you drop the sources to the things you're talking about? I don't trust the news from just like random chatters like this. If you have news, I'm down. We can look at it. But like, can you please just drop a link?
And they typically cost about $10. Police have called them offensive weapons, which means they can arrest someone for causing injuries with lasers.
我哋好多同事係俾呢啲嘅物品咧係整傷咗嘅。 甚至我哋有一啲嘅錄影機咧，感光嗰度壞咗嘅。
Police also cite medical experts who say the beams can cause permanent eye damage.
呢個其實根本冇攻擊性嘅。譬如我其實自己射自己我都唔會驚，即係因為完全冇問題。
Protesters' methods can also be very DIY.
Is handing out tinfoil, and what he's doing is he's wrapping people's Hong Kong IDs with tinfoil in hopes that a law enforcement official won't be able to scan the ID remotely.
Protesters wanted from tracking them via the radio frequency identification chips embedded in their Hong Kong identification cards, subway cards, or credit cards. The government says only authorized sensors that are within 2 centimeters of the smart IDs are able to pick up the information. To avoid having their movements recorded.
No, I mean,
subway.
I think this was like a genuine protest movement. I don't think it like everybody here is motivated by the West. You can disagree with the aims of the protest movement and like be like, you can want Hong Kong to be China. Yeah, I mean, yes, two-base, but like, I'm not fucking from Hong Kong, dude. I don't know. To me, it's like, I'm gonna listen to them, and I understand what you're saying, but you know what I mean? I don't, I just, it's not my place to be like, these people, they must be China. I don't care. Genuine protest movement to be a colony? Yeah, I mean, they don't want to be Chinese, so... That's valid for them too, right? Like it's valid. They are Chinese though. Not according to them, bro. Not according to them. Not according to them. They're not. They're from Hong Kong, and that's not China. That's their take. And like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, they should be able to decolonize themselves too. Yeah, it's like this is their fucking fight to do it, and they're taking risks to do it. Like, yeah, they have their own self-determination. Exactly.
They pay for 1 week from the protests with cash.
買單程飛就可以減少佢追尋到我哋嘅方法啦。
These tactics to avoid surveillance go hand in hand with avoiding arrest. But if it does happen, protesters also use a simple...
Like, I don't think any... Like, yeah, I support protest movements. I think people fighting like probably have a really good reason to fight. And they weren't like explicitly right-wing. You know? They weren't explicitly right-wing. It's not like this was like fucking Charlottesville. I don't believe a city has a right to self-determination. That's silly. Why though? Why? I mean, Singapore sucks too. Singapore sucks too, but they're able to. I don't know. Why not? It's not that big of a deal. It was historically China only changed because of Western imperialism. True. That doesn't mean that they don't get to decide whether or not they're China now, though. You know? I think that's their right. That's their right. In my opinion. The statement of Yemeni armed forces, the Nevatim Air Base was just targeted the Palestine 2 hypersonic ballistic missile, successfully achieving its target in response to the Israeli massacres against Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. Wow. Interesting. Somebody's coming. Somebody's trying to help Palestine. How do you feel about Taiwan? I mean, I kind of feel the same way. It should be up to the Taiwanese people. You know, it shouldn't be up to the West. It shouldn't be up to China. It should be up to the Taiwanese people. I feel the same way about Hong Kong. It's up to them. Yeah, I don't like military-based countries either. Of course. And both of these places are like, they're colonies. They are direct, you know, they're separate because of their role in like being European and Western colonies. That is what it is. But I still think they should be able to decide for themselves.
To protect the data on their phones.
我哋而家係唔會用指紋去開呢個手機鎖嘅，因為好怕如果俾警方捉到嘅時候咧，佢可以攞住我哋手指或者我哋嘅面，將 face detection 我哋都唔會。
Yeah, I also agree with that too, Die Happy.
To not reveal any knowledge that might incriminate you. And so,
I did not put this on the list so that we can argue about this.
Code is knowledge, but your
So if the Confederacy fled to Hawaii, you would be okay with that existing and being backed by Russia? Do you think that these like Hong Kong anarchists out in the street are the Confederacy? Do you think that? I don't think that's an appropriate like like what? Like Hawaii too, like a colony in itself. Like Hawaii should be run by Hawaiians. That's what I'm also saying about Taiwan. That's what I'm also saying about Hong Kong. This isn't hard to understand. You know, like
your fingerprint or your face is not necessarily knowledge that you reveal to the authorities.
As the movement evolves, police are deploying new tactics to tag protesters, like using water cannons laced with blue dye.
Hanging over all of this is the fear that their identities will get swept up digitally and end up in a database, perhaps in Beijing, that tracks them and follows them for the rest of their lives.
Protesters.
But Taiwanese people aren't indigenous, though. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the people around the world have traveled and moved, and there are colonial aspects of all of them. I don't think that just means they need to join their largest, like, you know, the largest country nearby them. You know, there's like a lot of overlap between ethnicities all over the borders around the world. That doesn't. I don't know why this is controversial with you guys. Actually,
told us they'll keep playing the cat and mouse game of avoiding.
Like again, you can have critiques of their politics and the politics of a protest movement and still learn from the tactics. Yeah, I'm not backing with. Okay, Two-Base, you're being pretty bad faith here. I said the West should not decide for either. I literally explicitly said that. What you're totally misrepresenting my point.
While defying the government. They say they won't stop until their demands are met, including an inquiry into police brutality and direct elections. The Hong Kong government has taken some action, like withdrawing a controversial extradition bill that sparked the protests. It says it is looking for ways to start a dialogue to address the discontent. In the end, the odds are stacked against them. It's
what are the students protesting for? So this was in like 2019, I think. And it was like at the end of the like treaty where like Europe, you know, the UK was like basically running Hong Kong, but they had some autonomy, and it was like a lease basically that the Chinese government gave to the UK to allow them to like operate Hong Kong. And then China was like gradually, you know, trying to get more control over Hong Kong. And so these people are protesting against China taking more control over them. And, you know, like the surveillance state and the lack of like freedom of expression and the things like that.
Pointers and umbrellas against the will of mainland China.
China wanted their land back? Bro, listen to you, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is these people's land? You think that this land belongs to Beijing? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Insane.
How do you see this playing out for the future?
I don't know, actually. The chance of success is almost zero, but we still need to do this because of the justice, because we love this place.
These people are Chinese, though. They disagree with you. They disagree with you. And they are saying we don't want to be Chinese. We don't want to live under that government. Like, what? How are you going to be like, no, you gotta. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't. Shouldn't they be able to decide whether or not they live under that kind of federal government or not? Like, I think they should. It is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, Two-Base, you got your way. Like, to sum up, the protests subsided and China is encroaching and taking over. So, you know. Yes, let's let anywhere the West occupied be an autonomous region. Yes. Yes, yes, decolonize. Yes, they should be able to decide for themselves. Yes, 100%. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and they can decide to rejoin. Yeah. Taiwan looks like it's kind of leaning that way anyway. Anyway, you're completely derailing. This is not the fucking point that I brought up this video for. It had nothing to do with the video.
Welcome back to my channel, guys. Adrian here, back for another episode. Today we are gonna talk about Tesla's best feature, Sentry Mode. Let me tell you, the car has 9 total cameras all around it. 1 on the
interesting.
and 8 on the outside. And all these cameras
This sounds like interesting information.
are not only used for autopilot and blind spots and auto lane changes, it's also used to keep your car secure. Let me show you all these 9 cameras, alright? First, on the inside, we have one right here. Yep. We have 2, 1 on each side for your lane changes. We have 3 cameras on the front, behind the rear view mirror. And we have 2, 1 on each side on the pillar of the car. And 1 in the rear camera. So Tesla uses all these cameras to watch over your car, to watch its surroundings when the vehicle is parked and locked. When an activity is detected, depending on the severity of the threats, whether it's a suspicious person lurking around your car, or really just any movement that your car detects, it's gonna show on your screen that the vehicle and its surrounding is being monitored. So the thief or anybody that is lurking around in the car will know that they're being watched. That's a great feature. There are 3 ways to activate Sentry Mode. First, let me activate it via voice command. Keep Tesla safe.
Cheeky.
Through the touchscreen.
Does your dad send you the videos? That's awesome. Also, you're gonna end up on a Twitter. you don't ever cross your dad, because you're gonna end up on a Twitter. You're gonna be like, my son or my child does this every time they pass my car. This generation is cooked. 300,000 likes, easy 300k likes.
So from your touchscreen, you click on the car icon, which
How many cameras do you say? Like 9, I think.
Main menu, and then you go to locks. One button, and Sentry Mode is engaged and activated.
Oh, you can disable it.
Phone open and turn on Sentry Mode. As soon as you get Sentry Mode activated, there are 3 stages to it. Let me tell you. First is the standby mode. So the car's camera is just constantly working, patrolling the vehicle using all of its 9 cameras, and just patrolling the vehicle, it's just on standby mode. Now, when it detects activity, whether it's a person lurking around or a thief, a potential thief interested in your car,
just everybody
gonna go and enter into an alert mode.
Those are the only 2 people outside of your Tesla. The only 2 people outside of your Tesla are either lurking people or thieves. POV, you're a Tesla driver.
Now, when it goes on the alert mode, it's gonna show on the screen. Right on the screen right here. It's gonna show that the vehicle is currently being monitored and watch out because you're on video. And that's what it looks like. I'm gonna show you what it looks like.
Did you see Mark Rober expose? Yeah, we watched that Mark Rober video yesterday. Okay, this is boring. I don't care about Teslas, but take note. There are cameras on those, so Totally separate. Don't ever put these videos into the context of each other. Okay, we are going to move on to talks of deportation. And then we're going to go to Gaza after that. So we have a lot to cover. This, I've been, not doing news for like 3 days. This story actually, like, one of the main reasons I was like shaken to my core was that hundreds of people were literally shipped to an El Salvadorian concentration camp with no due process. Not convicted of a crime. Just picked up, disappeared, sentenced by the president. And I think not enough people are like talking about this. Not enough people are like, it is just, it's real Nazi shit. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's not what will happen. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. Right now. And if you think that this can only, I don't think there's many of you in here that feel this way. But if you think that this will only like stay to your deemed group of people that you think it is acceptable for, I just like, you need to really like adjust, like. And I think that's like why a lot of the right wing is like not incredibly alarmed by this. A, because they just don't care because it's minorities, obviously. But B, like they think, everybody's a criminal and like they have their explanations. And those explanations are going to get harder and harder to justify. They're going to get harder and harder to rationalize. And if we don't, as the left, if we don't have an answer, if we don't have a story that we're telling that replaces this, then, like they're never gonna, I don't think they're gonna break from it. I read ICE no longer has a record of these people, can't track them anymore. Just some shady deal with El Salvador, human trafficking. Yeah, like, it is wild to just like round people up and send them to a different country to work in a slave camp. Extrajudicially. And there's like, I mean, we'll talk a little bit about like, what's happening to like try to stop it, but it's pretty, like, there's not really much movement happening.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. Nearly 300 Venezuelans are in El Salvador tonight after being deported from the United States without a hearing under a rarely used 18th century law, and despite a federal judge's order blocking the move. This morning, El Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele posted a video on X showing them arriving and being taken into custody. The Trump administration says they're members of a notorious Venezuelan gang called Tren de Aragua and summarily deported them under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. They landed in El Salvador just hours after a federal judge blocked the administration from using that law to deport anyone and ordered any planes that had taken off to turn around. Catherine Jan Ebright is a counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice. Catherine, what do you make of that? The judge said these planes had to turn around, and clearly they did.
A judge ruled. They just ignored a judge. The judicial system is dead.
I do think
the judicial system is dead. Just so you understand, like, these laws only matter. The judges only matter as a form of, like, policing these people. If people fucking care. If people just stop listening to judges and you can just ignore a judge, if a cop can just ignore a judge, all rules are off. All laws are irrelevant. Like, there is no ground. There's nothing that can stop this. Like, this is just full fascism, full Nazi fascism. We are off the rails. There is nothing that can stop it. It's done. Like, it's done. Yeah, it's done.
I think that part of this is that this is a district court, not a court of appeals. And I should hope that as this case progresses, as we move past the temporary restraining order or the judge's order in this case at this time, that the federal government's compliance with the court's orders becomes serious and robust. Again, consistent with our system of checks and balances.
What is the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and how has it been used in the past?
The Alien Enemies Act is a wartime authority. It is not an immigration authority, particularly not in peacetime. It allows the president, when there's a declared war, an invasion, or predatory incursion, those are acts of war, to regulate, detain, and deport individuals who do not have U.S. citizenship, who are from the country with which we're at war. And consistent with this being a wartime authority, it's only been used in 3 conflicts. The War of 1812,
Yeah, like Congress hasn't declared a war against Venezuela. I mean, they fucking might. Who knows? But you can't just. None of this matters, bro. It's over. Like, none of this matters. We are in a new world, and you're gonna see a lot of liberals hand-wring about this for the next few weeks. The courts won't save you. A channel here is live with a protest feed, though I shouldn't say exactly which channel.
World War I and World War II.
Why? Is there some like wild protest shit happening right now? Let's watch that instead. Is it popping off? Is it going on? Is it happening? What do you mean? All these fucking cryptic messages, bro.
To reviving this kind of law, particularly, again, for peacetime immigration enforcement, is wildly inappropriate.
Under a declared war or invasion.
Oh, yeah, unicorn riot?
Now, President Trump, in his executive order, justified...
Is it popping off, or is it just like a protest? Is there crazy stuff happening?
By saying that these gang members have unlawfully infiltrated the United States and are conducting irregular warfare and undertaking hostile actions against the United States. In your view, is that enough to use this law?
That's trumped up rhetoric. What we're seeing from...
What exactly is it going to take for liberals to actually do something? Do we need to draw in red Sharpie? Listen,
all of the people trapped in there are workers. Woo! I'm an immigrant. I'm here working.
We'll cover this. I have some stuff on this later on. We'll cover it. We have a long list of stuff to get to. So I think we're gonna skip that. Yeah, I agree with Two-Based here too. Some of them are waking up. Some of them will never wake up. That's kind of the truth. Also, waking up means a lot of different things. You know what I mean? I think like being like, oh yeah, like Donald Trump is a fascist, or like admitting that they're Nazis, or admitting that, you know, like the mass surveillance state is going to come after everybody, and understanding the risks is like one wake up, and then understanding like the Dems are not going to save you is another wake up, you know, and then understanding that the root of it is capitalism is another wake up. You know what I mean? And then understanding that a revolution is the only way to solve it is another wake up. You know, people are drawing conclusions more and more every day. And we can honestly, like, I don't know, I'm not an accelerationist or anything, but Elon is really fucking laying out the class dynamics in this country incredibly bare. And I think a lot of even like Republicans are looking at this and are disgusted. And are like, you know, it's obvious what's happening. You know what I mean? Like, it's obvious. So, yeah. It just is what's happening. I wish it wasn't this way, you know? But, yeah, we're all accelerationists now, right? Like, quicker we make these realizations, the better.
Tren de Aragua, to the extent that it is in the United States, is criminal activity. And certainly, criminal activity should be taken seriously. And individuals who are members of this gang or individuals who are committing serious crimes in the United States can be detained and then deported under peacetime immigration.
Okay, like this is really bad reporting and actually doing defense for the Trump administration's deportation policies, because these people are not charged with crimes. Like, you know, like if they were charged with a crime, they can go through the legal process and convict them of a crime and deport them. That's not what's happening. They were fucking rounded up and shipped to El Salvador days later. There was no court proceedings. It was just an executive order, like an executive action.
Law. You do not need to turn to a wartime authority from 1798, last used for internment in World War II, to address criminal activity or unlawful migration. And I will say that the proclamation that the president issued does cover people who are lawfully present in the United States. And so you can't say that invoking the Alien Enemies Act is actually about unlawful migration while saying that we're going to target people who are here lawfully.
Last night, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said that the court order...
I mean, it's also like what they're already doing it, Chad. We just looked at what, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the president, vice president, like, everyone is united in calling these quote-unquote attacks against Tesla terrorism, right? So, like, genuinely, like, what happens if this week, it could be this week, like, we don't know. That's the truth. What happens if this week they just say, like, the left is now a terrorist organization? They could. They could. Yeah, I'm very familiar with Unicorn Riot, Naughty. They could. But like an official one, you know? Die happy? Yeah, and honestly, the groundwork has been laid by the Democrats. There were a bunch of like FBI, you know, like homegrown terrorism documents that were listing Antifa, listing ACAB as like terrorist rhetoric and shit like that. I don't think they've been officially listed as like a terrorist organization, like Antifa. And obviously there is no org that is Antifa. There is no like party structure that is Antifa. Yeah, it'll just be people like us, right?
Puts the public and law enforcement at risk. What do you say to that?
The way that the court order was announced and written is it only applies to individuals who are in custody already. And so what risk is posed by people who are already detained for having undertaken criminal activity or being suspected of gang membership? And so there's no way, shape, or form in which there is an imminent or ongoing public safety or national security risk that emanates from the order that the judge issued.
What could the ACLU do about the Venezuelans who landed in El Salvador despite the judge's order? Is there any recourse?
The judge was quite clear that once individuals are in El Salvador, they fall beyond the court's jurisdiction. I think ACLU can and should raise with the judge the noncompliance, however, with the judge's order and see what avenues are available to try to ensure that the government does comply with future orders, including, comply with the order that's already on the books.
What do you think the significance?
They got nothing. Like Trump was just like, do we have to listen to the judge? Let's just send him anyway. Who knows? We'll find out what's going to happen. What could they do to me? What could they do? I have a mandate. There are likely innocent people living in that hell now. It's so fucked. It demands a response. I agree, but also like there were innocent people living in that before. You know, El Salvador had that place pretty fucking full.
It's the larger significance is of the president invoking this act.
As I've said, it's a wartime authority. It should not be used for peacetime immigration enforcement. I think on the ground, there are Venezuelan immigrant communities. There are U.S. citizens of Venezuelan descent who are worried that they're going to be targeted, wrongly accused.
Yeah, true, Mel.
Members of Tren de Aragua, deported without evidence, without a hearing. And that's the kind of thing that is frankly un-American.
Wait, did you guys also see that Trump was like Biden's pardons are no longer pardoned. The January 6th commission, it doesn't count. He used auto pin. It's like, oh, okay. All right.
Targeting people without their rights.
It doesn't count. He used a Sharpie. I just wrote a new law. Laws only count if you're written with a Pilot G2 pin. No more Sharpies. If you signed it with a Sharpie, it doesn't count. I made this up right now.
Based on where they were born, what they look like. And yet that is the moment that we're in. And my hope is that the courts shut this down promptly, because not only is this an abuse of a law, this is a use of it that does not square with the text or the history.
Definitely not happy, for sure.
It is a betrayal of American values.
Or even just like, oh, you have family members who share a last name, or like texted somebody in the cartel at one point, something like that.
Captain John Ebright.
But I mean, the truth is that they don't need a reason. That's the whole thing. That, like, if you don't have to explain yourself to a judge, you don't need a reason. You can just disappear people. According to attorneys, a Venezuelan LGBTQ artist with tattoos was deemed a gang member and deported under the Wartime Alien Enemies Act. ICE didn't bring him to his scheduled hearing, and now no one knows where he is. Returning to X to shine a light on what the Alien Enemies Act looks like IRL. Our immigrant defense client fled Venezuela last year and came to the U.S. to seek asylum. He had a strong claim. He was detained at entry because ICE alleged his tattoos are gang-related. They absolutely are not. Our client worked in the arts in Venezuela. He is LGBTQ. His tattoos are benign, but ICE submitted photos of his tattoos as evidence he is in Tren de Aragua. His immigration defense attorney planned to present evidence he is not, but never got the chance because our client has been disappeared. We last spoke to our client on Thursday before he was supposed to have a hearing in immigration court, but ICE didn't bring him. The government attorney had no info about why he was not there. The judge reset the hearing for Monday. We have been trying to contact our client ever since. We emailed and called the Texas facility where he was last held, more than 1,300 miles from the San Diego Detention Center where he was in when we started representing him. They had no info, and yesterday told us he was no longer there. This morning he disappeared from online detainee locator. Our client came to the U.S. seeking protection, but has spent months in ICE. Sorry, I'm eating right now. Got the hiccups. But has spent months in ICE prisons. Been falsely accused of being a gang member, and today has been forcibly transferred, we believe, to El Salvador. We are horrified tonight, thinking what might happen to him now. The Alien Enemies Act would allow the Trump administration to remove people from the U.S. based on accusation alone. The accusation could be, as it is for our client, completely baseless, but they would remove them anyway despite the dangers, despite the lack of due process. What happened today is a dark moment in our history. One bright spot in this madness that I see are the many lawyers and advocates across the country who spent their Saturday fighting like hell to preserve justice in the face of horrific cruelty. And we will keep fighting. What up, Dan? Let's see, where are we going from here? Oh yeah, Trump spoke about the judge that called for the halting of this deportation
this weekend.
And instead of going with an appeal, or going through the court process, his answer is he's just going to impeach the judge. Which is, I can't tell you how much this just absolutely takes a fucking sledgehammer to the entire justice system. And listen, I'm no fan of the justice system. I don't know if you know me. But I don't fuck with the U.S. justice system. I think it's ass. But it's like the only thing we have that can protect people. There are like a due process, having the right to be heard by a jury of your peers. Although it's very imperfect, they're getting rid of the only good parts. Exactly. And they're twisting the dial up on the parts that are fucking awful, which is the incarceration, the lack of representation, the lack of justice.
Deportation flights, the Trump administration doubling down, saying it didn't violate that federal judge's orders. It claims the third flight had no connection to the use of this Alien Enemies Act proclamation. What more can you tell us about what the administration is saying?
Public defender, Dennis? Hell yeah, bro.
Giving.
So remember,
What was that, chap?
there's the gang members, the alleged gang members from Tren de Aragua and MS-13 that the White House has said were being removed using the Alien Enemies Act, which is now subject to this legal challenge. And then there were a handful that were being deported through what was a standard.
Yeah, to base, or even before they get. Why even let them get to the plane, you know? I think cars are easier to stop in that fashion than planes are.
Title VIII, I'm just trying to find, they had Title VIII final removal orders already, which means they'd been through the process. The administration is saying that the third flight that left on Saturday, after the judge issued the oral and then written order to turn flights around, just so happened to be the flight that was carrying everyone who'd already had their Title VIII removal hearings. In essence, not necessarily applicable to the legal challenge regarding the Alien Enemies Act. I think the judge is probably going to be asking for proof of that at some point, because that just seems to be either a great coincidence or, an interesting story. There have been a lot of issues and concerns raised since Saturday about whether everyone on that series of flights was, in fact, an alleged Tren de Aragua or MS-13 gang member. There have been some reports today that some people who were on those flights, in fact, are not, at least according to their friends and family. And so the judge, in asking for this information, is trying to establish who specifically was on that flight. How many more people like them could you be trying to send to El Salvador, or at least deport from the country?
We don't even know.
And they had to issue much of that information.
We don't even know how many people were on the flight. We don't know who was on the flight.
Today. But in essence, the Justice Department laying out the timeline, saying that the two flights that had gone, had left.
Hell yeah, Dennis. That sounds like good work, bro.
And that the third plane that left after the orders were issued, in essence, had nothing to do with the crux of the legal challenge, which is whether or not the president can use the Alien Enemies Act to remove undocumented immigrants who are believed to be violent, or in the case of the president's interpretation, enemies of the nation.
And Ed Trump is calling for the judge overseeing that case to be impeached. Chief Justice John Roberts issued a rare statement about that. What can you tell us?
Well, he doesn't speak out that often outside of a court opinion or a court decision on anything, really. But there were inquiries, apparently, to the Supreme Court today, according to the Supreme Court, who issued a rare statement from the Chief Justice responding to the president, saying that for more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement.
No, yeah.
The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose.
I'll be right back.
In other words,
we can talk about that.
Keep appealing it. And if it gets to the Supreme Court, we'll deal with it there. Justice Roberts, Chief Justice Roberts, has spoken out a handful of times in the past, publicly rebuking statements by the president. You may recall, for example, during his first administration, he raised questions about an Obama judge. Well, at that point, the chief, in essence, said, we are not Obama judges or Bush judges or Clinton judges, red judges or blue judges. We're all federal judges working to carry out the rule of law, interpret the law, and nobody should be targeting judges in this way. It has been a big concern of his and the entire judicial community for the last several years that by making statements like that, you're potentially putting judges at risk, their staffs at risk, their families at risk. And we know of cases, of course, where Supreme Court justices especially have been targeted by people on both sides of arguments, on all ends of the ideologies, for decisions they made that those people did not like. By hearing the Chief Justice speak out so quickly after the president made that social media statement early this morning, it's a sign that he's closely watching and still deeply concerned about that kind of rhetoric.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you.
Could you walk us through just some of the behind the scenes on how you carried out some of the deportation of the flights from being invoked under the Alien Enemies Act? How did that play out behind the scenes? Can you get a little to the timing of the judge's order?
Look, let me say this. You know, the president, through proclamation, took his authority under Alien Enemies Act and imposed it, which he has the right to do. TDA has been designated terrorist organizations. TDA is an enemy of this country. We know TDA, based on a lot of evidence, are part of the Maduro regime through the military and law enforcement. They've infiltrated them, and look, they've invaded this country to unsettle this country, through whether it's through fentanyl killing thousands of Americans or through the violence they're perpetrating in our cities. The president did the right thing. I stand by it. I thought we removed in one day over 200 dangerous people, including MS-13. It was the right thing to do. And I see the video that President Bukele put out. It's a beautiful thing. These people are going to be held accountable.
Is every one of those guys a member of the gang? How do you know it, and why can't they sort that out with a lawyer and a hearing, which is how it should be?
Look, we abided by the court's decision. His written order was on 5 illegal aliens. They didn't want to deport them, and we abided by that. By the time the other order came, the plane was already over international waters with a plane full of terrorists and significant public safety threats. And, you know, to turn a plane around over international waters, we're going to refuel over international waters, come back and bring terrorists back to the United States. That's not what this president promised American people. What the president did was exactly the right thing.
So they're all trained in Nicaragua, every guy who's on that plane? I'm not familiar with every single case in that plane, but that's my understanding. MS-13 members and TDA members. And let's remember, many of those on the plane were removed through Title VIII, not through the Alien Enemies Act. So, again, it was the right thing to do. That's what the people of this country mandated President Trump deal with the border crisis, deal with illegal immigration, deal with illegal alien crime, and that's
who's the guy on screen? This is Tom Homan, who's the head of ICE. He's the current head of ICE. Lumi, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, Lumi. Good to see you. Good to read your name. Hear from you in the chat. Welcome in. Chat, did you guys see when I was on Everything Now show with Lumi and Rhizome? You should go check it out. It's probably on their YouTube channel or something. We are going through the worst of the world we live in right now, you know what I mean? Just terrible. But we're not doomer. We're not doomer here. We believe that we will win. But there will be weeks where it's hard, and there'll be weeks where we get some W's. So there'll be losses and there'll be wins. And I think valleys and peaks, you know what I mean? And we are in a valley. And it's feeling dark right now, but we're still going to win. We're going to win. We pull out every time.
That's exactly what we did. We removed terrorists. That should be a celebration. We removed terrorists from this country, and I stand by what the president did. I support 100%.
How do you determine whether somebody is a gang member? What criteria do you use?
To various investigations.
You have no idea.
A lot of ways we do it.
Busy day working with IDF soldiers, comrade. I don't remember that being part of my day, but okay.
Enforcement center. I'm not going to share all that with you, but whether through social media, through the activities, through their criminal records here and abroad. So this was done a very. The review of this issue was at the highest level I've seen, and I think, again, I stand by everything we did this weekend, and I think the president keeping his promise to the American people. We removed terrorists from the country this weekend. I can't believe any media would question the president's ability to.
Like, how are they terrorists? What terrorism have they done? This is such a, the word literally is meaningless now. It always has been. It's always just been used to describe anybody who would dare. But typically the definition is people who would dare to use violence that are not a state actor that we are aligned with. You know what I mean? No, that's typically what it means. If you don't have the monopoly on violence that is given by statehood, and you decide to use violence for political goals. States use violence for political goals all the time. It's kind of their only tool. They got one big box, and it's just violence. That's the only tool in there. That's kind of that's what they do. But if regular people start to use it, then they get that label. But now it's just like anyone. Like now it's just anyone. Now it's just like fucking random, you throw your cigarette on a Tesla truck on accident. Oops, you're a terrorist now. You fumble with your keys. Next to a Tesla truck, and they drop and they scratch it a little bit. Now you're a terrorist. It's like, yeah, you get a tattoo, you're a terrorist. It's like, fuck you, dude. This is so dangerous. We're so fucked. One can say the state has a monopoly on violence. I did say that. Well, not just one, not just anyone. I did just say that.
To remove terrorists from this country.
But what do you say? What do you say to those who say you? What do you say to those who claim you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process?
An old law? Not as old as the Constitution. We still pay attention to that, don't we?
No, you don't. You actually got really mad at AOC for telling people their constitutional rights. Like you actually, yeah, you do not care about the Constitution at all. Like that's the worst way you could answer that.
Homeland Security.
You said it wrong. You said it wrong. You didn't source your claim. Shut up, dude. I literally said the state has the monopoly on the violence, and when people who don't to have that statehood use it, like what the. Just because I'm not reading from the text, I'm literally describing the entire concept to you.
Security agents arrested a second.
Also, yes. So we're going back to Mahmoud. So we have updates from on the ground protests. Because I have a letter, the first statement coming from Mahmoud, and we also need to be paying attention to not just Mahmoud. I know Mahmoud was the first, but he has not been the only. We also have Alika Kordia, who was deported, second Colombia protester deported, and then we also had another person who was I can't remember her name, but she was Indian, Ranjani Srinivasan. Self-deported and has an interview that we'll listen to as well.
Columbia University
I also think okay, so I think there's some truth to this, and I kind of just want to talk about it, which is that I think we try sometimes implicitly when we talk about these things, we frame them for liberal sensibilities, and I think upholding Mahmoud is an important thing. We should always fight for everybody who's deported. But when we say oh, he was a green card holder, or he was a legal resident, it's no, actually nobody should be subject to being fucking black bagged and taken across the country without the consent of their lawyer. Even non-citizens who are here illegally, even undocumented people should not be subject to that. It's actually inhuman for everybody. And in the same vein, I kind of have the same problem, and it's not really a problem. I'm never gonna I don't think less of anybody for saying either of these things. They are important points to make. But I kind of feel the same way about people when they're most 400 people were killed in Gaza, most women and children. And it's okay, I get that. That is horrific. There's no denying, but Gazan men matter too. I feel in some ways by us constantly focusing on that, and there's an implicit argument that we're making that all Gazan men are terrorists who deserve to be killed, or something. And I don't know if I'm fully making the point here, but I do think we should be more. We should just be more truthful in what we're saying, and not play into what do liberals like to hear, and what would we think that the liberals care about. Yeah, exactly, Froggy. Because the truth is they don't care. The truth is that the liberals don't care that they're children. They don't care that they're women. They don't care that they're men. They want them all to die. They have watched this happen for well over a year now, and they haven't shifted 1 inch. 1 inch. Yeah, Ghosty. That's what I brought it up with to begin with, which is nobody should be, or nobody, even gang members, even Tren de Aragua, even rapists, shouldn't be fucking subject to the prison conditions of El Salvador. No, we should be against that on principle. That is not a humane way we treat people, human beings, regardless of what they do. Regardless of what they do. And it's also like, I think there's another point in this too, which is like, a lot of these people who are being deported because they had to interactions with police beforehand. So while we focus on ICE, we also need to focus on local police and continue the fight to defund your local police stations. Sanctuary cities do not like neuter your police in the the federal coordination of this deportation program. Abolitionism is that is the goal. That's what we should all be continually fighting for in all of these situations. And these things are all very, very deeply connected. And I just don't hear a lot of people talking about the cops anymore, and it kind of pisses me off because they are a core part of this. I just feel nobody's talking about the cops ever. I mean, you got fucking Chuck Schumer. You got fucking Chuck Schumer going like on every TV station today talking about the biggest problem in America is like anti-Semitism. And listen, anti-Semitism is real, and it's getting more and more common every day. And with the rise of fascism, it is getting more common. However, like 11,300 people, or 1,137 people were murdered by police this year, or last year, 2024. The deadliest year for police murder on record. When was the last time you heard about anybody talking about like anti-black racism? When was the last time you heard about people talking about over-policing in black neighborhoods? Like, you think that shit was just like solved in 2020? It wasn't. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Dynamics are still the same. And yet I always see black people at every Palestine protest I go to. They're showing up for us. They're showing up for the other causes. And I feel like we're just like abandoning them. The left actually legitimately, I feel like, is just like doesn't want to talk about race ever anymore. And it kind of makes me uncomfortable. And it'll come back. It will come back because it's obviously still an issue. And, police are going to kill. Police are going to prove their inadequacy and obsolescence constantly.
Real protester on.
Anyway, let's hear about these other Colombia protesters who have been targeted. One was arrested and deported, I think, or maybe waiting deportation, and the other one self-deported.
Friday. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us with the latest from Washington.
Yes, I think it's been even wider than post-election being. I think it's like it actually is just like white. And I'm not saying I'm different. Like I'm a white leftist too. I have, I do my best to unlearn and act out of anti-racism, but I ain't perfect. Like I still was born a white boy and raised a white boy, And I just think it's like, it's an uncomfortable conversation for a lot of people, and they just genuinely like don't want to have it. Like they just want to like move on and do this other thing and talk about this other thing. And I don't know. I think they just don't want to have it. They weren't listening. They weren't listening in 2020. It never really clicked for them, and it makes them uncomfortable. So we don't get to talk about it.
Immigration officials taking Lika Cordia into custody Friday after she participated in protests at Columbia University. Her student visa expired more than 3 years ago. This comes days after authorities arrested another protester, Mahmoud Khalil. Nearly 100 protesters were arrested at Trump Tower Thursday during a sit-in demonstration for Khalil.
Oh, Crescent Moon and Star. Thank you for showing Camera Person. That movie rocked. I need to watch the rest of it. I fell asleep really into it. Yeah, that's a beautiful movie. I'm really glad you guys enjoyed it.
Although he's a legal U.S. resident, immigration authorities arrested him last Saturday for his role in anti-Israel protests at Columbia. The White House using a clause in immigration law allowing deportation if the person would have serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States, as just
adverse foreign policy consequences. Like, we are just in a world where you cannot speak against the foreign policy of the United States. That's the world. That's the precedent we're setting. If you do, you're providing material support for terrorism. Oh, hell yeah, Dennis. Wait, the public defenders are represented by Teamsters? That's fucking sick. I haven't heard of that.
Under U.S. law, American citizens are protected by the First Amendment. Foreigners are not. If you hate...
That's not true. That's just not true. That's simply not true. The courts have ruled many times that, you know, the Constitution applies to everybody in the United States. They're human rights. Like, yeah, everybody in the United States. It's not citizens' rights. It's like... Also, isn't the whole conservative thing that these are rights given to you by God? Yeah, isn't the whole thing about the Constitution that, like, and like conservatives especially, that like God gave them these rights?
Undermine America, do not come to this country.
Meanwhile, the university announcing they've expelled or suspended students who took over the historic Hamlin Hall last spring as an act of protest. The disciplinary action by the university coming nearly a year after the incident and only after the Trump administration stripped $400 million of federal funding from the school for alleged failure to combat anti-Semitism on campus and the sluggish approach to holding students accountable for disruptive protests. We spoke with Joseph Browdy, president of Center for Peace Communications, an organization with a network on the ground in Gaza. They've talked to civilians there about these American college protests.
Their concern is that this whole campus movement is misguided because they feel that while ostensibly pro-Palestinian, they are really or functionally pro-Hamas.
What? Wait, what the fuck was this?
Protests. We spoke with Joseph Browdy, president of Center for Peace Communications, an organization with a network on the ground in Gaza.
Huh?
They've talked to civilians there about these American college protests.
They're
like, they got this. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Joseph Broad. They got this broad out here, you know, to say like he's speaking on behalf of Palestinians and saying, actually, we don't support your protest.
Concern.
What a fucking mind fuck is this?
Is that this...
Who are you, dude? Oh my God.
Campus movement is misguided because they feel that while ostensibly pro-Palestinian, they are really or functionally pro-Hamas.
Yeah, it's also like this can be applied to any protest movement of all time. You know, I mean, don't forget that Columbia University particularly had protests very similar to these against the Vietnam War. And during those protests, they said this exact same thing. They said these protesters are functionally pro the Vietnam, the fuck, what was it? The Viet Cong? No, they would use a different phrase though. Not the Viet Cong, no. It was like a VFN or something like that. I think it was like a phrase they would use.
Mahmoud Khalil will remain in an
or like an acronym.
Detention center in Louisiana.
Yeah, the NVA, yeah.
As his case progresses, his lawyers are accusing the government of retaliation for exercising his First Amendment right, and the move to Louisiana as further retaliation.
Check out their Twitter. Oh, I can't wait, dude. It's all like this. they should just have their Twitter be like, we are Palestinians posting, you know. What Al Jazeera like, dude, literally the whole thing is just like, yeah, we speak for Palestine. We speak for Palestine. We're going to weaponize these voices to justify their own fucking execution and genocide. Like, oh my dude. This is so despicable, bro. This is funded. This is definitely Hasbro, bro. Like, this is 100p Hasbro. That's fucking wild. Oh, yeah, sorry. I wanted to talk about this. My organization's a little off today, but many of the non-citizens who were deported pursuant to the Alien Enemies Act on Saturday did not have criminal records in the United States. Mari, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing really well, Mari. How's it going on your end? You surviving? You staying sane? Also, look at this quote. While it is true that many of the members removed under AEA do not have criminal records in the United States, that is because they have only been in the United States for a short period of time. The lack of a criminal record does not indicate that they pose a limited threat. Also, they just like added Tren de Aragua. They added these words. He just said members, right? Or maybe he said gang members. And they just added Tren de Aragua. Yeah. Thought crimes, chat. You don't know. These people, they're predisposed. We have done an analysis and we have predisposed. Also, yes, this is a congressperson introducing articles of impeachment against the judge that said, hey, you can't just like sentence somebody without a trial. You can't just ship people to a concentration camp without a trial. Like, is this your first day in court? What the fuck? So that person is now being impeached. Really cool. Very cool. He is guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors. Got it. Okay, let's move on to this interview.
This Columbia University PhD student who fled the country shortly after immigration and customs.
This is somebody who protested at Columbia, or didn't. I'm not even really sure. I think she protested like outside of Columbia, and was targeted and ended up fleeing the country, self-deporting.
Customs enforcement agents came to her door
rather than being arrested.
She's finally speaking out. Ranjani Srinivasan flew to Canada in the days following the detention of recent graduate Mahmoud Khalil. She is disputing allegations that she advocated for violence and terrorism. CBS News correspondent Lily Luciano spoke exclusively to her and joins us now from...
No. They're not impeaching Trump. They're impeaching the judge that told Trump to stop the deportation plan to El Salvador that he ignored. A judge tried to stop it and he just ignored it and shipped hundreds of people to an El Salvadorian concentration camp anyway. Yeah, that's who they're trying to impeach, is the judge that was like, whoa. You have to prove this.
Lilia, good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, break down for our audience, who again, I always want people who are just tuning into us to understand what exactly happened here. What is she being accused of, and what did she say she actually did?
That's a very good question, because Vlad, in the communications from the government to her, she received an email from the consulate in Chennai in India, where she's from, saying that her student visa had been revoked. That information had come up, but no direct information, nothing specifically, linking her to anything.
Obstructing the sidewalk and failure to disperse.
DHS is they're pointing to a couple of citations. So here's what she was explaining to me, that she's a graduate student at Columbia University in her final semester of this PhD program in urban planning, that she had been out of the country.
Wait, so she got charged, but the court case was dismissed. Okay, I think I'm understanding. She was arrested. I think she was arrested and charged with these at a protest. And then the charges were dismissed in May of 2024. They don't put a date here, But she failed to like disclose that in her visa renewal application.
Final semester of this PhD program in urban planning, that she had been out of the country during the entirety of those encampments. And on April 30th, she said she came back to the U.S. She was in a picnic.
I don't think an omission is a lie, especially if the court case was dismissed. She didn't get charged with a crime. Getting accused and winning a case should not bar you from, a visa. And like, again, we're just operating on accusations here. Like the court case was dismissed. She's innocent. She is innocent,
Same day with friends and family who we.
I have a question. I want to do something to help Palestine, but I'm part of Students for Justice in Palestine. SJP on my campus, and I post about Palestine on my social media, but I don't know what else to do because there are not many protests in my area, and I don't know many people. I'm an artist, so I feel like just doing art is too small. I mean, listen, I was a part of SJP when I was on campus, and it was really small, and there were not many protests at all for Palestine. And we still organized. It was 4 of us at the meetings, and we would go there and we would organize. And we sat in at our university's, administrative building with we would each grab 2 or 3 friends who we thought, would come through, and they would come through, and there would be a dozen of us, and we would do it because those orgs don't have much traction. I disagree. If anything, what do you mean? We're talking about people in these orgs getting fucking deported. If they didn't have traction, the U.S. government wouldn't be doing all this shit at the request of Israel so that Israel could continue their genocide. But Boiled, I feel you. I understand what you're asking. And, I feel the same. I feel like we're always going to feel like we're never doing enough. And part of that just comes out of our powerlessness. But as long as you're organizing with people and you're participating in that and you're putting it to good use in some way. And look for other opportunities. Look for other ways. If you have that energy, put it to use. But put together an event or something, Even if people don't come, it still is good to do. And you'll learn. You'll be like, okay, I need to market it differently this time and figure it out.
We've corroborated with at least one of her friends that was the case, and that when she was coming back to campus, and I remember the mayhem that day. That was the day that students took over, occupied Hamilton Hall, and at around 9:30 p.m., she was trying to access her apartment. She was trying to come in from different places. She says they were asking her for a rental agreement to show that, in fact, she lived there. She didn't have it with her. Her phone was dead. Anyway, in all of that confusion, she was taken in along with the protesters.
What?
For a couple of citations, including obstructing the sidewalk and not dispersing.
Dude, she was literally just trying to go home. She was trying to go home and they didn't let her in her dorm because she couldn't show them a lease. What the fuck? And so they arrested her and now have forced her to flee the country.
But those citations were dismissed. DHS is saying that because she didn't, when she renewed her visa, her student visa in December, because she didn't reveal that to the government, even though they were dismissed, she thought, look, if there's no conviction, if this was just dismissed, why should I report it to the government? That is why they're revoking her visa under the same provision that they used for Khalil. But she says she was not a major protester in any way, and certainly not a Hamas sympathizer, as Secretary of DHS Kristi Noem has accused her of.
Yeah, so that's what the statement from DHS says, which is that she supported, and this is using their language, supported Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, and they have video. Have you seen any evidence of that?
There is a video that's going around that I asked her about. I asked her attorneys. They've all said that is not her. It's of a woman. A brown woman who is. I don't know exactly what the video says, but it was shared in Al Jazeera at some point. But
what is this video?
She's saying that's not me.
Does anybody know what this video they're talking about is? Can you link it?
Attorneys are saying that is not her. And are they just picking any video of a brown woman to say that it's me and how unfair that is, that she has never supported Hamas. She said, look, I've signed some petitions calling for peace in Gaza, like so many people around the world, and that she participated in protests like the Women's March. And at some protests, she says, not on campus, not at the height of the encampments, that she wasn't part of the encampments. This is all that what she's saying and her attorneys are supporting, but that she's certainly not a Hamas sympathizer.
So, Lilia, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, has suggested that people should self-deport, and she mocked that, the whole concept of deportations by saying, so that you don't end up in one of these fun videos, right? But I wonder, this young woman, did she self-deport? Was she afraid of what was happening?
She was very afraid of what was happening. She said, look, I don't consider it self-deporting. ICE came knocking without a warrant. I was scared. I knew that her visa was revoked from one day to the next without an explanation, so she left. She says she did not use any app and she didn't consider it self-deporting. She's trying to fight to come back.
Wow. All right. How did you find her, Lilia? Great reporting.
Well, I have to thank our booking unit for a group team effort in talking to her.
Yeah, excellent work as always.
That's crazy. They contacted her. So we should have the interview.
Breaking news right now.
Wait, what the heck? Where's the interview? Wait, what the heck? I had it on here. Also, fuck them for not even putting her name in the description. Wait. Oh, here.
Meantime, to the case of another Columbia student whose future is uncertain amid the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, PhD candidate Ranjani Srinivasan says she fled the country after her student visa was suddenly revoked. She sat down with Lilia Luciano to tell her story in her first TV interview.
The events in the last 2 weeks have sort of spiraled out of control.
37-year-old Ranjani Srinivasan is originally from India. She's been in the U.S. legally as a PhD student of urban planning.
Also, this poor woman, like, I would be very worried for her if she went back to India. If you can judge it on like the psychos on Twitter, maybe they're just like American psychos and they just stay on Twitter and they're not to be like, you know, they're not to be taken seriously. But I posted about her and used her name, and I had so many like Indian lion accounts that were like, fuck, like just saying the most unbelievably horrid things. Horrible things. There's so much Zionism in India. It's crazy.
Columbia University. But in early March, she was suddenly notified that her student visa was being revoked.
Oh, I do, Naughty, for sure.
To the advisor from the international students office on Zoom.
Yes, India does definitely have like an ethno-nationalist. They're going through their own ethno-nationalist shit.
She was reassuring me that I'm fine. And while that was happening, ICE was knocking on my door.
Without a visa, her enrollment at Columbia was terminated, and fearing she'd be detained indefinitely, she fled to Canada.
Wait, so she got basically expelled from... She was enrolled in Columbia, but because her visa got terminated, they kicked her out of school. That's fucking insane.
The issue seems to stem from last year's pro-Palestinian protest on Columbia's campus. On April 30th, students occupied a building. That night, NYPD officers arrested hundreds on and off various university campuses, including Srinivasan. But she says she was not involved at all.
You were not inside Hamilton Hall?
No, I was at a department picnic with my friends and faculty.
You weren't even protesting that day?
No, I was on the way back home. We saw barricades and police. I think the police charged at us.
She was cited for obstructing the sidewalk and failure to disperse. Those charges were dismissed. But according to DHS sources, she did not include those citations in her visa renewal application.
If I made a mistake, I would be happy to clarify that with the state. I never meant to conceal anything. I've been in complete compliance with my visa. I would like a chance to clear my name.
In a statement, DHS accused her of being involved in activities supporting Hamas without providing any proof.
The
Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said that you are a terrorist sympathizer.
I mean, I just found it absurd. I'm not a terrorist sympathizer.
For now, she's stuck in limbo and worries the crackdown will have an effect that goes far beyond free speech.
I came to the US because I really like the academic culture, and you have a lot of academic freedom, something that you don't really find anywhere else in the world. But currently, I do think that there is a crazy climate of fear in universities, and especially in Colombia.
So do you think the thing that brought you to the U.S. is ending?
Yes.
Colombia told us once a student visa is revoked, it has to unenroll a student. Srinivasan's lawyers argue that those dismissed citations should not have had any impact on her visa eligibility. We asked DHS for clarification on this case, but we did not get a response. To be clear, the government does have ample...
we're in a different world, chat. And if you're undocumented out there, I would not go to any protest like that. It is too big of a risk. Stay away from protests. Stay away from police at all costs. You know, get with an organization that can help you and protect you. I worry a lot for my undocumented friends every day, all day long. Every day.
discretion when it comes to...
Yeah, I agree, Diana. It's like... And even then, you should be safe. Even if you are a citizen, you need to be safe. Like, if you think that this is only going to happen to non-citizens, you're wrong, you know? Okay, last one.
Breaking news right now. We
have another story of a left-wing protester being targeted by ICE. We have Jeanette Vizguera. This person was here for 30 years, I believe. Has been in the country legally for 30 years.
Well-known immigrant rights activist has been taken into ICE custody. I'm Jordan Chavez.
And I'm Corey Rose. Jeanette Vizguera was detained yesterday in the parking lot of her job. Jeanette spent nearly 3 years taking refuge in a Denver church to save herself from deportation. She also spent years creating a network of sanctuary churches here in the state. Her daughter says she is now being held at a facility in Aurora. We have a crew heading to the detention facility right now where her friends and family are rallying for her release. Once our crew gets there, we'll check in with them with an update. For now, let's get a check of the forecast with senior meteorologist Chris Bianchi.
All right, thanks, Corey. And it's going to be
okay, guys, come on.
Day with high fire danger through the day.
I don't care about Denver weather, bro. Can you get to the main story of the night? Also, like, I googled this person's name, and like this is like one of the few video sources I was even covering it.
Police warned of heavy police activity near the Walmart off of Denver Avenue and Eisenhower Boulevard.
I couldn't even find it.
A well-known immigrant rights activist
Okay,
has been taken into ICE custody.
Our Brianna Fernandez is live outside the ICE detention facility in Aurora. Brianna, what do we know so far this morning?
Yeah, good morning, guys. So we know that there's protesters who have been here all night, well into the morning, outside of this detention facility in Aurora. I'm going to step out of the way just so you guys can see the protesters here outside. So we know that these protesters...
There should be 1,000 times more. Like, if you live in Denver, if you live near Aurora, I think this would be a good spot to go. Like, meeting these people who are standing up for this immigration rights, like, you know, icon in the city who has established so many structures of support for other undocumented people. These are good people to know. If you go to this, you're gonna meet some good fucking people. You're gonna meet good comrades that will help you to navigate the rest of this, you know, coming forward.
is heard and waiting for Jeanette Vizguerra's release. Some of those people out here include her kids and her family. And here's what we know from the family. I'm going to show you guys some video also if we can pull that up. So Jeanette, originally from Mexico, was taken by federal agents Monday morning right outside in the parking lot of where she works. She has been a leading voice for the immigrant community for years. Janet spent 3 years taking refuge in Denver Church to shield herself from deportation. So she also spent years creating a network of sanctuary churches here in the state. She's also been very, very outspoken about the immigration policy by the Trump administration, including ICE arrests in locations like schools and churches. So back out here live, people plan to be here until they figure out exactly what is going on. Now, it's unclear exactly when Jeanette will be deported, if that's going to happen today. Still a lot of questions. Of course, we are pushing for those answers. For now, I'm live here in Aurora. Brianna Fernandez for 9 News.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be learned about this story. Brianna, we know.
A shocking incident at Boston Logan Airport has raised serious concern about how immigration officials are treating legal residents.
What is this outlet?
Fabian Schmidt, a 34-year-old German national who has lived in the US since he was a teenager, was detained on March 7 while returning from a trip to Luxembourg. What should have been a routine entry into the country turned into a terrifying experience. According to his entire family, Fabian was arrested, stripped naked and interrogated for hours before being sent to Donald W. Ward Detention Facility in Rhode Island. His mother claims that immigration officers treated him harshly and unfairly, even though he had a valid green card that was renewed back in 2023. Let me tell you what exactly happened.
Yeah, they're getting white people too, bro. Yeah. They disappeared this white guy. Yes. If this is what it takes for you to give a fuck about it, look, it's happening too.
After 4 hours, the family started to worry. Later, they found out that his green card has been flagged, but no one had explained why. He was reportedly forced to remove all his clothes and take a cold shower. He was denied water for long periods and later collapsed. His family was not given any clear reason for his detention. In the meantime, immigration officials have not given any direct answer, only stating that if a visa or immigration rule is violated, a traveler can be detained and removed. However, Fabian had already been living in the US legally for years now. Well, this case is not just about Fabian. It highlights a growing trend of legal residents facing harsh.
Another white person. American Pie actor breaks silence after being detained by ICE for 12 days. Jasmine Mooney was arrested after crossing the San Isidro border between Mexico and San Diego. Chat, I need a break. We're gonna get to Gaza after this and some longer form videos, but I'm just like, please do something. Whatever you are, whoever is out there listening to me, please do something. We are in the time to do something. We are in the time to do something. We have to do something. It's only going to get scarier. Okay? Is Bernie doing something? You think I take my fucking cues from him? No. We need to protect ourselves. And if you don't act now, we will not. It's not going to make you safer. You have to understand. Like, yeah, we have to act now. We have to do something. So find out what that is. I've spent the entire morning following up with orgs that I had reached out to weeks ago. You know, I've only been here for like a week, 2 weeks. And I feel stagnant. I feel like really guilty for not having like an organizing community, which I know is ridiculous, but like please, if I can find it in Kansas City, you can find it where you are too. Please go find your community and build it if you don't have it, and like do something, please. Please do something. Anyway, let's take a breath. Everybody take a breath. We got unusual memes we're gonna watch, and then we're gonna go to cover the Gaza stuff. Okay, that was really funny. And yes, revolution is the answer, but revolution doesn't just, you can't just sit and wait for it to happen. You can't just sit and wait for it to happen. You need to protect people now, build solidarity now, and that's the only way that it will happen. It's not a hypothetical, like you have to go build it. You have to go build it.
You didn't really do much.
I did reach out to the Vanguard guys. I did reach out to them. I have other connections, so I'm not worried. Like I have a full this weekend, probably like Friday, Saturday. I probably will not be streaming just because I'm gonna be like out in it. I'm gonna be building that like activist community for myself. So.
World's fastest computer screen close.
Baba Booey.
Yo, where's the rat man? Where's our rat guy? He hasn't been in here for weeks.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Fuck ton of deer over there.
Holy shit.
Rat man Bob. Yeah, where's rat man?
What is going on right now? Got my Sammy.
Show y'all how to paint a ceiling fan money.
Don't say that, Raylan.
Oh, yeah. Look at it.
What the fuck? Oh, their shoes are sticky. I was like, is this a new TikTok trend? Holy shit, dude. How bad is your date?
Go! No, I'm not gonna do it. Just get.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, this one was scary, dude. You can see the fucking concrete falling in off after him. Oh my god. I'll take one. I'll take one, please.
Could not get out, but with the help of a broomstick handle, he will remove all the ice and make his way.
So someone told me shaving cream cleans your windows for you. It's on my new Ford Escape that I got, and they said to leave it for a little bit, so we're gonna see.
What? I haven't heard that song in a long time.
My fan. Fuck my TV. Wow.
Oh my god. He broke his fan and his TV?
My fan. Fuck my TV. Wow.
With One Piece on the TV too?
Oh shit. Oh.
Do nada.
Tá certo disso?
What the fuck? Wait, what is this button for?
Tá certo disso?
A drowning alarm? How the fuck are you gonna hit that if you're drowning? They should put it on the bottom of the fucking pool if that's what it's for.
Go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it.
Віддихаю на рибалочці. Ніхуя себе покльовка. Ого.
Eu não, esse mandozinho que não tem nome, aceitamos sugestões, é fêmea. O Ronaldo tá aqui.
What in the heck? What are those? What is that, a marmot? What is that?
Tem nome, aceitamos sugestões.
That looks like an anteater.
É fêmea. O Ronaldo.
What the fuck is this?
Ronaldo
Is it a marmot? What is it?
tá aqui averiguando.
No, that's not a capybara. Oh my god.
Rise, my child.
Master Splinter. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is what it is.
Good. I surrender.
I ain't looking at your damn pussy, motherfucker.
Those were good next to each other because after that car's muffler fell off, that's what it sounds like now. Perfect.
What kind of dog is that?
Nice.
Para la familia completa, amigos.
Is that a cat?
Ya no es el solo.
Oh, it's like a bunch of kittens. Oh. That was a fucking seal? It was... Wait, yeah, I know that was a seal. We were talking about the rodent one was way back socialism. Socialism. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about a different animal video. We know that's a seal.
Oh, tissue.
Yo, the FTP shirt. Hell yeah, bro.
We have no way of getting up there?
No, I mean, we can try to walk past them, but they're fucking, dude. They're fucking.
What the? The raccoons and these guys are like, what do we do? Walk past them? They're just cuddling.
What the fuck? It's everywhere.
What?
I wish I'd have bought some fucking longer shoelaces. Fucking hell, look at the fucking state of them. I could rescue Titanic with them fuckers.
What? Me and who? Me and who?
Yeah,
that's kind of cool, but yeah, I don't know the point.
Go for
I guess it'd be good for hail. Why? Yeah, for hail it could be good if it's strong enough.
Yeah, go over there with your daddy. Go over there with your daddy and feed him.
Janice, don't do that.
What the fuck? My head went between.
It's called timing your jump.
Oh my god. Please don't touch it.
What? What is happening? That is insane. That looks so fun. I agree, but like, what? Like, this is an awesome video game course, but not in the real world. I love the movies. Come on. How are you gonna fuck up a movie theater like that? That's the perfectly good movie theater.
Oh, you snapped an axle.
True anarchy? Nah, because that guy would get fucking clapped by the collective group for fucking up their movie theater. What up, RC Pinto?
Kid.
Here comes the fucking paper boy. Thank God. What's up? The fuck?
Is that dog? You guys are a piece of chicken.
Ain't your mama, ain't Jemima, ain't your daddy.
That's really cute. Okay, some of these are too fast. Some of these are too fast. What up, Siggy, bro? Okay, chat, we're gonna have to get into it. But first, let's look around the world, around the United States. At UCLA today, hundreds of students and community members are outside of the UC Regents meeting. The UC Regents are the University of California, like basically like a board of trustees, but they call them regents instead. You know, protesters are demanding the regents answer for their crimes. These are the people who are responsible with investing in Israel and their refusal to divest from Israel as the encampments have demanded. Very cool to see. Also, just unbelievably brave of these students in the face of oppression, okay? And this is the choice we have. Everything you see in the news right now exists to make you scared, to not fight back against what they're preparing to do and what they are doing. And you have to make the choice. Are you going to acquiesce to that? Are you going to let them? Are you going to cower? Are you going to stay inside and be quiet while people are disappeared? Or are you going to fight back? We also had Shut It Down for Palestine rally in New York City and Times Square. Today we'll listen to a short speech from that protest.
The Palestinians will win because this war has another front. It's not simply in Gaza. It's in New York City. It's in London. It's in Paris. It's in all the cities of the people around the world. There are 8 billion people in the world. Most of them stand with Gaza and say no to Israel. The Palestinians will...
Hell yeah. Yeah, Luna. I mean, pay attention. I know you are, but pay attention over here because I definitely think it will spread. UCLA students and pro-Palestine orgs rally together against Israel breaking ceasefire and resuming its full-scale war on Gaza. Students are demanding that UC Regents divest from genocide and an end to Maersk's shipments. Who pays these orgs? Specify who they are. I need to follow the money, brother. Follow the money. We're back to NYC now. Hundreds in NYC rally in response to Israel's bombing of Gaza.
Release Mahmoud Khalil! Release Mahmoud Khalil now! Release Mahmoud Khalil now! Release Mahmoud Khalil now!
We want justice, you say how? Release Mahmoud Khalil now!
Sir, yeah. We also got a letter from Mahmoud Khalil that I'm going to read now. This is the first communication from Mahmoud that I think we've had since his arrest. My name is Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm a political prisoner. I'm writing to you from a detention facility in Louisiana, where I wake to cold mornings and spend long days bearing witness to the quiet injustices underway against a great many people precluded from the protections of the law. Who has the right to have rights? It is certainly not the humans crowded into the cells here. It isn't the Senegalese man I met who has been deprived of his liberty for a year, his legal situation in limbo, and his family an ocean away. It isn't the 21-year-old detainee I met who stepped foot in this country at age 9, only to be deported without so much as a hearing. Justice escapes the contours of this nation's immigration facilities. On March 8, I was taken by DHS agents who refused to provide a warrant and accosted my wife and me as we returned from dinner. By now, the footage of that night has been made public. Before I knew what was happening, agents handcuffed and forced me into an unmarked car. At that moment, my only concern was for Noor's safety. I had no idea if she would be taken too, since the agents had threatened to arrest her for not leaving my side. DHS would not tell me anything for hours. I did not know the cause of my arrest or if I was facing immediate deportation. At 26 Federal Plaza, I slept on the cold floor. In the early morning hours, agents transported me to another facility in Elizabeth, New Jersey. There, I slept on the ground and was refused a blanket despite my request. My arrest was a direct consequence of exercising my right to free speech as I advocated for a free Palestine and an end to the genocide in Gaza, which resumed in full force Monday night. With January's ceasefire now broken, parents in Gaza are once again cradling two small shrouds, and families are forced to weigh starvation and displacement against bombs. It is our moral imperative to persist in the struggle for their complete freedom. I was born in a Palestinian refugee camp in Syria to a family which has been displaced from their land since the 1948 Nakba. I spent my youth in proximity to yet distant from my homeland. But being Palestinian is an experience that transcends borders. I see in my circumstances similarities to Israel's use of administrative detention, imprisonment without trial or charge, to strip Palestinians of their rights. I think of our friend Omar Khatib, who was incarcerated without charge or trial by Israel as he returned home from travel. I think of Gaza hospital director and pediatrician Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, who was taken captive by the Israeli military on December 27th and remains in an Israeli torture camp today. For Palestinians, imprisonment without due process is commonplace. I have always believed that my duty is not only to liberate myself from the oppressor, but also to liberate my oppressors from their hatred and fear. My unjust detention is indicative of the anti-Palestinian... Well, I can't read that. Hold on. Of the anti-Palestinian racism that both the Biden and Trump administrations have demonstrated over the past 16 months, as the U.S. continued to supply Israel with weapons to kill Palestinians and prevented international intervention. For decades, anti-Palestinian racism has driven efforts to expand U.S. laws and practices that are used to violently repress Palestinians, Arab Americans, and other communities. That is precisely why I am being targeted. While I await legal decisions that hold the futures of my wife and child in the balance, those who enabled my targeting remain comfortably at Columbia University. Presidents Shafiq Armstrong and Dean Yahi Milo laid the groundwork for the U.S. government to target me by arbitrarily disciplining pro-Palestinian students and allowing viral doxing campaigns based on racism and disinformation to go unchecked. Columbia targeted me for my activism, creating a new authoritarian disciplinary office to bypass due process and silence students criticizing Israel. Columbia surrendered to federal pressure by disclosing student records to Congress and yielding to Trump administration's latest threats. My arrest, the expulsion or suspension of at least 22 Columbia students, some stripped of their BA degrees just weeks before graduation, and the expulsion of the SWC president Grant Minor on the eve of contract negotiations are clear examples. If anything, my detention is a testament to the strength of the student movement and shifting public opinion towards Palestinian liberation. Students have long been the forefront of change, leading the charge against the Vietnam War, standing on the front lines of the civil rights movement, and driving the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. Today, too, even if the public has yet to fully grasp it, it is students who steer us towards truth and justice. The Trump administration is targeting me as part of a broader strategy to suppress dissent. Visa holders, green card carriers, and citizens alike will all be targeted for their political beliefs. In the weeks ahead, students, advocates, and elected officials must unite to defend the right to protest for Palestine. At stake are not just our voices, but the fundamental civil liberties of all. Knowing fully that this moment transcends my individual circumstances, I hope nonetheless to be free to witness the birth of my firstborn child. And as that was released, we had Israel explicitly ending the ceasefire deal, and continuing the genocide in full force last night. No way he's seen that birth? Get this doomerism shit out of here, dude. How many times do I have to fucking tell you? We do not welcome doomerism here. We are positive. We believe that we will win. He will get out. He will be free. Mahmoud Khalil will be freed because we will freed him.
Hamas didn't make the Gaza ceasefire fall apart. Israel did. Israel started bombing the entire Gaza Strip last night, killing 400 people after they claimed that Hamas was refusing to release all the Israeli captives. This is a total distortion. The original ceasefire agreement signed between Hamas and Israel on January 15th had 3 phases. In the first phase of the deal, the two sides exchanged prisoners in batches, and the Israelis withdrew their troops from the Gaza Strip and let humanitarian aid back in. This phase went through, which was supposed to trigger negotiations for phase 2, during which there would be more prisoner exchanges as they worked out a permanent end to the war. But what happened instead? Israel imposed a total blockade of Gaza, cutting off all aid from getting in, and refused to begin phase 2 negotiations for the permanent end to the war. That's why Hamas said it wouldn't release more hostages, not because they didn't want to negotiate, and it was actually Israel that effectively ended the negotiations by bombing the Gaza Strip last night. This shouldn't come as any kind of...
there weren't even negotiations happening. Israel was they were steadfast in their desire to restart the war. You know?
Israel has resisted a permanent ceasefire since the start of the genocide, and the reasons are largely political. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu formed a coalition with Israel's extreme right parties who consider any kind of end of the killing a capitulation on Israel's part. They've repeatedly threatened to leave Netanyahu's coalition if he...
Yeah, they really want a final solution. Like, we know what ethno-nationalism ends with. We know how this ends. Ethno-nationalism ends in fucking genocide every time. They want to eliminate, they want to erase the Palestinian people. They want to get rid of the Palestinian people by any means necessary. Forced expulsion, mass murder, starvation, whatever, they'll use them all. They'll use them all.
Agrees to a permanent end to the war, which would cause Netanyahu's coalition to fall apart and him likely losing.
July 2023. Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir on reports of detention camps where soldiers have tortured and raped Palestinians. Everything published about the abominable conditions was true. I've already proposed a much simpler solution, enacting the death penalty. The final solution, if you will. Yeah.
The prime ministership. So Netanyahu is very likely sabotaging the ceasefire to protect himself. This is confirmed by the numerous reports from people involved in the negotiations that have said that Netanyahu is intentionally sabotaging the ceasefire talks. In doing so, he's also defying the vast majority of Israeli society, which overwhelmingly supports continued engagement in phase 2 of the ceasefire deal. This isn't because they sympathize with Palestinians, a nearly identical number of Israelis that they support.
Don't be typing in your phone number or whatever the fuck that is.
Donald Trump's plan to relocate Gaza to other countries. But the point is that most Israelis want the war to end so they can get their hostages back. Netanyahu doesn't care about this. The other reason Netanyahu doesn't want to end the war is that the Israeli right wing legitimately wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza to build Israeli settlements there. And now with Donald Trump's recent statements, they think they have their opportunity. For the past year or more, dozens of politicians in Israel, including many from Netanyahu's own party, have been openly declaring that Israel
just a random NFC scanned code.
Israel can only declare victory in Gaza if Israel builds settlements there for Israelis to live in. There have been multiple conferences preparing Israel for settlement in Gaza, and it's something that's openly talked about in Israeli parliament and Israeli TV.
Chat, find that code. Find that code. Somebody break the code. Nesbone is actually giving us strategic OPSEC intelligence, okay? That was the Manchurian candidate activation code. Okay, no Manchurian activations in my chat. No Manchurian activations in my chat. Do not do that. Do not do that. Oh my god, I found it as a SKU for a vape. Oh wait, maybe Nesboen is like an undercover FBI agent. Okay, and he's telling us the model of vape that they're putting microphones in. Don't buy that vape, chat. Don't buy it.
צה"ל יפרז את השטח ונתחיל לבנות שמה אזורים חדשים. קודם כל.
Stop posting numbers in the chat. Quit. This is like the creepiest thing that I don't know why, but just like a string of random numbers is way more alarming than like the worst Trumper that has ever come into this chat. It just freaks me out. Quit it. Oh my god, Prodigy just clapped you all. Holy shit. Prodigy he said, I can handle this. Damn, dude, he's clapping you guys all. Oh wait, it didn't work. Fuck.
מיליון צעירים יגרו, צריך ש2 מיליון יעברו. באמת, זה הפתרון לרצועת עזה.
לקחת להם את השטח ולהתיישב, כי רק ככה הם יבינו שניצחנו אותם.
The purpose is to settle the entire Gaza Strip, not just part of it, not just a few settlements, the entire Gaza Strip from north to south.
This is part of a larger pursuit to build a greater Israel, an extreme messianic interpretation of Jewish scripture that says that all of the land from Egypt to modern-day Iraq belongs exclusively to Jews. We made a video about the Greater Israel plan called Greater Israel Explained, the Israeli plan to conquer the Arab world. With Donald Trump promising to give Israel everything it needs.
Hey man, listen, okay? Breakthrough's great, but if there's one thing I know about fascist ethno-nationalist regimes, is that they know when to stop, okay? They invade a few countries, but then they quit, and then they know what their limit is, okay? You know, they always know their limit, all right, okay?
The job in Gaza, as well as proposing plans to relocate Gaza's Palestinian population to other countries, he's essentially giving Netanyahu whatever he wants. But they can't do it if there's a permanent ceasefire. To go for Greater Israel, they need the war to keep going. At the end of the day, Israel's strategy hinges on a constant stream of U.S. financial, military, and diplomatic support, which is why one of their greatest vulnerabilities is a massive shift in U.S. public opinion. In a recent poll, sympathy for Israel hit the lowest level in 24 years. That's why Trump and the Israel lobby are trying so hard to crush and intimidate the movement for Palestine.
Yeah, and we can't let them.
Israel's genocidal machine would...
We can't let them. We cannot let them suppress us. Cannot let them intimidate us. We cannot let this shit, keep us from acting. Okay, VC, you got the Prodigy drop? Let's see. What did you say here?
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
322 9071. 322
322 9071.
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
I don't get it. What don't you get? What? Can you be more specific? It's pretty self-explanatory. So many cops just got diarrhea. I know. If we did this in Hassan's chat, I fear that all cops would die of dysentery. 322 9071. I see our brain rot made it over here. Did that come from yours, Rice? That's so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, that was a good one, VCC. That was a good one. Did you see the Hind Rajab paramedic call? Yeah, like a year ago. Yeah, we watched that a year ago. Okay, thank you for that little bit of levity. But we're about to get into something very, very serious. So let's, wisen up, chat. We're talking about we're still on Gaza here. So we're gonna check out. Oh, Calm Like a Tom with 20 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you, Calm Like a Tom. Appreciate that. Yeah, lock in. We're gonna start with CNN. And then we're going to go to Channel 4. And then we're going to see the White House's response by Al Jazeera. And we'll see where that lands us. I also have the Legal Eagle video, but I feel like every streamer has watched this, so we might skip this. Did Hassan watch this today? I'm pretty sure he did. But we also have this anti-ICE rally from Channel 5 that I wanted to check out. So.
Fragile ceasefire broken overnight after deadly Israeli airstrikes rocked the Gaza Strip. Minutes ago, Israel's foreign ministry said this was in response to Hamas rejecting 2 concrete mediation proposals presented by the U.S.
Damn, listen to how frequent the bomb drops are.
And scene of strikes there in Gaza. In the aftermath, there are horrific scenes coming out of Gaza City. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 400 people have been killed. Gaza hospitals simply overwhelmed as doctors race to treat heavily wounded patients. One doctor telling us the majority of the patients she's been seeing are children.
Also, this Chiron, not bad. They're directly saying Israel strikes Gaza. Israel is shattering the ceasefire with Hamas. Very much better than casts doubt on ceasefire. It doesn't cast doubt. They fucking broke it, dude. They fucking this is different than the language that they have been using typically in the past 24 hours.
I could hear people yelling outside, screaming. I heard ambulances driving on and off. The bombs have also been hitting tents and other structures where families have taken refuge. There's dozens of children reported killed, many more injured.
CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv for us. Jeremy, what does this mean for the ceasefire? Obviously, we can see what it means for the Palestinians, but also for the hostages who hang in the balance.
Well, for the moment at least.
I mean, Hamas has already come out and said that the hostages are good as dead. The violation of this ceasefire was essentially, killing the hostages.
ceasefire is very much dead. The war is back on as the Israeli military launched a punishing series of deadly...
Bungalow Bill, thank you for the 20 gifted too. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support, chat.
Airstrikes across the Gaza Strip from southern to central to northern Gaza overnight. More than 400 people have been killed now, according to the Palestinian
everywhere.
Ministry of Health's latest.
They're also like evacuating everywhere. The entire east side, like they're pushing everybody inwards, which is very fucking scary. Because like, I mean, look at where they're bombing. But they're telling everyone who lives on the like eastern border, the northern border, and the southern border to move inward toward the coast. The Great Snowman, thank you for the 5 gifted.
More than 500 people have been wounded.
Israel never cared about the hostages? No, of course not.
Of those victims have indeed been children. The Israeli Prime Minister, in launching this offensive last night, said that it was launched because of Hamas's repeated refusal to release hostages. Here's a spokesman for the Israeli Foreign Ministry this morning.
Concrete. Don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't need to listen to your lies.
And so, as you can hear, that is the Israeli government's justification. But it is, of course, important to note that Hamas said it was willing to continue to negotiate. While it rejected that proposal from Steve Witkoff, it wanted to go back to the deal that Israel and Hamas both signed on to, meaning negotiating phase 2 of this ceasefire agreement.
Okay, actually, though, like, despite them, like, you know, playing the clip from the Israeli, which I guess is relevant in some ways. You know, you should call out the lies as lies, but, you know, actually reporting the truth about Hamas's willingness to negotiate the end of the war. Also something I don't really see in like American mainstream media like this.
An end of the war in Gaza and the withdrawal of all Israeli troops. But in recent weeks, the Israeli government has made clear it was not interested in negotiating that phase 2 agreement, instead looking to get more hostages out of Gaza without making those engaging in those overall negotiations. Now, the real question is whether or not Israel...
I hate saying it like this, but they're clearing house now, aren't they? I mean, we always knew that that's been their goal. The truth is that Palestine will never die, okay? Like... it won't work. You know, you cannot do this. Like, this isn't, it's just not going to work. There's always going to be resistance. There's always going to be people that are fighting against this. Insurgency will continue. The Intifada will continue. Like, their solution is, the solution that they say that they have, or the goal that the Israeli military has said that they've had since October 7th, has always been bullshit. We know that. We know that you can't bomb a political insurgent rebellion group into submission. This has never worked, ever. From Vietnam to Korea to Afghanistan, like it just doesn't work. It never will. You know? No, I'm not muted. It won't work. It's just going to lead to, like, you know, countless suffering, like untold suffering, and the soul of America, the soul of Israel is long gone already, you know. But the soul of America, whatever exists, is like going to be fucking annihilated by this shit. Like this is how we're gonna collapse. This is how the empire falls, you know.
Hamas can come back to the negotiating table.
It's clear, right, launch failure. That's why I'm surprised.
Are in part a pressure tactic here to try and get Hamas to agree to these new conditions to release more hostages. But in the meantime, of course, we are seeing what it means for the people of Gaza, and also the families of hostages now speaking out as well, expressing severe concern for the fate of their loved ones amid this bombardment.
This summer is going to be intense. I agree with you. I think it will be too. Both here and there. I think it's going to be very intense, and we should prepare. And, yeah, exercise, learn a new skill, you know, develop discipline around your digital footprint. Like, all of this stuff, very, very critically important skills.
devastating, and the families on both sides of this devastated. Thank you so much, Jeremy Diamond. I really appreciate it. Israel has said basically two things are the reason.
Oh my God, Bungalow Bill with another 10 gifted. Thank you so much. I wish we could break and do like a music break. I actually have some cool songs, but I don't feel right doing it right now. Let's finish this up. Thank you so much for the support. Keep supporting if you feel like it.
For the end of the ceasefire. One, that Hamas did not release all the hostages, and because its officials say Hamas.
Okay, but like, did Israel release all of their hostages? Because they have like 100x more, if not 1000x more. You know?
That was on the table. Are you surprised how quickly and how severe this attack happened?
Yeah, I am a bit surprised that it happened at this particular moment in time. But when you look at the dynamics of the Israeli political landscape, it's pretty clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to not only keep the conflict going, he doesn't want to go to phase.
Noctia, are they even debating that? I think they're just like doing it. I don't really think there's much debate even. They seem to be pretty like, we're gonna just do this no matter what you say. We don't care what the courts say.
Of the agreement that was reached under the Biden administration, and that is something that is really putting the population of Gaza at risk for the kinds of scenes that we're seeing right now. So what you're seeing is really the outgrowth of Israeli efforts to
Hamanatra, I think if you go to the Discord and ask, there's some OPSEC stuff.
Completely unviable as an organization. That has not succeeded in spite of the massive amounts of ordnance that Israel has pounded into Gaza. And they're
never mind.
To do this, but it's a strategy.
I thought we had it. We have a zine that's been shared around here. Somebody can probably find it, but I think it's probably in the Discord if you look.
That really portends a war.
Like search OPSEC or something like that.
Scenario for the Middle East.
I was going to ask you about how you thought this would end, and for you and for a lot of people, I don't see what the end is going to be. I do want to mention what Hamas is saying this morning, saying that Israel's coordination with the United States ahead of resuming.
King Henry, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Confirms what it says is Washington's complicity in the war. The U.S. has been accused of this before by protesters here in America. What do you eventually see happening here in this scenario where there doesn't seem to be?
I think essentially like use an encrypted messaging app. Don't trust your cell plan. Apple is actually pretty good, but that could change at any moment. I don't trust Apple personally. Using I can't remember the one that Prodigy always says, but I use Signal. I think Signal is good. Stuff like that. If you go to a protest, the best thing you can do is to not bring your phone at all. But if you're going to use a phone, learn how to turn off like the face detection, learn how to turn off like location tracking, stuff like that. But they can still track you through the cell pings and shit. So it's best case, especially if you're doing something that is like very risky, do not bring your phone at all. Leave it at home. Leave it at home. Don't talk about it on the internet. Don't talk about going to a protest on the internet. Don't come into a Twitch chat and say I was at a protest. You never know how that shit can be used against you.
Any way to get the two sides together right now?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, and I really feel for the families of the Israeli hostages because that's going to, I think, be something that is going to be.
There is an Israeli company called Celebrite, and they have software that can crack your iPhone now if you are arrested, and the software is installed at the police department. It shows a macro map of all the contacts in your phone and how the communication works between parties, not just the messaging.
Yes, this is true. I'm going to pull up a report by Ben Camacho, a friend of the show. Wait, why am I spelling his name wrong? Yeah, he recently published something about that. Keep your phone updated to avoid Cellbrite attacks. Oh, that's interesting. One second. Here, I'll play this while we look at it.
Dragged out even longer. Hamas is, basically put into a bit of a corner.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I can't find it. Never mind.
And that very
but somebody recently was doing some reporting on how the LAPD uses Cellbrite.
They're able to survive. It does indicate that they have certain planning capabilities. Supposedly, one of the other things that Hamas, was planning was some kind of an attack in.
What the fuck? I've seen the software myself. It's wild. Became a PD detective and went to work for Cellbrite. Oh my god.
October 7, 2023.
Also, don't say that. That's someone that you like keep in touch with, and you develop into a mole. JW, that's a mole that you just keep that person in touch with, but they're thinking the same about you. So you got this little like double agent thing going on. It'll get interesting.
If that is actually the case, then the Israelis will use that as a justification, or have perhaps already used this as a justification for their actions today. And that is something that, I think we'll see more and more of that. So the future does not look good for Gaza, and a resolution of that conflict, I suspect it'll go on for 6 to 12 months from now.
All right, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, thank you so much for your great analysis this morning.
So you have been in communication with your team in Gaza. They're all safe and accountable.
I don't know, Dazed. I'm actually not sure if the cell towers can like still ping your phone if it's off or not. I actually don't know. It's probably best to leave it in the car if you can. But I don't know. Like I said, I understand. This is really more for like, I don't know. It's hard to give advice right now because everything is fucking changing very quickly. And so like, there could be a protest tomorrow that is turned into a mass surveillance event later. Like, we don't know. That's the truth, is that you don't know. You don't know when the evidence is going to be collected for you, I bring my phone to protests because I like to communicate with people while I'm there. I'm obviously streaming from there while I'm there, but these are mostly just at bigger, like larger mass demonstrations. If I'm doing something riskier, I'm not fucking streaming and I'm not bringing my phone.
But what are they telling you about what happened in the early hours of the morning when these Israeli strikes...
Boiled Peanut says, you said Hamas said the hostages are as good as dead. Do you think they mean dead by Israeli bombardment or because Hamas? I think they're saying that because it's like their negotiations are over. They're no longer like, the Israeli government stopped negotiating to release the hostages, so... they're not going to get released. I don't think they explicitly meant we have killed all of the hostages. No. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. They're just saying like the talks are over. If you're going to keep bombing us, like, yeah, like they're not coming back. Like the Hamas said they're not going to give the hostages back without guarantees of peace or relative peace, a ceasefire
from their beds.
Also, for the record, like Hamas has like given up as the hostages according to the negotiated ceasefire that they have, despite Israel continually violating the ceasefire, despite Israel continually bombing and making more aggressive moves on the people of Gaza.
Well, it was very similar to what the doctor who you had on just a few moments ago. My colleague wrote to me. He said that shortly after 2 a.m, they were woken up.
I was surprised you said that, though. I didn't say it. I'm repeating the Hamas. This is their response to the aggression last night. That's what they said. That's not what I said.
By intensive bombing, the building was shaking, and they immediately started getting reports of strikes all across Gaza. They said that phone lines were jammed as people tried to check in with one another, make sure that their families were okay.
Yeah, Luna, they should, or at least help.
As of around 5:30 this morning, Gaza time, when I was in touch with him, he said that there was continued shelling and bombing, and heavy attacks had continued since 2 a.m.
They vibrate your skin.
People, including our staff, are of course in shock.
I think that the hearing is the major thing that makes people like leave those, but I don't know.
Very worried about what is to come. This is, of course, recalls the early days after October 7th, when we saw that casualty numbers were incredibly high.
Yeah, I mean, this is a terrifying situation for your teams and everyone living across Gaza. As you say, it's extensive from north to south. So what is happening at this hour? Do you know? What are your team members telling you?
I think they're just still trying to figure out who is safe. Continuing, we've suspended all movements, making sure that people are sheltering in place where they are. About half of our staff had returned back to northern Gaza to see their families, check on their homes, and so people are spread throughout Gaza. And of course, we're incredibly concerned about the fact that as we've seen these renewed hostilities, as we've seen this bombardment, that very little aid is present inside of Gaza due to a 16, now 17-day complete siege where no aid or commercial goods have entered. We know that fuel is in short supply, and so it's possible that in the coming days we will lose telecommunications, that hospitals will collapse, there will be no clean drinking water available, and food distributions will come to a halt.
Yeah, I mean, so many problems ahead here. And of course, we know that more than 200 people have been killed so far.
400 now.
By these Israeli...
410. Over 410 people. In a matter of hours. Across all of Gaza.
Strikes, and hundreds have been wounded too and left homeless. So what will this mean for your teams? What will they be doing in the hours ahead to help those impacted by these deadly strikes?
Well, of course, we'll do everything that we can, but it's very difficult when our teams themselves are affected, are impacted, are unable to move, are unable to get...
Another wave of bombing happening again right now.
Guarantee their safety and their ability to go out and conduct distributions. Already our warehouses were running quite low due to the fact that no aid has entered. And so we will do whatever we can to continue to support the people of Gaza and to continue to support our colleagues in Gaza with their efforts, but it's really, I think, very early to tell in terms of if there are renewed hostilities over the next few days, what in fact we may be able to do.
And in situations like this, do you keep your teams in place, or is it easier to get them out at this juncture and regroup and then send them back in to help people? How do you work out what to do from here?
Well, most of our team are actually local national staff, Palestinians from Gaza who have been impacted over the last 17 months, and we will continue to work as best as we can. It's unclear.
Wait, I might show you something that's not true, but if it's true, it's wild. Is this true? Is this true? No, it's not true, right? Whose name is it? Gal Gadot got a star today. I don't think it's true. I think it's fake. I think it's fake.
Yet how much freedom of movement there will be inside of Gaza. We've already heard seen reports.
Also, it's like 8 p.m. there now. There's no way that somebody could do that this early.
The private military contractors who were in Gaza controlling the Netzarim corridor and monitoring that.
Yeah, we covered the protests early in the stream tonight, but I if it's already fucking chiseled away. Also, Donald Trump has a fucking star. Donald Trump has a star.
Drawn, so it's unclear where our staff will be able to go and how we'll be able to mobilize them given the conditions on the ground right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna hear from an emergency medicine physician, Mohammed Mustafa.
The entire night we haven't stopped. The bombing has been non-stop. We've run out of ketamine, we've run out of propofol, we've run out of all painkillers. We can't sedate anyone, we can't give them any analgesia. When we intubate people, they wake up and they're choking because we have no sedation. There are 7 girls getting their legs amputated, no anesthesia. The bombing is still going on. The room is still shaking. I haven't slept. We went to bed at about 1 o'clock, and at 1:30 the bombing started. It's about 10 a.m. now. We've just gone back to bed. I'm lightheaded, I'm dizzy, and I mean, it was just mostly women and children, burnt head to toe, limbs missing, heads missing. You know, there's a video I put up on my story of me doing a chest drain. The gentleman that did the chest drain, and he died on the way to the CT scan. There's another video of 3 girls laying on a bed. That's his 3 girls, who are now orphaned. Their mother didn't even make it into the hospital. She was killed along with their other sister. I don't know what to tell you. I was here in June. Nothing to this intensity. This is unbelievable, and the bombing is still going on. The rooms are still shaking. Screams are everywhere. It's insane. I need to just take 15 minutes or even an hour just to rest, to go back in there and go back down again. I feel awful to leave, but I've been there all night and I haven't stopped, and my legs are shaking and I feel dizzy and lightheaded. The smell of burnt flesh is still in my nose.
Don't look away, chat. Don't let this become normal. I know it hurts. I'm hurting. But we have to protect the part of you that hurts for Palestine. Because a lot of other people have closed themselves off to it. And they're less human for that. Don't let this lead you into despair. Okay? I know I can feel it creeping. I can feel it creeping too. The despair, the doomerism, I can feel it. But you have to work to maintain hope. Let this radicalize you. Let this radicalize you. Because if you turn yourself off from this, if you turn away from this, it'll be you and your family one day. This will come to you. This will come home. It's on the way right now. It's up, like, it's on the way. If we don't free Palestine, none of us are free. And it's not even an indirect, it's not an indirect connection here. Our government works with the Israeli government all the time. They're sharing notes on how to torture people. They're sharing notes on how to surveil people. They're training our police officers. We have to globalize the Intifada. We have to make everywhere a site of protest, a site of resistance. Every country a site of resistance for the Palestinian people.
Israeli officials had threatened to unleash hell on Gaza. This is what that looks and sounds like at Al Ali Hospital. It's the bodies of 2 young children covered by a single blanket. It's Sana desperately calling on her father to wake up, whilst also clutching her brother's body bag. 16 people, 16 of them killed, sheltering in a school, this woman screams. This sudden and shocking return to bloodshed is too much to bear. The woman next to her has fainted. Inside the emergency room, scenes everyone here had hoped never to witness again. All of them died, this man sobs. Young and old, they were all killed. Mazen walks through the ward alongside his young son.
They bombed our neighbour's house while we were in the tents next to them. My wife was martyred.
Amongst the dead are at least 4 senior Hamas figures and the spokesman of Islamic Jihad.
They're literally like domestic, like they work in administration for the government of Hamas, for the government of Gaza. Like the civil, just like government infrastructure. They're not militants. They're not part of the military wing. They're just people who work for the government in Gaza. And they're still being framed as senior Hamas figures, even by Channel 4, who is doing this level of coverage inside, right?
But according to local officials, more than 100 children were also killed. Prime Minister Netanyahu ordered the strikes late last night amidst stalled hostage negotiations.
Really? Do you have a... Oh, never mind.
If
you drop a clip in the Discord, we can check it out later.
Seeing them a new, even more aggressive army chief.
Hamas has rejected 2 concrete mediation proposals.
Yeah, I feel you, Pryo. It's hard to hear, hard to bear the slaughter of babies on Ramadan. I know the so-called ceasefire was no real ceasefire, but it's genuinely hard to exist in this world knowing the complete, unabashed evil and slaughter that this country endorses with our tax dollars. Yeah, yeah. And again, like, the only thing you can say is yes, like, yeah, no, it is. I feel you. I feel that too. I feel that too. And it sucks. It hurts. I feel the hurt. I feel it so much. I feel the hurt so much. But like, you can't turn away from that. You can't turn away from that hurt. Like you need to protect the part of you that feels for Gazan people, that sees your humanity and their humanity, and identifies with that, right? Like that's the part that makes you a human. That's the part that you need to protect. It hurts, but it means you're alive. It means you still have a heart and you care. And yes, Animal, you're right. History does show that we will win. Is it wrong to think that protests aren't really doing shit in modern America after the co-opting of BLM, the demonetization, anything pro-Palestine? How do you appeal to people that have no morals? I think you're asking the right question. I don't think I can give you the answer to that, but I think you're asking the right question.
By the US presidential envoy, Mr. Steve Witkoff, and other mediators. Israel agreed to these mediation proposals. Secondly, Israel has knowledge.
Yeah, I think it's not by appealing to their morals. If I can answer it in that way, it's not by appealing to their morals. It's by forcing them and, hitting them materially. That's why BDS and like forcing divestment is the main path forward. But we also have to be critical of the results. And what is that? How do we make our movements better? How do we make them more effective? Palestine is asking us to escalate. They have been for years. A man named Jason, thank you for the prime.
That Hamas was planning to carry out terrorist attacks against Israel.
But even here in Israel, many believe Netanyahu has long planned on resuming the fighting. From the outset, he's backed away from talks on the second stage of this.
Yeah, this is also a story that like got surprisingly like none of the coverage we've shown so far yet has like covered, which is that like Netanyahu was like scheduled to appear for court hearings today for the other crimes, not the war crimes, not the genocidal war crimes that he's guilty of, but the other crimes that he's been accused of and corruption. And, you know, he started this up so he could avoid those court cases and save his neck. And what a benefit that he can do that and be supported with the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Which they've always wanted to do. They've always wanted to do this.
Which would have returned the hostages and ended.
Can the ICC just come get Nosferatu? This is the only time I'll advocate for cops. I need ICC cops to collect him and the other warmongers. Yeah, I mean, them and what army? That's literally the question. That is actually the only question with regards to that. Is them and what army? Like, whose army is going to invade Israel and try to take Tel Aviv to get to Netanyahu? Like, who? Yeah, you think the U.S. Army is going to do that? Fat chance.
Instead, he's been attempting to strong-arm Hamas into releasing more hostages, even before beginning further discussions. Yehuda Cohen's son is one of the 24 hostages held in Gaza who's still alive.
From the tattoo.
He recognized his tattoo in the background of a Hamas video of the release of another hostage.
Yeah, that's also true too.
The life of the hostages.
More talk is also right too. It's a very like common liberal Zionist talking point to say like, oh yeah, well I hate Netanyahu. You know, Netanyahu is the worst, but you know, yeah. Like that's not the story. The story is the ethno-nationalism. It's the ideology of Zionism that thinks that they can, you know, go in and you know, have Jewish supremacy and treat one ethnicity over every other ethnicity in their culture. It's ethno-supremacy, it's ethno-nationalism. It's the same vein of fascism as the Nazis, and it needs to be treated as such.
My government is gambling with the life of my son.
Sorry, what did this person say? They do to some extent, honestly, remember that they are Islamists, not socialists or communists, just being objective. Yeah, I don't think that's useful to even say, though, in a way. Like, I guess what's the point of saying that? What's the point you're trying to make? You know, like, to what ends? What's the point? What's the point? Yeah, that doesn't like mean anything. My fucking eye is so itchy.
You must be angry. Of course we're angry. Angry?
Yeah, they're conservative. They're definitely conservative, yeah.
I mean, you can't be re-surprised again. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's also, Animal is also correct to bring up the PFLP too, and understand that, like, Hamas was specifically, like, lifted up by Israel, you know, as a counter to leftist secular movements within Gaza and the West Bank that were very popular and successful for a long time in this history. You know, like, if you want a progressive organization that leads the Palestinian people, they exist. They're called the PFLP, and Israel has done everything in their power to fuck them over and install and lift up Hamas and the conservative, you know, fundamentalist politics that they have. Because they're an easier opponent for them. You understand? You know, the PFLP had like, does the FL? Do you mean the PL? Wait, hold on. You're all over with this. FLFP still exist? Yeah, I think they do. They do. They put out statements in a while, but I don't know what their like actual operations are on the ground.
But we are, we'll never give up.
The PFLP, yes. That's what it is.
Relatives of some dead hostages confronted politicians.
FFLLIFP Filipino. Yeah, we're getting a little wild with it. PFLP, Palestine Front for, or the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Yeah, the PLO is also another like leftist organization that has fought historically. We watched a documentary on this stream that I can't, I'll never be able to play again, and you probably will never be able to see it again if you didn't watch it. But if you ever get the chance, if you ever see it on screening, it's called Resistance Why. We got it through the Palestine Film Institute, but they were very careful. They were like, do not, I don't even think they let us, did they even let us stream this? I don't even think we could stream it. We screened it in person. But it's a very good documentary. Resistance Why. I would highly recommend this to anybody who's interested in this conversation. Because it follows it's like just an hour of interviews with the PFLP. It's really good. It's very, very, very good. How can we watch it if it's secret? I reached out. I had a relationship with the Palestine Film Institute. Although I don't even think we got it through the Palestine Film Institute. I think we got it through a different festival. Because we were I organized a film screening series called Films for Gaza. Also, do you guys want to know what the next movie we're watching for Films for Gaza is? Because it's actually very similar, and I'm very excited to watch it. I haven't seen it yet, but the next Films for Gaza will be in early April. We'll screen it on here. I don't know if I'll be able to do an in-person aspect of it yet. I'm reaching out to a few theaters in Kansas City, but I don't really have those connections yet. So they just think of me as like a random guy who's trying to show weird Palestinian movies in their in their theater. So I don't know I think I need to get more trust before I bring this in there. But we'll be watching R21 Restoring Solidarity. Well, we will be watching this on stream early April. An undelivered letter written by a Japanese activist that was lost on its way has been found by a Palestinian filmmaker after 30 years. And so it is 20 films that were like protected by the Japanese Solidarity Unit that were like found and reassembled. 16 millimeter films from like the 60s, between 1960 and 1990. Yeah. So the film includes interviews with PLO leaders, documentary impressions of life in refugee camps, experimental films, and instructional films for tourism purposes. So I'm excited to see this. We're gonna check it out early April. Keep an eye out. I'll try to post it on Twitter and everything. Definitely will be posting about it in the Discord. So if you want to make sure you don't miss that, the Discord is probably the best way to check it. Do you think you'd do any North-based screenings / events sometimes? No, I probably won't be involved in them. We are still doing LA events. And also, if you want to organize, if you have a connection to a space like that you can host, like, 30, 40, 50 people in, if you have a network that you think you can motivate people and sell tickets to, if you reach out to me in Discord, I can give you all the tools. I can give you all of the tools to do it yourself. And there have been people in the chat who have approached me and been like, hey, I want to do a Films for Gaza. Can we do it? And how do I do it? And I send them everything they need. And then they, you'll have to reach out to these organizations, but like, this is all I did. It was just me and an idea, like early October of, like October 2023. I'm feeling very similar to how I feel right now watching what's happening in Gaza. And I had to do something. And so I just started fucking, mania posting. And just like mania is searching on Socialism Ruined Canada. Okay, dude. I don't think you belong here. You got lost. You got lost. Okay. Turn around. Go back. Anyway, where were we? I have connection to a space and network. !Discord. Okay, so I was just mania scrolling around the internet trying to like find somewhere to be useful. Okay. And I found this I found Palestine Film Institute, reached out to them. They gave me like a huge list of films that they would allow me to screen for free. You know, and so I would just, for every month, we've done a shitload of them, and we stream them on here, and they're super happy to help. If you're willing to do it, like they're happy to help. So you can just reach out to the Palestine Film Institute. You can also reach out, like we'll be doing this upcoming one. We'll be doing with Palestine Film Festival, which is based in Scotland, but they're trying to fundraise, and they have some connections to some Palestine film organizations. And so they're going to, like, we approached them, we reached out to them, and we're like, hey, I heard you're fundraising for this. Can we help? We can host a fundraiser if you can provide us with the films. You know what I mean? Easy trade. So we get the films. We pitched the Twitch aspect of it to them. They're really excited about that. So I'm actually going to try to get more than just me. I have a 480p source for Resistance Y if we want to screen it on Twitch. Really? I feel bad about it, Prodigy. I think maybe other creators will be cool with that, but like, I like spoke to the filmmakers or the rights holders, and they were very explicitly like, don't stream it. And so I feel like I should respect that, but for other filmmakers, that 480p link might be good. Or for other streamers, you know, it's definitely worth watching. And if you can, no, yeah, Prodigy. Honestly, I have no issue with it. I just don't think I should personally be the one showing it. But yeah, drop that link in the Discord for sure. Everybody should watch it. I'm pretty sure we've done a bunch of those films for Gaza, so I'm kind of like second guessing, but I'm pretty sure it was Resistance Y that has an interview with a leader from the PFLP that will forever stick with me, because it's him explaining how the PFLP is teaching their children Hebrew because they don't want to like do a Palestinian ethno state. They want to live in peace and like build a society with the Jewish people where they stand equally. Like they're just like very explicitly that like it's a very explicit like counter to all of the fucking horse shit that you hear said about Palestinian resistance all the time.
Back in Gaza, this is one of the sites targeted today. A school sheltering.
It's also an off frame.
Amongst the debris,
that same interview,
human flesh collected in plastic bags, all that some families will have left to bury. No one knows how far the Israelis intend to go. Is this an attempt to force Hamas to agree to their demands, or the precursor to another ground invasion? In the courtyard of Al Ali Hospital, they're preparing for funerals.
Why do you think I want to hide the timestamps? I don't care about the timestamps. Bean, chill out.
In one quiet corner, a man holds the limp body of his daughter. We have to blur her face for broadcast. But in Gaza, there's no escape from the blood-soaked reality.
Well, here in Tel Aviv, behind me, a large anti-gun...
I don't know, you have it crop weird? Wait, how? Oh, because it's like that, too far?
...is taking place. It was called after Netanyahu announced plans to sack the head of the Shin Bet intelligence service, a move widely seen as an attempt to further entrench his power. But many of those speaking here, including some very senior former security officials, also oppose this resumption of airstrikes in Gaza and believe that they're primarily motivated by domestic political considerations. We've also heard tonight from recently released hostages also saying that this military action only further endangers the lives of those still being held captive. But instead, Prime Minister Netanyahu, speaking just a short while ago, said that these attacks were just the beginning. For their part, Hamas are yet to respond militarily. I think what's key now is whether President Trump decides to try and rein in the Israeli government here or continues to apparently support further attacks.
Sikander Kamani in Tel Aviv. Well, earlier I spoke to the United Nations Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, for the Forecast podcast, and I began by asking her reaction to Israel's latest assault.
First of all, it's not that Israel broke the ceasefire last night.
I actually had this whole interview. I'm so glad they included parts of this interview because I didn't think we'd be able to get to it tonight, but I really wanted to listen to it. This is perfect.
Has just killed around 400 people, and this is the acceleration of not a war, of the genocide that is happening in real time, and it has been happening for the past 16 months. And as we speak, Israel has ordered the evacuation of the Palestinians in Gaza from the north or from the south, which means that
I was told not to mansplain the genocide for sharing her report.
The aggression is going to continue. This is a military strategy aiming to ethnically cleanse what remains of Palestine. And if the Palestinians do not move voluntarily, this is what waits for them.
I just want to put to you what Israel's explanation is. They say they are...
But I don't need to hear what Israel says. Can we center the discussion on international law?
So I want
Oh my God. Fucking get them, dude. Yes.
You precisely about the legality of what is going on now, because Israel says it is targeting Hamas terrorists. And it says that anybody else killed is a regrettable byproduct of war. Now, what is the legality of what they are doing if they are indeed targeting people they regard as Hamas?
Let's assume that it's a conflict, right? In a conflict, there are rules. And there are principle of military necessity that Israel claims to have. Well, it is to provide evidence. It is to take precautions. It is to respect the principle of proportionality in every action it takes.
Yeah. 100%, yes. It's also like, you guys don't care about this. Like, you don't care about it. They're so fucking awful. Like, they are actually, like, Chuck Schumer, this is against the American government too. Like, all of the genocidal, like, apologists, right? They're always like, Hamas on October 7th, describing, like, the most gruesome shit, most of which is entirely made up. Not that gruesome shit didn't happen on October 7th. Surely it did. But, like, they just choose to make a bunch of shit up anyway. And they act like this is like justification for the unbelievable number of like horrific, 1,000x. Yes, like the proportionality is nowhere near. However, October 7th justifies everything, and the apartheid and the genocide that's been happening to Palestinians for over 75 years justifies nothing. Justifies nothing, because there's only one party here which is authorized and legitimized to use violence. There's only one, and it's Israel. If the Palestinians ever use violence, ever dare to defend themselves, to fight back against their erasure, it's terrorism, and they'll just make up the most gruesome details to justify the slaughter of Palestinians for years afterwards. For years.
How it's possible that in 16 months...
I did the Trump thing, bumped myself with the microphone.
It has killed 50,000 people and leveled to the ground the entire Gaza Strip. Very little remains, not enough to resume life. There are rules to spare life, to preserve the sanctity of life. And there are obligations. Look, again...
And to not target press. Like, Israel routinely targets press, fires at press because they're press. Routinely.
I mean, my intention is not to debate whether it's genocide or not. This is past. We have failed to prevent genocide. And it's not just me saying that. The entire human rights community, there is a wall-to-wall consensus that Israel is committing genocide. Look, I take it that it's very sensitive for politicians to deal with it. But there are 2 Israeli leaders who are wanted for war crimes and crimes against humanity, including starvation. So even if we don't go to genocide analysis, why member states like the UK have not honored their international obligations to intervene and stop crimes, including because in January 2024, the International Court of Justice, 3 months into this military assault, had concluded that there was a plausibility of risk of genocide.
Was October the...
God damn. By the way, did the State Department put out any statements about Duterte? I was kind of curious how they would respond to that. Is this on 1.25? No, it's not. She's just that good. Here's the link to the video we're watching, which is kind of like Channel 4's edit together of a bunch of their coverage. But here is the link. I'll put it in the chat too. Here's the link to the full video of this interview. I've heard very little about Duterte. I mean, I just want to know if the U.S. like, if the State Department, I don't think they've made any statements about it. Because that was an ICC warrant too. You know, so I wonder if they'll be like, oh, the ICC is a Filipino-phobic. Or they're anti-Filipino now because they're targeting Duterte.
7th, the attack, an act of genocide? Or did it have genocidal intent?
I don't think so, but it was war crimes were committed against Israelis. There is no doubt about that.
So what's the difference?
The difference is the
like, Google what genocide means, dude. Google what genocide means. What do you mean? You don't know the definition of the word. How am I going to explain the difference to you? What?
Intent to destroy a people as such.
Is that not clearly what they were trying to do on October the 7th?
No.
Weren't they just killing anybody they saw?
I don't think it was an act of genocide. It was despicable, it was inhumane, it was criminal to the extent it hit civilians, and it has been also documented by the Commission of Inquiry who has investigated what has happened inside Israel. And I'm not going to question that. I've condemned the killing of Israeli civilians from the very first moment, and so the abduction of civilians. But whatever, the reason why I'm saying that is that since the very first hours, there have been people in Israel saying, oh, we have been victims of a genocide, which has been used to portray the Palestinians as an existential threat for what they had allegedly supported happening on October 7.
Of course.
And therefore justifying...
Yes. If one justifies the other, then they justify each other. You cannot say Israel is the only people that have a right to do, acts of war. I mean, this is earnestly the main opinion that almost every political commentator that you will hear state. But again, it always goes back to the legitimacy of violence. Palestinian resistance is not legitimized. Also, is there not allowed to be a reaction to apartheid? Yeah, no. To these people, no. Because the Palestinians don't have any legitimate, they have no legitimate right to self-defense or any kind of violent resistance. Even though, specifically in the West Bank, the UN has routinely defended West Bank armed patrols' rights to defend themselves by any means possible, including armed combat. But the UN hesitates to do that about Gaza for some reason.
brutal, revengeful response that had happened. But this is the beauty of international law, that the Genocide Convention says whatever the reason, whatever self-defense, even self-defense doesn't justify a genocide.
You're the subject of threats. Do you feel, A, it's worth it, and B, you're achieving anything right now?
I don't know. Worth is not the first word that comes to my mind.
Well, your personal security is in jeopardy right now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he's literally like, why don't you just acquiesce to the psychos who are trying to murder you? Why don't you just shut up? Like, that is such an offensive, fucking disgusting question.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking myself, I have 2 young children. So my answer is no one in my life is more important than anyone else, including you, Krishnan. So if you were in Gaza with your family being exterminated, you would be very happy to have someone like me taking the risk, because...
Exactly, dude. Exactly. And I really think, like, if you asked 100 Americans, if they decided to make Texas, okay, if they decided to make Georgia, whatever state you want to fill in here, a state like only for Irish people, only for Italian people, whatever ethnicity you want to fill in here, right? If you asked Americans, and the regime that came in removed you from your home, you know, killed your grandma, and put you in a small portion that you were not allowed to leave, they would, like, Americans would all fucking resist. If somebody tried to remove you from your home, you would use the fucking Second Amendment guns that you are stockpiling. Like, that's why Americans are stockpiling guns. They understand this. It's not complicated, yes. It's not complicated. Americans do understand this, and I think they get it. But the difference is, and the disconnect is, they don't see Palestinians as people. They see Arabs, and they assume this is their natural state to live as refugees, and these are the predominant images and understanding of the Arab culture in general. And I say Arab culture, but, you know, there are ways that it's specific to Palestine, and there are ways that it's not. You know, they think Arabs are just figures on TV. Exactly. They hear the word Palestinian, they hear the word Muslim, they see brown skin, and their empathy turns off. For way too fucking many Americans. They can't put themselves in their shoes and think, wow, if somebody bombed my, you know, house, killed my mother, killed my father, killed my brother, killed my sister, killed my child, killed my wife, like, what would I do in response to that? I think most Americans know what they would do. They just don't afford the Palestinians that same grace. They don't think of them as people. And that's hard. That's actually really hard to combat. And that's why, like, you know, that's why for me, I try to do these like the films for Gaza. I don't reach that many people, you know, but to me, like, showcasing Palestinian film, and not just documentaries about how horrific it is to be Palestinian, you know, we've definitely shown some films that are about the war, about the genocide and the apartheid. But we also show a lot of movies that are just like narratives and just like about kids and having a crush, and, you know, like, just to humanize. Like, it's the opposite of dehumanizing is to humanize, to make you see yourself in them, you know? This is why we watch travel stuff on my stream a lot, so you can see real people, see how they act, see what makes them happy, see what they eat. Like there's actually, in my opinion, I think there is like a radical transformative element in this kind of media that just shows people as people. We don't get enough of that, you know? We really don't get enough of that in American media at all. At all. Yeah.
You would be seen, at least. So worth is not exactly the word that comes to mind. It's a moral imperative. It's a moral.
Yeah, I agree, Okama Henry.
At the same time, I can, when I have the opportunity, I can sleep with a clear, light conscience. I wonder how leaders, including in this country, look at their children these days, have their meals, buy their...
And I mean, listen, like, you have to understand that how this dehumanization works too, because not, like, they are actively right now using it against green card holders, legal residents, undocumented people, protesters. Like, they're using it on the American homeland right now. You know, they call them gang members and criminals and, you know, terrorists and terrorist supporters. Like, they use all of this language so that you don't form empathy for that person. You don't think about, oh my God, what would it be like if I was coming home from dinner one day and some like fucking secret police just like popped out and stole my husband or stole like me? What would it feel like that? How would that feel for me? You know? And it can happen to you too. Look at what they're doing with the Tesla shit, the Tesla cars, Cybertrucks. Look at what they're doing. Anyone who jiggles their keys too close to a Cybertruck is a terrorist. If you spray paint on a wall near a Tesla, like, you know, a Tesla dealership, you're a terrorist. It's violence to spray paint walls. This is dehumanizing language on purpose. On purpose. You can also see it with like trans issues. How often do they try to conflate trans people with predators or you know, groomers? Like, all of this stuff is meant to dehumanize. It's meant to make you feel, or to make other people, you know, dumb people who watch fucking Fox News. It's meant to make them think like, oh, well, like, I don't need to care what happens to trans people because, like, you know, they did that bad thing I heard about one time. Yeah, we do need to counter it. We do. It's like, we have to be ready for how bad this will get, but at the same time, we have to be. We actually need to be on the offensive in the rhetoric too. We need to be telling a story. As leftists, as organizers, when you're engaging in communities, you need to be able to tell the story that explains these people's material realities better than it's because of illegal immigrants, or it's because of trans people in sports, or it's because of, you know, whatever the right is throwing down their fucking throats. And I don't think it's hard. I actually don't. I think more people every day are seeing through this bullshit. They're seeing through the right's bullshit, and they're you know, they may not be fully disconnected from it, but given the right, if they are talking to the right organizer who's telling the right story, they can be broken away from it. They can. And like I've said before too, like we do have like a strategic benefit here that, like, it's very, like, most Americans do see what Elon Musk is doing as fucking disgusting. It's very clear to people that when the richest man to ever exist is taking away fucking funding for food aid in Africa, or, you know, cutting HIV funding in America, or coming after your mom's social security checks. Like, these kind of class dynamics are very fucking clear to people. You know? And if you're able to reach that person where they are, tell the story that actually explains this, that explains why the Democrats are the way they are too, I think people will be able to like understand it. People know what they're going through. They're easily misled, but they know exactly what they're going through themselves personally. But they might not know why. That's the thing. You have to be able to tell the story of why. Why is their life getting worse? Why is the standard for working people getting so much worse? And they probably don't even know what fucking capitalism is. They don't have any kind of class analysis, you know? And you can't just start there. You have to like, you know, you have to meet them where they're at and then gradually bring them over to that place of, you know, it's capitalism, dummy. You know? Everything is capitalism. That's the root of it all. Like, yeah. The economic superstructure that we exist under is what's causing this. Hit them with the term dictatorship of the proletariat immediately. Yeah, exactly. Monopoly of violence. Hit them with that. But I'm telling you, like, as somebody, I've worked on radical campaigns, like for city council before, where we were explicitly abolitionist. We were fighting on abolish the police. I was knocking on doors and arguing for the abolition of police to random people, and you would be absolutely fucking gobsmacked and shocked at how often people were like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Like, why is the city fucking wasting so much money on these pigs who just stand around and do nothing? They don't make my life better. Like, all the time. All the fucking time, people would identify with the reality that they understand and know. They already know what they're going through, you know? I think a lot of people on the left like infantilize working class people a lot of times, and they're just like, oh, they're just like stupid. They don't understand anything. No, they know exactly what they're going through. Better than you do, actually. You know, they just don't know. They just don't have that analysis to be able to describe why. And they can be easily misled in the way that, like, you know, if Trump or a far right figure says, oh, it's this group over here that's causing that, you know, they're displacing this dynamic of, they know that somebody's responsible. Somebody's fucking them over, but they don't know who. And they can't, like, you know, so instead of capitalists, they go after Jewish people. They go after trans people. They go after undocumented people. It's been like this. This is an inherent part of, it's a huge inherent part of capitalism. Yeah, before I did the reading, I could feel it, but I couldn't articulate it. Exactly. Yeah. And I felt the same way too. I knew there was something wrong, but I was like, I mean, you know, I read Marx in college. I was probably like 20, 21 years old or whatever. But I was like exposed to socialism way before that. And I identified as a socialist way before I read Marx. But developing that Marxist like analysis is like a huge part of getting there. But you know, you can't just start with people on that, and you can't just cast people away if they're not there yet. Also, you know, a big part of organizing, of actually like building power in your community, is meeting people where they are. And that's, I know that's hard for a lot of people. Genuinely, I feel like, especially in the online left, I don't think it's hard for a lot of people who are actually organizing and building shit. But I think for the online left, there's this like impulse to try to like pick at people's ideology and find the thing that they're not left enough on and push there, you know, and be like, yes, be condescending and be like better than, like, no. You meet them there, and you can help them you can maybe try to bring them over to your side. But also you should be learning too, especially when you're organizing, especially when you're working with people who are not entrenched in this political shit. Like, that you have a lot to learn from them too. You know, you do. It's like, you should be humble and, you know, just like try to win. Like, that's the point. Be humble and like try to win. And like, that means meeting people where they are and learning and talking to them. And like, yeah, like, I want to become part of the not online left, but I don't know where to start. Genuine leftist organizations feel so few and far in between and hard to find. Everything seems dead IRL. I mean, if you want, we have the exclamation point Discord in the chat. If you are subbed or have been gifted a sub, we have like mutual aid is what's called the mutual aid tab, but we should probably rename it for like as like organizing or something. But we have location specific, a bunch of like location specific channels that if you're subbed you have access to, that you can tap in with other people in your area to find orgs like that. You know, like the truth is I can lead you there, but like you have to do the work yourself of like finding the orgs that are in your area that are doing that work. And they probably exist. If I can find a solid immigration org that's doing rapid response in Kansas City, I can find an abolitionist org that's doing good decarceration work in Kansas City, I can find Palestinian orgs, or if I can find all this shit, you know what I mean? Then you can find it there too, wherever you are. And if it doesn't exist, then build it. You know? Find a few people, find 2 or 3 people who live near you who are sympathetic. Why are we monetizing this shit? What do you mean, this stream? Because I need to eat? You don't think this is worth it? Yeah, you know you're on Twitch, right? Yeah. This is my job. Now, I'm doing this full time. Yeah, Robin, that's really good advice too. If there's no org in your area, but you found an org that you're inspired by, you can just reach out to them and ask for advice on starting a branch where you are. Like, they will be more than happy to help. Like, I'm sure. At least you'll get like a Zoom meeting. You can chat with them about it or something. Oh, that's what you said. Oh, you meant the monetizing behind the sub-only Discord. We actually do that for OPSEC because it's like one extra level. No. I understand what you're saying now. It's not because it's a paywall thing. It's more like if a cop joins, it's like one extra level that they have to go through. It's more of OPSEC than anything, and it's not a perfect way to do it. Discord is terrible for OPSEC. Cops have money, I know, but there's scanning services that go through like 1,000 different Discords, you know, and just like scan them all. Like that's going to make it a little bit harder for them to do that. And I always say when we talk about this, that space is not to organize in. Yeah, it's exactly as Prodigy is saying here. That space is not there to organize in. That's to meet people who live near you and move off of Discord. Discord is not a secure platform at all. Do not organize on Discord. Yeah, get on Signal. Meet people you know or that live near you. Get on Signal and make sure you trust them too. You know, make sure that you trust them. You don't know these people in the chat. You don't know these people. You know what I mean? I don't care about Signal. Okay, well, all right. All right, then.
Whatever. How can you carry out your life thinking that you have the power to stop it and you're not doing that?
Francesca Albanese, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
She's awesome. What a queen. What a queen. Okay, we got one more for Al Jazeera about the administration. The White House worked directly with Israel in this latest attack. Your tax dollars obviously funded it, but you know your leadership also orchestrated it. This is not new. The Biden administration also was coordinating with them on all this shit at the same time, in the exact same way. They just didn't brag about it afterwards, like the Trump administration does. So that's literally the only difference. Signal has nothing to do with paywalling shit. Bro, why are you so mad about this? I literally explained why we do that. And it's a very good reason. If you don't like it, then I don't know, leave. Like if you go to the top right, if you go to the top right of the window, there's an X. It looks like this. It looks like that. You can just click it anytime.
Israel consulted the Trump administration on these strikes and that there will be a price to pay.
The Trump administration
I'll be right back.
and the White House were consulted by the Israeli.
Oh, sorry, I haven't been reading out subs also. NP Sharky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Swedish Carl, thank you for the Prime. And Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub to Bean. So Bean, you're no longer, see? You're no longer paywalled.
On their attacks in Gaza tonight. And as President Trump has made it clear, Hamas, the Houthis, Iran, all those.
He's a cop, though, right? Bean, are you a cop? You have to tell us if you are. It's the law. You have to tell us if you are.
Those who seek to terrorize not just Israel.
Didn't Signal get bought out by an Israeli company or something? What? Huh?
But also the United
Did
States
it? I haven't heard that.
will see a price to pay. All hell will break loose. And all of the terrorists in the Middle East, again, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iranian-backed terror proxies, and Iran themselves should take President Trump very seriously when he says he is not afraid to stand for law-abiding people.
I'm going to speak to Heidi Jo Castro. She's in Washington, D.C. for us. So we were just hearing there the tone coming out from Kathleen Leavitt, the U.S. press secretary, reflective really of the way that the Trump administration has been approaching its relationship to Israel. For people who are just joining us on this story, just bring us up to speed with the background to the way that the Trump administration has been working alongside the Israeli Netanyahu coalition in this.
Yeah, Trump said that he was the greatest friend to Israel of all time, and he is trying to deliver on that. He has also said that he is giving Israel everything it needs to, quote, finish the job in Gaza, which included his administration going around Congress in order to get another $4 billion of U.S. military aid delivered to Israel quickly. And we've heard that rhetoric that you just heard from the press secretary about all hell breaking loose on Hamas. We've heard that also spoken by the president as well. He said the exact same phrase 2 weeks ago when he was commanding Hamas to release all hostages. He said on his social media platform, or all hell will break loose. And he has made he hasn't tried to hide the fact that he thought that he didn't care, essentially. He said he didn't care if Netanyahu restarted the war. That was after the two met in the White House, Netanyahu being the first foreign leader invited to the White House since Trump came back into office. And we've also heard the ways that Trump has talked about Gaza, calling it uninhabitable, really just repeating about how it's in rubble, saying how the people there should leave. His idea of the U.S. then taking charge of Gaza and displacing all of the Palestinians who live there. Now, he's gone back and forth now on that idea, and most recently he said that he would not be forcibly displacing anyone, but it really does shed light on the way that he is viewing this conflict, which is very different than what the Biden administration had been expressing. You know, Biden tried to pressure Netanyahu to have a more humanitarian approach, or at least to try to minimize civilian casualties. There was a threat of withholding U.S. military aid to Israel, and Israel complied in some senses. It gave warnings prior to strikes, and it professedly satisfied some of the American demands to go about their war in Gaza in a more in a way that was not just a broad-based bombing. Well, the operation that we're seeing unfold now against Palestinians in Gaza seems to have happened with no warning. There's nothing. There's been no response from the White House or any other American official. But granted, it is it's past midnight now in the U.S. But no one has responded with any sorts of words of caution.
I'm back.
That previously under the
Praying for no TOS. Yeah, wow. It looks like I got here just in time.
The Biden administration were given to Israel in these situations. So it's a very different landscape that that Netanyahu is now operating under, and perhaps feeling like he has more cover politically from a very friendly American administration that is unwilling to criticize him in any way.
Heidi, help us out with some context here in terms of the ceasefire talks themselves. The US Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff was in Doha just in the last few days or so for those talks. He had put forward what I believe is being known as a bridging proposal. Again, just for background, can you just bring us up to date with what that proposal entailed?
Infight?
Yeah, Rob,
What is that, comma?
I think I heard you asking about the Steve Witkoff.
Dude, I should bring back Infight Night. I should bring that back. Does anybody even, one in chat? Actually, here, let's do this. 2 in chat if you don't know what Infight Night is. Damn, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck, King Henry? Oh my god, damn, it's been a minute, bro. I should definitely bring that back. Yo, check this out. It's been so long that I broke my freaking PC trying to switch over. Dude, Infight Night was this awesome stream idea I did at the beginning of this of my streaming, where I would do leftist streamers. It was basically bro versus bro, but me versus other leftist streamers, and we would just play like a bunch of different games against each other. Sweaty bready. Bill Boneless knows what's up. I did Carter, Grimlow. Neuromagic says something is happening now. And find out with Mason. Ooh, that would be actually litty. Sorry, I said that. I cringed saying that right now. Cynisnarcissism. Yeah, Mason would be a good one. Mason would be a very good one. That'd be fun. Wait, what did you mean Neuromagic says something is happening right now? What does that mean?
Middle Eastern envoy from Trump presented.
Oh yeah, that's not new. Reposting. Yeah, we covered that at the beginning of the stream, guys. I've been streaming since 6:30 Central Time. I moved to KC and I'm keeping my same schedule. So if you want that, I always do every single time I stream, we do on the ground protest coverage. But you got to come early for it.
Proposal that he was endorsing that was negotiated with.
We cover like every protest I can find happening on the ground.
Israel to Hamas. And it was to essentially extend phase 1 of the ceasefire deal. Hamas would release about a handful of the captives in exchange for Israel letting aid re-enter Gaza and extending the ceasefire for another month. The White House said that that Hamas rejected that deal, and really since then, which was about a week ago, there's been no more really talk about U.S. involvement in negotiations. And then we just saw Israel trying to justify its current actions with its military strikes in Gaza, saying that it's because Hamas refused Steve Witkoff's deal and other efforts to extend the ceasefire. But of course, that ignores the broader context, which is that the original ceasefire negotiated under Biden with Trump's help, and of course with Israelis and Hamas.
Yeah, Neuromagic. I do think that like any kind of unapart de-Zionizing process, once we like fully globally recognize the horrors that have been happened here, any kind of process that would look at, whether it's a truth and reconciliation process or whatever it is, definitely needs to fucking examine all of the social media companies, all of the media outlets
who
lied to allow this to happen.
That we should have already.
I mean, yeah, one day everybody will have been against this. Yes. We'll see, man. I don't know. I hope that, like, yeah, there will be, like, you know, museums where this can be learned about in the future, and, like, people can see the headlines and then the reality of what it was, and understand how badly the media, like, fucked this up and manufactured consent. But one day.
Already been in phase 2 of the ceasefire, and it was Israel that reneged on that part of the deal, and we are in our current situation now. Rob.
Heidi Jo Castro in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Recommit yourself to Gaza, chat.
My family's from Mexico.
That's all I have to say. Recommit. Escalate. Fight hard. As hard as you can. Donate if you can. You know. Fight back. Don't allow this shit. Never allow this shit to be normal. Palestine will never die. We're going to move on to a video from Channel 5. Anti-ICE rally. You know, I just always appreciate hearing from people who are protesting, hearing voices on the ground. It's one of my favorite kinds of media. And unfortunately, one of the only platforms that's still doing this kind of journalism is led by a fucking creepo. But I don't know, still find value in the interviews themselves.
I was born in Compton. I'm all for La Raza of Mexico. I would love to live in Mexico, but this is Mexico, so.
We built America. A lot of
Love your kafia, Habibi. Thank you, Gaza. Appreciate you.
our farm workers are.
What's your name, by the way? I remember Peacefire was calling you by your name. Do you prefer to be called Gaza, or do you prefer to be called by your name? Monir. Okay, cool. I'll remember that.
Immigrants.
See, you guys are foreigners. You actually don't know how it is to have a taco de frijoles in the house. Nopales.
Oh yeah, everybody, please go check out Monir. Monir's been streaming. He's awesome. Please check him out. Last night was heavy. I feel you. I was hanging out with you and Peacefire in the chat. Last night, Peacefire now and Monir were talking. It was a very healing space to be in, and to just, like, I don't know. I appreciated it a lot. I appreciate that convo a lot. So thank you for having it and broadcasting it.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know that richness. You're like a foreigner, right? Are you? What ethnic are you?
White.
Oh, you are? Okay.
What are you?
Caucasian.
You're Caucasian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Even you, man, you know, being like you're light skinned, no, nothing race or nothing, man, but we're all from where we're from, man.
I'm Mexicano.
Okay.
Yeah. People of the sun. See the people of the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah. You actually came and invade not you, but your ancestors, the Europeans.
Well, I don't know if the Irish did that, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? A continuous conversation.
Yeah.
And the important thing is when you have a conversation like this, it's a debate. It's agree to disagree.
Chinga la migra. Donald Trump es un pendejo. You guys might hear these phrases once a month or maybe once a year, but here in Boyle Heights, you hear that shit every day. I'm right here at Mariachi Plaza in the historic barrio of Boyle Heights to do a couple interviews. With who, you might ask? The organizers of a big-ass rally to protest mass deportation, ICE raids, Trump's new executive orders, and so forth. We're gonna go talk to la gente that organized this event and figure out ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué pasa? What the heck is going on?
ICE is terrorizing our communities, and they're trying to manufacture consent for a war with Mexico.
And these raids are not hyper-targeting criminals, they're hyper-targeting tax-paying community members. And right now, with all the people not working because they're scared to get deported.
There's a lot of people that don't want to come out. They're scared to come out. They're scared to die out here. They're scared to get taken from these.
This dude is a creep. I know. I said that at the beginning. I don't know if you missed it, Animal. I said it at the beginning. I like hearing from people on the ground, and there's very, very few outlets who are actually doing this, like documenting protesters and the reasons why people are going out into the streets. So I still find a lot of value in it, but it's very unfortunate that it's run by a guy who's a fucking creep. Yeah, I gave the creep disclaimer. I hope we can still appreciate hearing from these people who are taking a lot of risk and putting their, you know, their freedom on the line to fucking raise hell against the deportations.
Streets. Some of us
Andrew's a Zionist. He is.
Are never gonna get taken from here, so we're willing to die for those voices.
I didn't know that.
We're here to speak and do for those that can. My name's not C backwards I can, and I do for those.
No, I'm not even asking that of you, Animal. If you need to leave, that's totally okay.
And so I will, and that's
I'm just, you know, I like hearing from people like this.
for everybody. If you can, do for those that can.
Trump has confirmed he plans to address illegal immigration in the U.S. through a mass deportation program.
The stories of families being ripped apart, there's mothers that are being taken away from their children.
Sometimes you have to be careful just going to the street and getting ice cream.
This past week, a video went viral of a woman in El Monte who was violently arrested and detained by ICE in broad daylight. Her daughter has cancer and she's undergoing chemo right now.
Mother does not have a criminal background, and she's the primary caretaker for her daughter.
She is currently going through chemo right now, unable to walk, and she feels afraid and alone.
They're being ripped apart from the rest of their family and their communities.
We're being told rhetoric that the idea is going to be that we'll
It's also a huge W for PSL. I mean,
create more jobs.
like they are very, very well spoken in this.
For America.
And like demonstrating that they're on the ground, you know? Like this isn't at like a downtown anti-immigration march. Like I've never been to a protest in Boyle Heights. And that's because I don't have roots in that community. I don't know organizers in that community. You know? I was organizing in Hollywood. You know? That's I find that impressive. There, like I'm saying, there's I don't see DSA here.
Take away the jobs of immigrants, but these jobs are open to Americans. The immigrants are often the people that are taking low-paying jobs that are being exploited for things that Americans don't want to do. And the issue of job availability is not due to the immigrant community.
Many of these migrant workers come to the U.S. on temporary work visas. She has picked tomatoes in the summer, getting paid for each bucket she picks, at times only making $200 a week.
Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken.
It's ironic that this billionaire agenda is wanting to deport immigrants when they're part of the reason for their success, the exploitation of the working class, especially immigrants.
An estimated 11 million people live in the US illegally, at constant risk of deportation, even while large parts of the economy depend on their low-paid labor.
Right, so for as long as I can remember, immigrant labor has seen as quote-unquote unskilled labor, which doesn't exist, right? All labor is skilled. And because of that notion, right?
I talked to this woman at a protest. It was like the day of Trump's inauguration. She spoke at the protest. Actually, she was with a National Day Labor Organization. She spoke at the protest and was like talking, one of the few people that mentioned rapid response networks. And so I reached out to her after. I was like, hey, I was walking by her. I was like, hey, can I talk to you more about that?
Right, that the people picking our fruit, the folks cleaning up our hotel
Super
rooms,
based.
the people literally cleaning up debris, our immigrant workers, there's this notion that their labor is unskilled, therefore should be underpaid.
And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black
What does PSL stand for? Party for Socialism and Liberation.
population and the Hispanic population.
It's easy to criminalize people without taking responsibility for why we have immigration and immigrants in the first place, which is due to U.S. intervention and us intervening in the global south and forcing people to leave. People don't choose to come here lightly. They are...
Yep. And if we actually wanted to solve the reasons why people are fleeing to the United States, we would pay reparations. We would stop sanctioning. We would stop destabilizing countries who decide to, elect leftists and popular leaders into office. 100%. The United States is responsible for the reasons why people are fleeing their countries into the U.S.
forced to.
This country has fucked up the rest of the world and destroyed people's homelands and forced millions of people from the Congo to Latin America to flee their homelands and seek refuge in places like the U.S. and then they turn around and call them criminals. And
yeah, not the Revcoms. He did a whole Revcom video. Yeah, it was. I mean, the people talking in it weren't that bad. Like, their politics weren't that bad, but it's also like dangerous because it might lead people to like join this cult, and it definitely wasn't like presented as a cult.
Demonize immigrants.
We not cross the border. The border cross.
I will say, you if you're curious about PSL, I would encourage you to join. Do not join Revcom. Do not join Revcom. If they approach you at a protest, ignore them and walk away. Do not engage. Do not talk. Do not try to debate them. Not a good group. Do not fuck with that.
As they stole Mexican territory. It's us territory.
What is Revcom? This org that he was talking to in this video. In one of the last video. One of this one here.
America.
Yeah, Avakian. Yes.
Homelands and seek refuge in places like the U.S. and then they turn around.
These guys. If you see this BA speaks, turn the other way. Turn the other way. You probably talked to us already, but I asked why you moved out of LA. Yeah, the rent was just too high. The film industry collapsed. I wasn't getting any film jobs anymore, and streaming was taking off really well. So if I can do streaming full time and live somewhere where it's a fuckload cheaper, you know.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy motherfucker, though.
You know what I think, honestly, Acid? I think he goes to those things to like bait like communism in the title and like portray and like to like document like an extreme leftist position. And they always end up seeming pretty reasonable, especially when he's talking to people like PSL, you know?
Even
You have family, Casey? I grew up here.
right now in Mexico, I think by labeling cartels
in the burbs, but yeah.
terrorist organization, Trump is trying to manufacture consent for war with Mexico. And that's what they've done across Latin America.
2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
La Familia Michoacana has terrorized areas outside of Mexico City for decades.
How do you feel about the designation of cartels as terrorist organizations?
I would say that when it comes to cartels, even that alone and those questions, it's shifting the narrative to that the immigrant community that are coming to the United States are all cartel-based or are all dangerous.
Well, I'm not talking about migrants doing
that. Was a good, really great response to that question.
Crime. I'm talking about criminal organizations taking advantage of the smuggling routes into the U.S., not the migrants themselves. A lot of them are taking advantage of migrants who are passing through Mexico.
The criminals stamped their skin to signal they had paid. The kids were marked too.
And as they wait, many are being kidnapped by smugglers connected to criminal organizations. And
it's kind of like, I don't know, what was his
stash houses?
What was his original question even?
They are tortured until a family member in the U.S. or back in their home country pays a ransom fee for their release.
Yeah, I mean, I think she did a good deflection, but it's also like, I think he was just trying, like, he just was not trying to have that conversation.
Feel like that's the responsibility of the Mexican government to root out that corruption in some of the border states, or should it be something that America does?
What? Why would it be something that America does?
I think that that when we're fighting.
Oh yeah, his question was, how do you feel about cartels being called terrorism? Wow, he's really like, should we bomb Mexico? Should we drone strike Mexico?
For improved immigration reform and to create paths to citizenship, that the discussion has to be separate from identifying the solutions to manage the infiltration of crime within our country.
The president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, has done a really good job by debunking a lot of the rumors of, the cartels and the criminal organizations.
Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum responded firmly, stating that Mexico would never accept any interventionist actions emphasizing collaboration without subordination.
247 homicide victims in the first 2 weeks of Sheinbaum's administration.
It's a narrative,
Robin.
right? It's a narrative that paints immigrants as criminals. And that's what the Trump administration is going to continue doing.
Because it helps make the community afraid, make working class people afraid, so that there's an easier transfer of wealth to the billionaire class. Because the reality is that America, we are the consumers, so anything that comes here, whether it's guns, drugs, we are essentially allowing them and making it a demand.
It's not the people of Mexico who are using fentanyl or at higher degrees, right? It's not the people of Mexico who are consuming these drugs. It's the people in the United States who are the main consumers.
Kids as young as 11 years old recruited by the cartels to smuggle drugs.
Federal agents say that they have freed nearly 100 migrants into Mexico who were being held against their will after a weeks-long human trafficking sting.
Sure, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with them and their violence, but I feel like
that was
pushed into
like he's just
a corner of survival, and when you're pushed into survival mode, you know, people do what they have to do to survive.
It's a 40-millimeter grenade launcher.
It's a lack of opportunity that disallows them to get certifications or to get certain education, things of that sort.
And you know, when we talk about violence,
9 bodies hanging from a bridge in Mexico City.
I think it's important to also remember that just because they may inflict physical violence, like the U.S. commits a lot of violence in other ways to us and to other countries, like whether it's denying people health care or you know.
All right, now I'm going to introduce a segment for the first time that's called Theory versus Reality, where we take relatively bad the real scoop. Now, what you just heard was the undermining of the very real danger and threat posed by the Mexican drug cartels, and the unfortunate grouping of that assessment as being
undermining
of Trump's anti-migrant sentiment.
Bro, he's just like, now I'm going to dictate to you what I think. Andrew, we've never watched these videos for your perspective, bro. Like, never once has anyone ever watched this video to hear what you have to say. We're watching it to hear what they have to say. And we can watch them and take our own opinion away without you telling us what to think. Like, what the fuck?
A narrative.
It's funny because not even Tyler does this. Not even Tyler does that kind of like direct, like, you know, let me counter the people that I'm arguing after the fact. I guess he does, but usually just in voiceover.
Right? It's a narrative that paints immigrants as criminals.
I believe that it's this unnecessary intersectionality imposed by reactionaries of all kinds that most potently obscures issues to the point of shutting down the conversation. Because the underlying message in that is that if you're critical of the actions of the drug cartels, you're playing into the anti-migrant sentiment, which in turn makes you racist. But thankfully, I don't.
What? He said he just like academicized just like I felt really uncomfortable as a white person in this conversation, kind of. I felt like they were calling me racist. What? That's so wild, dude. That's so wild.
Don't care about that.
Because no, that like literally what those people were saying wasn't even saying that. They were contextualizing the drug trade, saying that it is American consumers. There is a market for this, you know, to exist. You know, if you really want to deal with the cartels, massive federal investment in drug and alcohol rehabilitation in this country. Boom. Cut drug use by 50% with therapy, with treatment. Boom.
So I'd like to explain a few things. The cartels and the migrants are two separate.
Like, does he really think that they're like the cartels aren't bad? Does he think that PSL's position is pro-cartel? You know?
Migrants come from around the world to find work and safety in the U.S. The cartels are...
Well, firstly, we can't force addicts to go. So, okay, I don't think you have to. I think if there's a compassionate off-ramp, most people will take it. If there's a compassionate and free off-ramp to drug abuse, most people reach a place where they will gladly take it. Like, addiction is something you are out of control of, and a lot of people do know that they are out of control. And they just don't know how to, you know, you have to learn those skills, and that's a part of the rehabilitation process. Like, it is a medical diagnosis, and if we actually treated it as such and did research on it as such, we could make massive, like, imagine a moon landing kind of a federal investment initiative, but just for addiction, for mental health. That would literally save so many lives, would compassionately actually deal with the problem that causes the cartels. You know? My hot take is that addiction is a symptom of trauma. For some people, of course, yeah, that's not even the hot take. For some people it is, yeah. I think some of it's like genetic too. I feel like some people are more predisposed than others. You know? Yeah, a lot of it is capitalism too. You know, having to live in an insane world makes you, you know, not feel good and want a relief.
Dollar corporations that pump drugs into the U.S. However, 95% of the time, migrants pass through Mexico on the way here, which gave the cartel a huge new business opportunity.
They've actually expanded. They're into kidnapping, extortion, weapons smuggling, and the scariest of all, human smuggling,
which accounts for a bulk of the revenue.
50,000 people times $8,000 a head is
Yeah, and again, like the PSL people actually did like answer for this. Like, if you want to stop the human trafficking, then like stop the reasons why people feel like they need to leave their countries. Stop making these places unlivable through CIA interventions. You know, the United States has made most of these places fucking horrible to live in because they've just allowed either U.S. corporations or directly the U.S. military to go in and fucking wreak havoc on millions of people's lives.
Following the motto, no one crosses without paying, the cartel often stages mass kidnappings of babies from their migrant mothers to demand huge ransoms.
Me llegaron casi a secuestrar a mi hija, pero pues con la bendición de Dios, el Señor, no sé.
42 New Mexican residents disappeared. Dude, this is the scariest part. They're just like not telling people where they are. Has not indicated where any of them are being detained, where they have access to, whether they have access to counsel, in what conditions they are being held, or even which agency is holding them. Oh my God, dude.
Se le abrió el corazón y me la dio.
According to Ruben Garcia, the director of a shelter called the Annunciation House in El Paso, this often happens even after they've already crossed.
We just received a mom from Guatemala. She came up with her 4-year-old daughter with a smuggler in Juarez. The smuggler sold her to another smuggler, and that smuggler took her 4-year-old daughter and then took mom to where the metal fence is. You'll get your daughter once you're on the other side. Here's a cell phone. It was a way to get a lot more money. When she got to Border Patrol, the Central Processing Center, there they took her to get a medical checkup, and she was able to get one of the officers to listen to her, who then called Homeland Security Investigation. She had a cousin in Florida that had helped her with some of the money. They set up the meeting in Las Cruces. And there they showed up, they made the arrest, they had the 4-year-old. They also had a
Timmy, thank you for the tier 1.
Baby.
You know, people do what they have to do to survive, and
we need to look at our role.
Additionally, Americans are not solely to blame for the mass flooding of our streets with fentanyl. It's fair to say that American pharmaceutical companies like Purdue Pharma, which is founded by the Sackler family,
yes,
are responsible for helping to create a generation of Oxycontin and Percocet addicts who later would create a demand for cheap synthetic opiates that was met by the cartel. But in 2023, the Sinaloa Cartel, a corporation, did work directly with Hanhong Pharmaceutical Technology, a Chinese research corporation, to create, or invent rather, a powerful line of mass-produced fentanyl pills called Blues. Here was the scene on the streets of Albuquerque, New Mexico in 2023, months after the Blues hit.
Overnight, it seemed like the Blues came in, and I just started to see everybody that I knew that was getting high on just the heroin, go to the pills, their whole lifestyle changed.
10 years ago, the flavor of the month was heroin, right? Right now, that's all shifted into fentanyl. You know, the junkie's dream, give me the strongest stuff possible.
They didn't invent pill fent, yeah. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this, dude. I'm trying to grasp his point, honestly. Because, once again, I don't think any of the people there were saying that the cartels are good. It is kind of incoherent. But nobody was saying the cartels are good, and they weren't even making apologies for it. They were just providing you with a material context that describes the cartels. What?
Knowledge just really fucked people up, you know what I mean? It's taken a lot of people's lives. I mean, it's almost taken my life a few times, you know what I mean?
The synthetic market is getting bigger, and it's not going to stop. They have figured out hey, if we can manufacture fentanyl in these little pills and sell it for $2.
Nobody in PSL would be the cartels are based and W fentanyl. This is such a bizarre way to frame this argument.
What else can we manufacture into a little dose and sell it super cheap?
In that year alone, 2023, 74,900 people died from fentanyl-related overdose deaths by a drug that was maliciously packaged, marketed, invented, and imported by the cartels. I think that terrorism in general is a strange label to slap on a group whose primary goal is to make money, but it's...
Yeah. It's completely arbitrary, and it exists to justify military action or at least treatment with fewer human rights. That's the whole reason for it.
It's definitely not that far off. And the reason I'm going so in-depth is because when people are discussing an issue that doesn't immediately concern them and their safety, it's easy to pivot the conversation toward meta talking points about the causes of addiction and the implications of US intervention in Latin America. But this issue really matters, especially for the people of Mexico, not Los Angeles, whose lives have been torn apart by cartel violence.
What?
Here are some different reactions to Trump's new executive order, this time from Mexicans who are currently living in the epicenter of that kind of cartel violence, the infamous but beautiful border town of Ciudad Juárez.
¿Qué piensas sobre eso?
Creo que está bien la clasificación porque son personas que hacen daño y que no se tientan mucho el corazón con algunas personas y estaría bien el título que les...
Oh, it is loud.
Conocer la verdad. Mataron mucha gente, niños, señoritas, violados.
Sorry, it's poorly mixed, so it's blown out.
La pobreza. Usted puede vender taquitos y le cobraban. Y si no daban la semana el dinero, lo mataban. ¿Qué es eso? Ahora hay puras drogas sintéticas malas. ¿Por qué andan tantos jóvenes perdidos? Y ustedes como cronistas deben de echarle ganas. No oculten nada, se lo digo con respeto.
Sí.
¿Y sabe qué? Le voy a decir una cosa. Yo le pido a Dios por ustedes para que Dios los proteja. Porque ustedes andan en el peligro. En Juárez estuvo los Z, el Salvatrucha. Con todo respeto a todos los emigrantes, Ahí se quemaron 40, aquí bajando 40 inmigrantes. ¿Sí supo?
Well, nearly 40 people killed in a fire that broke out at a migrant shelter along the southern border in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico.
As a personal eyewitness, the man goes on to suggest that the tragic death of the 40 migrants across the bridge was not due to an act of protest gone wrong, but actually because a group of mostly Venezuelans refused to pay the cartel tax.
Bro, what in the fuck is this? What in the fuck is going on?
And that humanitarian groups helped to engineer a cover-up out of fear.
Quedaron callados.
I just listened to this guy's conspiracy with no proof and am reporting it to you? What? And maligning humanitarian groups? And saying they engineered a cover-up? Oh my god, dude. Jesus, bro. I fucking clicked because I thought it would be interviews with an anti-ICE protest. And what? Now I can't stop watching because it's like a train wreck. Holy fuck.
¿Por qué?
He's been flirting with this for years. I feel like we watch like one video every 3 months where he'll like document an interesting protest or something. I have not seen it. I've not seen this.
Fueron 40 vidas. A mí nadie me lo contó, yo lo vi.
El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego saying migrants are desperate and immigration policies need to change.
Yo voy siguiendo Bukele. ¿Sabe quién es Bukele, verdad? Sí. Ese presidente ha hecho muchas cosas en nombre de Dios.
Dude, it's wild though that you went to Mexico. It's wild though that you went to Mexico and you didn't find any of the fucking... You didn't find a single like person to talk to you about Claudia Sheinbaum? She got like a 73% approval rating in the last poll that they did. You couldn't find one person. That's really interesting.
Politician was Nayib Bukele, the current president of El Salvador, who created a mega prison called the CCOT, or the Terrorism Confinement Center, to indefinitely detain the members of two gangs, MS-13 and 18th Street. Two gangs that began and continued to exist in the streets of LA, but took hold in El Salvador.
Bean, I can see my levels. It's not. Also, you've been annoying as fuck all night. Like, take a week off.
Possible to get a tattoo like this if you're not a gang member?
No, you gotta kill.
You gotta kill to get those tattoos.
Because 14,000 people are being held in CCOT without trial, Bukele has been under fire for human rights violations. Many CCOT inmates say they were unfairly targeted and profiled. However, this year, El Salvador is no joke 20 times safer than it was 5 years ago, and currently has
the
lowest crime rate in Latin America, which is something that many Mexicans admire.
Nayib Bukele incluso está haciendo muchas cosas buenas en El Salvador. El Salvador ya no es el mismo de antes, El Salvador está muy...
Oh my God.
Lo están criticando muchos cronistas.
Full fash.
Los derechos humanos. Sí, y cuando ellos andaban matando a la gente, es que...
My boat is working fine because I taped all the holes. That's pretty funny.
¿Piensas que necesitamos una cárcel para las bandidas en México como Bukele?
¿Por qué no? Si esas personas no tienen provecho. Yo he sabido, yo soy seguidor de todos los programas especiales que hay en YouTube.
Dude, look, he's like, yeah, he's referencing like the Mexican YouTubers. He's referencing the Mexican YouTubers that they brought out to fucking go to CCOT. That's crazy.
Allí los entrevistan. No, yo maté 5, 6, 7, los violé y tantas cosas.
Yeah.
¿Qué pasó? ¿A eso venimos al mundo? No, a eso no venimos.
By the way, the interviews that you just saw are from our upcoming episode, Mass Deportations, our first ever multinational closer look special that examines the current situation from both sides of the border.
Hey chicos, esto es Canal 5 con Josué C. y...
This is Andrew, you're watching Channel 5. If you want to check out an extended and complete version of that episode, go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com.
I don't think I will, dude.
In a way, yes. I feel that...
The Patai Ice Rally in LA.
So do you feel like the first thing that we should do is kind of make the path to citizenship easier on a large scale?
in a way, yes, I feel that we have to look at who is applying for citizenship, complete thorough background checks, look at what they've been contributing to society, which more than often is just contributing to the commerce in society. And as far as border control and trying to control the infiltration of crime, I don't think that anybody is shutting down that discussion or wants the infiltration of illegal drugs.
Here's the thing: if there was,
I mean, it's also like that was an interesting answer. Like, you know, I think valid. It's also like people are not like this idea that like some people are just evil. I think is very flawed. If you look at statistics of like undocumented, you know, any kind of like non-citizen versus citizen crime rates are way, way fucking higher per capita. Way, 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 way fucking higher. Undocumented people have to be so incredibly careful all the time because their lives are in the balance. If they get caught doing anything, they could be deported. Like, the risks are way too high. They are incredibly careful with the law. This is by far the vast average. The statistics like genuinely don't back up this idea of like, you know, crime being an element of any of this. But it's also like people are not criminal. Even if somebody has a criminal offense in the past, like, you know, that doesn't make them evil. That doesn't, you know, people make mistakes and they hurt each other, and like this is part of living. It's never going to change, you know. But that doesn't. People are not criminal, you know. Calling them criminals, yes, it's manufacturing consent. It's just like it's useless.
Way, a more humane way, and a way that abided by international human laws for immigrants to cross, for asylum seekers to cross, there would be no need for the cartel to do that, right? They are definitely taking advantage of the fact that people have to go through extreme and risky ways of getting here because there is no other way, right? So if we want to support and protect immigrants right now that are literally stuck at the border, right, because we've been cutting back our asylum system so much, we need to make the process more humane.
Thousands are gathering along the National Mall. They're calling for action from Congress and the White House on immigration reform.
So the last time we had immigration reform policy was under Reagan, and it was a blanket amnesty.
Mass amnesty, yep.
I believe in the idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
Reagan granted amnesty to immigrants, right? And what it said is like, okay, if you've been here XYZ this long, here's the process to become a citizen, right? We're gonna grant you amnesty. There hasn't been a policy change like that in the immigration law since then, right? And you mentioned asylum, right? The current asylum process is extremely difficult. And unfortunately, for most families that do file their asylum claim, they will be denied. And these are folks who are literally fleeing persecution, fleeing war, fleeing.
Going back to Reagan too, he loved asylum because he had this policy, if you remember, called wet foot, dry foot for Cubans, because obviously our enemies are the communists. So he's like, if you're a Cuban and you want to defect to Florida, if you can get here by any means necessary, the moment that your foot touches sand, you're a U.S. citizen. No paperwork, they just give you a passport, like welcome in. And so it's interesting to see some of these conservative policies now backfiring to where they're claiming it's like a liberal policy.
All right, what's up, Channel 5 watchers? As ICE, a government agency with a long history, back to the streets of LA.
So it's only been very recent, this attack on asylum. As I mentioned, because it's kind of, for the longest was seen as that inalienable human right that we all have globally. Right? So if folks are out there, you know, I think The Donut King, I don't know if you've seen The Donut King, is a really good documentary about in the past.
It is a really good documentary.
Supported asylum seekers and creating businesses.
Also, I would add to this, my documentary, The Empathizer, is about Vietnamese refugees that we took in as asylum seekers. And, you know, it's not really it's kind of about that, but it's not really about the immigration policy, but it's, you know.
We supported them in like relocating, right, and thriving.
This is a good story too, though.
Instances in the United States where we have supported asylum seekers and where there's and where it was like, you know, politicians that were supporting and pushing for more asylum systems and processes. Yeah.
I think one of the problems too is it used to be that if you wanted to seek asylum, you had to wait in Mexico and you'd have an appointment with a U.S. Customs official who would give you an appointment, give you a temporary residence.
I got a bone to pick with Andrew. Yeah, get in line.
Biden changed it to where if you hopped the
We're hate watching at this point.
border, you would seek out a Border Patrol agent, and then you would be transferred to a shelter and then given an appointment in 4 years. So basically, it's bad for the migrants. It's bad for the government. It's just it's a bad situation. And I don't think it has to do with left or right. It's just migrant rights, period.
Yeah, and that's where I agree with you because, like I said, both political parties have used immigrants and migrants as a scapegoat, right? They've used asylum seekers as scapegoats, and they haven't created a process that center humanity. Like when you look at folks seeking asylum, and I think one of the things Trump said his first administration, you know, when he was getting called out on putting kids in cages, one of the things he said was like, well, who built the cages, Joe?
Who built the cages, Joe? Let's talk about who built the cages, Joe.
You know, and it was the Biden administration, right?
En el tiempo que
It was the Obama administration.
está el señor Trump ahorita, está deportando menos que el otro pasado en el tiempo que está. Compara.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird that like these people are like absolutely spitting, and like they were spitting at the beginning too, and he just took like the worst bad faith interpretation to like make a little like, you know, dunk video in the middle of these other interviews, which are them also spitting. That woman reminds me so much of Antu. I said this earlier, but I think I met her at the inauguration day protest.
El tiempo que estaba Biden cuando empezó su presidencia y con deportado menos personas.
Yeah, la diferencia es Trump está en las noticias, dijeron cosas enojadas sobre los migrantes, pero Biden y Obama no dicen nada, pero hacen la misma cosa.
Correcto.
They are two sides of the same coin, that it's the same enemy and the target is to regress society.
Definitely, like back to a pre-immigration state.
Yes, towards white supremacy.
And I think that's why it's important for anyone who supports
He cut away from that.
immigrants or
He's like, I didn't like that answer.
also immigrants ourselves.
No, I was agreeing with you until you said white supremacy. Then you made me feel bad.
Is that no matter who's in office, we need to continue to fight for our rights. Because we know that no matter who's in office, we're going to be attacked. And we're going to be seen as the enemy and be pushed as the enemy.
Channel 5 Live.
Again, I don't know how you turn that into like shitting on them. Justifying cartels is a wild take. It never happened. It literally happened in Andrew's mind. We watched the same video, right? It's so weird how people will just be like, yep. Even though I watched the same interviews and you didn't really show them downplaying cartels. I don't know. I guess it's interesting. YouTube is so cooked. It is, but I'm also like, no. People don't want to hear that kind of systemic analysis. Yeah. Reactionary bots is right, but I guess the thing is like, do we learn from that? Do we like avoid using that kind of like rhetoric, or I don't know. I think it's worth to just maybe in that conversation, it is worth just being like, yeah, fuck the cartels. Of course. What do you have to say, like, you have to be like, yeah, fuck the cartels, but you have to understand why they exist, you know, like in situations of extreme precarity in any society. Mexico is not unique in this, you know, in the most precarious, in the most precarious areas of every American city, you're going to have people who are, you know, taking advantage of it and harming other people to take advantage of it. And, you know, doing crime and operating in black markets, like it's a result of precarity. It's a result of their material conditions. It is. And this isn't an excuse for their behavior and the harm that they're doing to their communities. It's not. This is not downplaying it. The people affected by that are affected by that, and that's horrifying. But it's also like, if you really want to stop it, the answer is not drone striking them and making the lives of Mexican people more precarious. It's like actually addressing the root causes of this problem, which we can talk about. We can talk about reparations. We can talk about the war, ending the war on drugs, doing a mass federal investment in addiction therapy, and like, you know, treating rehabilitation with like the serious public health crisis that it is. You know, we have tens of thousands of people dying, our children being stolen from us, like the drug addiction. For what? We can actually, like, we should be doing some work. And it's just like, if you want to go into addiction therapy, if you're interested in like rehabilitation service, and you're in high school, we got you. We're going to pay for your school, and we're going to guarantee you a job when you get out of school. 4 years later, you got 30,000 new rehab therapists. Put them to work. The work needs to be done. There's a lot of fucking work to be done in this field. It's like, I don't know. It's frustratingly obvious, but whatever. We are going to watch Daily Dose of Internet. This is your Daily Dose of Internet. We love Daily Dose, but we also know that there's propaganda. This guy likes to portray cops in a funny, jovial light, as if he's your local news station. And so we make a game out of it, and we gamba. This is basically the only use of channel points on this entire platform, so use them now while you got them. On my stream. Bet, baby. I pre-watched? Okay, don't bet then. If you pre-watch, don't bet. And if you are betting and a pre-watch, don't say that you pre-watched, because then everybody will just bet what you bet. You know what I mean? Okay, wow. Under 4 minutes is way ahead. If people bet no propaganda, you got good odds here. You're going to get paid back big time. Are you faithful? Do you believe that Daily Dose won't do you wrong? Do you? Not very many believers tonight. Not very many threes tonight. Ones are well ahead. Everybody thinks it's coming early. What's propaganda? Portraying American police in like a nice or a jovial way, and not as the occupying army that they are. we play it by ear. You know it when you see it. That's what it is. You'll know it when you see it. Wait, that's sick. Wow, that's actually really sick, but also kind of defeats the purpose of... You can't see, dude! Motherfucker.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. These guys wanted to see if it would be possible to go wakeboarding, not with a sail, but by using a drone.
This is cool. But as I was going to say, also kind of defeats the purpose of wakeboarding, because there's no wake. Hey, what are you jumping on here, you know?
On the section, quite interesting.
This guy was washing his car when he was suddenly attacked by two guys that were trying to steal his car.
Oh, damn. No way, he sprayed him with water? Okay, that's kind of stupid.
He somehow managed to scare both of them away just by using the hose. This poor guy fell
Does that count? No, there's been no cops.
asleep on the train.
That was actually kind of stupid. That's not a pressure washer. Wait, have you guys never done those kind of... No, that's not a pressure washer. This is just a normal, self-wash. Come on, you guys never like kind of got your friend with one of those? Got a little pressure, yeah, but it's not gonna like hurt you. You can hit a friend with it. It's fine. It's not like a pressure washer. Like that scene in Megan.
He somehow managed to scare both of them away just by using the hose. This poor guy fell asleep on the train. So I guess every time she gets off the bus, she does this.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, driver.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, driver. Bye-bye, driver.
He wanted to see if his dog would give him his sock back in exchange for some bread.
Você escolhe a mídia. Qual você vai querer?
In the
He said both.
They have men that will jump in the water to try and sell ice cream to boats that are passing by. They were doing DUI checkpoints
Thailand, I think.
Estonia, and the officer didn't realize that they gave a breathalyzer test to the passenger instead of the driver.
Oh, this is propaganda. Fucking get him, buddy. Okay, well, I wasn't even paying attention though. What is the concept here?
They were doing DUI checkpoints in Estonia, and the officer didn't realize.
No, it's not, dude. DUI checkpoints, bro. Fuck a DUI checkpoint.
Test to the passenger instead of the driver.
That's not propaganda. How is this not propaganda? You're meant to be laughing at an intrusion of the state into your life. This is not something you laugh at.
So, what exactly was the end goal here?
That's propaganda. W1s.
This is the part I'm nervous about. Oh no. Oh no.
Yo, wait, that's sick.
What's going
I think this dog really likes to get his ears cleaned.
Yo, wait, that's sick. Oh, wait, my dog does this too. My dog does this too. Bomi does this too. Wait, okay. This is a thing my dog and I do. A very weird thing my dog and I do. Becca thinks it's weird, but I always, whenever I'm scratching him, I stick my finger in his ear and I get real deep in there and I scratch it out. And then he likes to lick it. He licks it off. He always loves it. It's his favorite part of the scritches. He eats his earwax. I don't know. They just do it. Doggo ear cleaning stream win. I can never let my dog on stream. That's wind Clyde shit. JK. Nah. It's not like I'm eating it. And he makes those kind of sounds.
For some reason, this guy got super mad at this pedestrian sign, telling cars to slow down.
I've showed my dog on stream. It's all over the Discord. Just listen, I rescued my dog from Vietnam, and so he bites. He's like really friendly, hasn't bitten in a few years. But he's reactive. He's reactive. We don't let other people pet him. He's a sweetheart. He's super sweet, but you got to be like careful around. And you guys wouldn't understand.
This guy was trying to get the
I can't. It's on my phone is my webcam, babe. I can't.
There's attention.
Oh, I'm ignoring the fuck out of this guy. I am ignoring the fuck out of him until he speaks to me like a person. Absolutely not. This is incredibly rude. Yeah, fuck this guy.
In Cape Town, South Africa, there are crossing guards that help baboons cross the street.
Now this is propaganda. I'm just kidding. What the fuck are the baboons doing in that populated area? Is this not terrifying? The fuck? Baboons would scare the shit out of me. I'm sorry. Dude, all I could think of is the scene in Gladiator 2.
Now. Okay, boys. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Oh.
¡Por tu espalda!
Here's a cool experiment showing how specific sounds create specific vibration designs.
Cool.
For some reason,
I never want to go head to head with a baboon. I think if I trained for like 2 months, I could kill it, but I would probably be maimed permanently. I would probably be like forever changed in a very significant way, but I would survive.
Her cat was sleeping perfectly like a square.
Like your fingers, or like, yeah, or like your cheek gets like ripped off and you have like facial scarring, or like, yeah, you would just, yeah, you would, and trauma for sure. It would be horrifying. Man, that scene in Gladiator 2 was so good. Oh man, that was so scary. Ugh. Just scared the shit out of me. Also, wait, hey chat. Can I float something by you real quick? I posted this in the Discord, but what do you think about this? And I'm kind of trying to judge whether I should maybe consider for like a merch or for just like a small run. I don't know how many people would be interested in this, like on a hat. On a hat. If I was from KC, I'd be down. Yeah, I think it might be more of a local thing. I agree. Do you think it should be acid? Yeah, you think it should be in the foreground? How I'm kind of envisioning it is like embroidery that's like on top of it. So it would be like this embroidery in the back, but we could do it either way. I don't know. I'd be interested. Maybe I can get 2 made. Missing the LA Cab hat? Huh? I mean, I still have it, but I need a KC one. And it works perfectly. And I reached out to Tenemos, the designers of the LA Cab hat, and I asked for their permission, and they said go for it. It's awesome. Okay?
This group of cars saw this drunk driver driving around. He got out.
Just tuning back in. What color is the KC gonna be? I think I don't know. I need to look at it. I haven't decided anything. I just had this idea and cooked that up this morning. You know what I mean? I just did that this morning. Animal Mother, thank you for the sub. So I don't know. I was thinking powder blue or like royal blue hat, and then yeah, white lettering. Why not? Why not white?
Out for a break, and when he got back in to try and drive away, all the other cars created a barricade.
It's on a hat.
Move.
Oh, dude, I saw a few of these. Were these real? The Tita's hat? There was another one too that was even worse. I don't know if it was real either. But yeah, it could be like that kind of. Yeah, no. It'll be blue. Yeah, the ass one. This one. That's what. This is the one that I saw. The ass hat. You know? I was like, what the fuck was that? What are you thinking? The Titas one's pretty funny too. That is funny. I'm maximizing. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. No, it's okay. I mean, like literally, I just cooked that up this morning because I was like, I woke up pissed off and I just like wanted to do something and I thought that'd be cool. I thought it'd be a cool hat. I've always had I like that idea, you know.
Looks like he's gonna take a nap.
The police then showed up a few minutes later and made an arrest.
Oh, damn!
So
I guess if you live in Costa Rica, you have to
double
worry about
cop
bananas
too.
crossing the street.
In the event of a double cop, ones do win. Because it comes first.
At any moment.
Take that into account next time you gamba. Luckily, the points don't matter.
So I just found out that dogs that are waterproof exist. These skydivers released the ashes of their friend that loved to skydive.
Whoa! That's a lot of... It just keeps going.
He wanted to see...
What in the heck? How much ashes are there? On like an average person? How much does it burn down to? Wait, what the fuck? I gotta know that. .5% of the person's original weight. 4 to 6 pounds. That's a lot.
if you remembered how to skip despite not doing it in over 20 years.
Go for it.
She was trying to make an artistic video.
Extra ash if you have a Big Johnson. Never change. Never change.
She goes.
The dog following her down the mountain is awesome.
So I guess
that was
drones
cool.
and balloons aren't a good mix together.
Oh shit. Yeah, who thought this? Ah! Oh my god. They're so lucky that didn't hit somebody.
Grab her blanket out of the washing machine and it looked like this.
And I washed it today.
This guy jumped into a bunch of sea foam in Australia.
Oh, where'd he go? He's gone. Hey,
How does something like this even happen?
What?
Pourquoi il y a ça sur la route?
Non, c'est bon, après, c'est bon.
Wait, that's sick.
Mais c'est chelou quand même. C'est quoi ça?
Oh my god, they got the
ad.
She went to a thrift store and found the same exact gold and white dress that went viral a few years ago.
That's actually iconic.
Poor guy has the goofiest footprints.
Ooh. Oh my god, he did not try to catch that pan with his hand. Classic. Classic.
This truck driver has a custom truck that was designed to help him get in and out with his wheelchair.
Sick. Hell yeah.
I was looking at a $100 bill the other day and...
Bragging. Solio, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in.
And I never noticed how the hologram thingy can transition between the number 100 and a picture of a bell pretty flawlessly.
Solio with 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
One of my subscribers recorded this amazing sunrise in the UK. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Wait, you guys get the sun in the UK? Wait.
Later.
Later.
Remember the resistance?
Propaganda. Let's check out this Taylor Lorenz video. Yeah.
The sprawling
Later, time to wipe my ass with $100 bills.
Self-righteous movement led by a network of ostensibly liberal influencers and pundits who thrive.
I thought you were saying Taylor's propaganda. Nah, Taylor's a friend of the show. I like Taylor a lot. I've had Taylor on the show. We've interviewed Taylor here. Taylor's interviewed me, written about me. Taylor's awesome. Taylor rules.
During Trump's first.
There's a good alt-right pipeline for women vid. I had that on my list forever, Blazion. And it was like around the time, it came out around the time of the move and everything. So it just kind of like fell through the cracks. But I'm excited to watch this one, The Rise and Fall of the Resistance.
First presidency. From 2017 to 2020,
I'll be right back soon.
Trump resistance influencers dominated the online media ecosystem. They framed themselves as defenders of democracy and fed the public's relentless thirst for Trump updates. There was Seth Abramson, who posted intricate Twitter megathreads that promised to connect Trump to 1,000 secret plots. Ed and Brian Krasenstein flooded replies on Twitter with breathless Trump takedowns. And you even had celebrities like Alyssa Milano and Mark Hamill hop on the resistance bandwagon, fighting with MAGA trolls while defending the Democratic establishment. The resistance was a movement of memes, Mueller fan fiction, and copious donations to organizations like Act Blue. It was driven by the belief that a witty clapback or well-placed "Sir, I dissent" could topple Trump's regime. Last month, I was back in Washington, D.C. to cover the inauguration. Thousands of Trump supporters waited hours in sub-freezing temperatures to catch a glimpse of the president at a rally held at the Capitol Arena. I walked from the Capitol to the arena, up Pennsylvania, past the Waldorf Astoria, towards the White House. And on that entire journey, I did not witness a single protest. It was cold, but Trump supporters were cheering in the streets. They were drinking, eating, waltzing around, and buying an absurd amount of merch available at outdoor kiosks. 8 years ago, I was sitting in the 7th row for Trump's first inauguration. When I left the Capitol that day, the scene could not have been more different. Just hours after Trump was sworn in, widespread protests erupted across DC and other cities. Thousands of people took to the streets, burning and overturning cars. More than 200 demonstrators were arrested during confrontations that resulted in property damage and clashes with law enforcement. The next day, over 500,000 people swarmed the streets of DC for the Women's March, the largest single-day protest in U.S. history. Every single week for months, there were marches and protests with thousands of people. There was the Science March, the Tax March, the March for Truth, the March to call for Trump's impeachment, and dozens more. The protests underlied what ultimately became known as the Resistance, a movement of Hillary-supporting liberals, disaffected conservatives who opposed Trump's agenda, and a smattering of progressive activists, all of whom banded together to oppose Trump's policies and actions. The movement gathered widespread support on social media platforms through hashtags like #resist and #theresistance, both of which trended multiple times on Instagram and Twitter.
#resist.
Throughout 2017.
Still say it. We just whisper it now so the government doesn't hear us. #resist.
The resistance movement was fed by a...
Can I actually, and I before you say pre-watching, because I do think that Taylor will talk about this in this video, Do you know what I attribute the difference to in liberals mobilizing back then versus now? I attribute it 100% to the media. And maybe I'm wrong about this. I'm kind of like just like, you know, I think the media now is like so lockstep in agreement and like behind everything and like justifying everything that Trump does. That I think like, because back then you have to remember like the media treated Trump like a fool the entire time, and Trump's election was a shock to liberals. Right? And so when that happened, the media looked like they had egg on their face, and everybody was really like embarrassed that they didn't see this coming, you know, and all this stuff. So Trump got into office, and everybody just kind of treated him like a joke, covfefe. But people were also like rightfully angry at the threat to you know, reproductive rights and a lot of the other things that like liberals were rightfully fighting for back then. And there was a media ecosystem that like supported their quote unquote resistance. There was like, you know, the media was like covering Trump in a way that was like genuinely like critical and would like call out the ridiculous things that he would say every day and not just like broadcast it and then do 10 hours of justifying everything that's happening. COVID broke a lot of people's minds too. I do think that's a part of it also. I think it's also Biden's fault too. Like, you know, Biden, at the end of the day, you know, like libs getting involved in Palestine now, I think is more overblown. I don't think a lot of people are getting involved in like Palestine activism just because it's Trump doing it. I don't think that's happening. You know, like they've already given up on that fight, and like the things that we're fighting for now are genuinely more like the differences between the progressives and the left and the liberals are more apparent. I think back then the left barely existed, even more than it does now. Like even more than it barely exists now, it barely existed back then. And so the left was like a lot more likely to join more liberal protests like that. And the liberal protests existed and were bigger. And now I feel like it's only the left that protests. The complete lack of democratic counter messaging led so many people in a milquetoast direction. Yeah, that's also true too. A lot of people were only there because the vibes aesthetics gave people the opportunity to live out their relatively safe young adult resistance fantasies for a bit until 2020. No, I think that's true too. Although, like, you know, Hillary was also hella milquetoast. And the counter messaging was not good with Hillary either. But I think people just assumed that everybody saw Trump for the racist that he was and was appalled by it. Liberals assumed that, you know, they had this vision of America that was like post-racism because of Obama. And so like liberals had to like grapple with, for the first time, with the idea that, oh, like white people are racists, men are misogynists.
A steady stream of resistance media. Traditional news organizations like CNN and the Washington Post attempted to ride the resistance wave. In February 2017, just 1 month after Trump took office, the Washington Post changed its slogan to "Democracy Dies in Darkness." An entire ecosystem of alternative media and anti-Trump influencers quickly arose to feed the hunger for 24/7 anti-Trump news. The online resistance boomed, birthing a slew of new podcasts, newsletters, and Twitter personalities who stoked liberals' fears with nonstop updates on things like Russiagate, Trump's impending impeachment. In their minds, Robert Mueller was always just one step away from...
Like, this is where Pod Save comes from. Pod Save America comes from this resistance media circle.
Putting Trump behind bars for life. Back then, Democratic politicians were outspoken about the dangers they claimed Trump posed. Rep. Maxine Waters called Trump's advisors scumbags and said that the White House was now the white supremacist's house. Rep. Al Green called for Trump.
It's also like, I don't know, man. You got to remember, like, being a leftist in like 2017, there was not really like leftist media. Like, there was like TYT, which I never really fucked with TYT, you know, but like, I don't know. There just wasn't that much. ContraPoints. Loved ContraPoints' content. RedTube was like just beginning. It was really, yeah. ContraPoints was like the most I got into.
Trump's impeachment on the House floor, and the resistance helped spur social movements that arose throughout Trump's first presidency. There was the effort to abolish ICE and reform immigration, Me Too, which sought to draw attention to misogyny.
Yeah, I didn't know about it. I didn't even know about Hassan back then because I was living in Vietnam, not watching TYT. I was watching ContraPoints. I did listen to Chapo a little bit. But I was also listening to like Pod Save, The Daily, you know, that Rabbit Hole podcast that New York Times did that featured Destiny. That's like the first time I heard of Destiny. But I never watched his content or anything.
Black Lives Matter movement, which peaked in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd. Support for Bernie Sanders surged during the Democratic primaries, and many young people felt hopeful by the end of Trump's first presidency that we might all be moving towards a more progressive future. When the COVID pandemic hit, liberals fought for public health measures and clanged pots and pans outside their windows to support healthcare workers and protect the vulnerable. Just 4 years later, the resistance is dead. Not only did liberals face a definitive electoral loss to Trump in 2024, there is no widespread coalition fighting Trump's actions and policies. Trumpism has completely subsumed the Republican establishment, and right-wing reactionary ideology is culturally dominant. Democrats do not seem as anguished or animated by Trump's restoration as they were by his ascension, the journalist Ross Barkan recently wrote in the New York Times. The left is looking up after 8 years of resisting Trump and finding that he has expanded his vote share in each general election. And some progressives...
Dude, I hate how no mainstream media has a valid definition of the left. It's so fucking annoying, man. Like, they're like the Democrats are the left. Like, no. At the bare minimum, leftism is defined by its anti-capitalism. I think that's where you start to be a leftist, is when you're an anti-capitalist.
Are even hoping to work with Trump if he embraces their policy aims, while centrists fret that the Republicans have outflanked them on cultural issues. Border policies that were decried as fascist under Trump's first term have been embraced by mainstream Democrats. The old discourse around the normalization of Trump is dead, and businesses that once distanced themselves from Trump now giddily treat him as any other president. But how did we get here? How was this broad-based anti-Trump coalition dismantled? And where did all those resistance influencers go? Today, I'm going to unpack exactly how and why the resistance failed, what factors ultimately led to its downfall, and why the death of this specific anti-Trump movement is ultimately a good thing for those of us who care about fighting right-wing extremism. To start, I want to take you back to 2017 internet. Mason Ramsey became famous overnight for yodeling in a Walmart. Fidget spinners were all the rage. Jake Paul released his iconic song, It's Everyday Bro, and everyone was using that Snapchat dancing hot dog.
The fucking Walmart yodeler. Holy shit. You never could have made me remember this. I totally forgot about this. He works for Doge now.
All I do is say, oh, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would cry. She do me, she do you, she's got that kind of loving. Lord, I love to hear when she comes to sweet Daddy, such a beautiful dream. I hate to think it all over.
He had a sick Coachella set.
I've grown so used to you somehow. But I'm nobody's sugar daddy now. And
Yeah, and they say white people don't have culture.
I'm lonesome. I got the lovesick blues. Well, I'm in love with the beautiful gal. That's what's the matter with me. I'm in love don't care about me. Thought I tried and I tried to keep her satisfied, but she just wouldn't stay. So now that she is leaving, this is all I can say. I got a feeling, got a blue, oh Lord, since my baby said
Damn.
goodbye. Lord, I don't know what I do. All I do is sit inside. Oh Lord, that last song did, she said goodbye.
I wasn't joking. Here's his Coachella set. What? No way. Damn, bro. 7 years before Kai Cenat did it. He sounded better here.
Well, Lord, I thought I would try. She do me, she do you. She's got the kind of loving. Lord, I love to hear when she called me sweet daddy. Such a beautiful dream. I had to think it all over. I lost my heart, it seems. I've grown so used to you somehow. Lord, I'm nobody's sugar daddy now, and I'm lonesome. I got the love.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wait, chat, since we're doing a little bit of a music break, can I play a song that I played earlier in this? I want to play it again. This shit goes so fucking hard.
Put a landlord
in a landfill.
Put a
landlord
in a
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink. I'm
I was like, okay, I gotta put that on the list. We listened to it like in the lead up to the stream today.
Dog filter. Algorithmic feeds were nascent, and mainstream social media platforms were largely seen as liberal spaces. Social media movements were regularly gaining traction on Twitter, and Instagram infographic activism was rampant. It was in this internet soup that resistance influencers first emerged. Leveraging Twitter primarily, previously unknown figures posted their way into overnight.
Neighborhood kids?
A popular meme at the time was retweeting someone vaguely or unintentionally anti-Trump with, quote, "Welcome to the resistance." In January 2017, just days after Trump's inauguration, a bunch of Twitter users who ostensibly worked for the federal...
Wait, hold on. I gotta check on something. They talked about tweets. Did we achieve the ratio on Hutch today or no? Oh, barely. We can go harder though. We can go harder on this. Hutch, if you don't tap the glass, chat. Trust me, you do not want to watch this guy's streams. Trust me. So far, I have not seen any actual evidence whatsoever for the claim that Kamala lost because her platform and messaging were too moderate, even though that's the unchecked prevailing sentiment we hear from progressive spaces. I have seen plenty of evidence to the contrary. Like, he's like, Kamala should have been more right-wing. And I said this would go so hard if I had a lobotomy. I don't think he's a progressive. No, he's not. I got the ratio, but hit it harder. Hit it harder. Oh, hey, that is you. There you go. Hit it harder. Go like that shit.
Set up anonymous
link. I just put it in the chat. Scroll up in the chat.
Twitter accounts and grew huge followings from allegedly resisting Trumpism from the inside. These rogue resistance accounts included Rogue NOAA for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Rogue NASA for the
Hutch has blocked me on Twitter. He actually, it's funny, he had me blocked too. But I went into his chat one day because I have brain worms. And I was like, why do you have me blocked on Twitter? We've never interacted. And he like looked me up and then like watched a video of mine on the YouTube channel. And it was actually hilarious. Another example of like when people tried to beef with me, it like I don't know what it was, dude. His entire chat was like, Hutch, he has better hair than you. He's more handsome than you. Like his own chat was saying that. So he clicked off the video. And he was like, get in the Discord, debate me. I was like, bro, I'm live at 6:30 anytime you want. Anytime you want, I would love to talk to you. It would be really awesome. 6:30 p.m.
And Alt FDA for the Rogue Food and Drug Administration. Another account.
And then his chats are like, his mods are like, oh, you only want to talk if you can benefit from it? I'm like, yeah, dude, what? Like, yeah, obviously. You think I just want to talk to you just to talk to you? Like, no, I will farm you for sure. Yeah, like, I think I could, like, yeah, I think I could come across better than you to your audience for sure. Maybe get a bunch of new viewers.
Alt EPA with more than 100.
Yeah, for free. I'm not gonna just talk to you. No.
1,000 followers claimed that it would be offering data that might be suppressed by the EPA under Trump. He can take our official account, but
yeah, Maple, that's what we're talking about. I was telling chat to go make that ratio bigger because it's like 1-to-1 right now, which is decent for a reply, but it should be way bigger.
Freedom, the account posted, we are
He was my introduction to politics. I used to be a very active chatter in his stream when Trump first got impeached and he played chess. I was a live for a while, but I got swayed hard left by other chatters who saw more in me. Oh my God, Sully. That's an amazing origin story. So glad you're here with us. You wouldn't have lasted long in there anyway. You're way too smart for that, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Every time I watch him, I'm like, holy fuck, this guy is not very bright, man.
officially resisting. The posts gained traction with hashtags like #resist and #resistTrump. Another account, simply known as Angry Staffer, claimed to be a resistance mole within the White House. It posted liberal bait like, quote, "Given what I'm seeing here, I'm left with one option to save this nation. I'm going to start leaking everything." Of course, the leaks—
Dude, I kind of low-key, we should like start another Twitter like this. Just because you know that Trump and like the whole right wing would like they would like just like to increase paranoia inside of their ranks. That shit would eat them alive.
Save this nation. I'm gonna start.
That's such a weird origin story. Yeah, it's how you got here. Whatever.
I
ain't looking to have that close of a conversation with the CIA just yet. I mean, what do you mean? Obviously, I'm not a White House staffer. I mean, what do you mean? If you're a White House staffer, then yes, actually leak shit and have that conversation with the CIA. But if you're just a normie like us, like, you know, what are they gonna get? They're gonna get you in trouble for lying on the internet.
Thing. Of course,
like you don't even have access to anything to leak. You're just fucking around.
The leaks never came, and the account stopped tweeting by 2018. Lip syncing to Trump was—
I thought comedy was legal. True.
Thing back then.
The new government is petty AF. Yeah. I'm just saying, of all the things I encourage people to do on this stream, I think that might be the least risky. That might be the least risky of all the things. But also I do, you know, ask people to evaluate their own risk levels. And yeah, Jaina, your risk level might be a little bit lower than some of the other cis chatters in the chat, for sure.
Remember Sarah Cooper? She literally got famous and landed a Netflix special just by doing shoddy lip syncs of Trump and sharing them to Twitter because boomers loved them so much. But the real stars of the resistance internet were the homegrown influencers like Mueller She Wrote, a once anonymous account that posted detailed commentary on special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into Russian interference.
I don't recall this. What? Wait, you guys don't know about the lip syncing? Oh. It was Sarah something, right?
And I tested very positively in another sense. So this morning, yeah, I tested positively toward negative, right? So
Maple, thank you for the
It was
tier
a
3,
simpler
buddy.
time. No, I tested perfectly this morning. Meaning I tested negative.
And you know, when you say per capita, there's many per capitas. It's like per capita relative to what? But you can look at just about any category, and we're really at the top, meaning positive on a per capita basis. We are bringing our country back, and a big focus is exactly that with the minorities. Specifically, if you look at the Asians. We hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light. And I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting.
This is Gen X content for sure. I mean, you guys asked. You asked for the context. I gave you the context. Launch failure. Thank you for the tier 1. Most of the comedy just comes from like her just picking absurd Trump shit. Like it's the Trump lines that are funny. You know? It's Trump saying per capita, but relative to what? Per capita relative to what?
I've traveled the world.
Dude, what? This is pre-AI 7 years ago?
I must return.
This is like some guy rotoscoped this. Okay, yeah, it looks like ass. Please don't make me talk about Robert Mueller. Please.
Baby, don't lie to me. If I tell you my story, don't.
Remember when Hassan went on this podcast?
I did my time, that's fine by me. Oh, that's fine by me. Oh, baby, don't you lie to me. Oh.
Wait, he did? Yeah.
Appearance in the
I'm sure you can find it. Michael Cohen, Hassan. Wait, wasn't he on the podcast? Oh, yeah, podcast with Michael Cohen. That's what I said. Yeah. It was a long ass time ago, but they did it live. Yeah.
Know where it is yet. Okay. His podcast called on Green New Deal. And I do think that the Green New Deal is a great outline for focus.
Yeah.
the election, but she mostly fed a steady stream of Russiagate conspiracies. There were also figures like Brooklyn Dad Defiant, a centrist lib poster who fed anti-Trump conspiracies to his liberal followers throughout Trump's first term. Brooklyn Dad Defiant then used that fame to publish a series of anti-Trump children's books, like one called The Littlest President, which I need to read you guys the description for this book. Quote, Spanky McDumbass was a horrible little man.
Whoa.
Who was a draft dodger, a creepy
Wait, Trump survived this? Wait, hold on now. Hold on. So Trump got shot once. Another guy tried to shoot him, and this assassination attempt, and he survived? Dude, maybe he is sent by God. Maybe he is actually sent by God. Holy fuck.
Bad, a businessman, and a bad TV celebrity who lied.
God is evil. Yeah. Yeah.
To the most powerful position in America. This is the story of his improbable rise and his ultimate bigly fall. I think it's really funny that he also published one called, quote, The Bigliest Loser, about Trump losing to Kamala Harris, which he published right before the election and which currently has 2.7 stars on Amazon.
Put this in a museum. Oh my God. Yeah, well, I met God and she's black.
The top review currently reads, quote, if you don't mind reading a book that reads as though it was written by somebody who dropped out of school before 7th grade, I guess this is passable. Anyway, the entire online resistance media ecosystem was built on top of a social web that no longer exists. If you look at the engagement surrounding some of these same anti-Trump influencers on X today, you can see that many of their numbers have stagnated or even declined. While it was easy to amass millions of impressions by tweeting Kofifi jokes about the Cheeto in 2018, these resistance figures now struggle to attract an audience outside a dwindling base of Gen Xers and boomers who haven't evolved with the culture. The tech ecosystem has also radically shifted since Trump's first term. Twitter, once a bastion of liberalism, is now controlled by a right-wing billionaire who censors and bans left-wing voices. TikTok, which was banned by Biden.
Did you cover the potential fent news from Trump? Executive order designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Oh my God. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I love that he's just like he's like, hey, Bush said this. And he got to do a genocide, so it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think people really call the Iraqi war a genocide or Afghanistan a genocide, but 1 million fucking people.
Biden has since pivoted towards pro-Trump rhetoric and revamped its in hopes of reversing the ban. Instagram, too, has shifted to the right, with Zuckerberg encouraging misogynistic and anti-LGBTQ hate speech and cracking down on accounts that post progressive speech like advocating for a free Palestine. Many resistance influencers have also completely lost credibility. After spending years pushing liberal conspiracies like Russiagate, which claims that Putin
tried to invade China to get rid of the weapon of mass destruction of fentanyl production.
Office, or absurd theories about investigations into Trump, all of which they claimed would ultimately lead to his downfall, but none of which came to fruition, people are just feeling less willing to listen. Many centrist Biden and Kamala supporting liberals have also adopted the exact same strain of conspiracism that they once criticized Trump supporters for espousing. I wrote an article last year about the rise of QAnon and how the communal warping of reality is spreading far beyond the right. One recent Economist poll found that only 52% of Harris supporters said they believe Trump legitimately won the 2020
Oh my God. What? I haven't read that. That's an insane. Wait, what? Only 52% of Harris voters think Trump actually won the 2024 election? Holy fuck.
Harris supporters said they believe Trump legitimately won the 2024 election. Sure, liberals aren't storming the Capitol, but it's a lot harder to criticize MAGA supporters for living in an alternate reality when you now believe the exact same thing about your own preferred candidate. Researchers who study extremism have said that this strand of centrist liberal conspiratorial thinking arises when people are unable or unwilling to accept developments that challenge their worldview. It's also exacerbated.
It is like a lack of self-reflection. 100%. 100%. Like this, dude, I just can't believe at how. Like I would believe if you had asked me to name a number, I would maybe say like 15%. That doesn't seem right. I haven't heard anyone say that, let alone 48%. I mean, I haven't heard anybody say that either, but I mean, I don't know. You can look up the poll. I'd be into looking at it. It's fucking that's such a wild claim, you know? Yeah, 48% seems so high to me. It seems so high. Here, let's look it up. NPR 2020. Back. I don't know. Am I good at Googling? Let's find out. No, I'm not. is 2020's debunked election fraud claims. Debunked. They just renamed it. I actually got it in the first one. This is all just analysis of like why they lost. When I can read. Missing Democratic votes theory. I actually was seeing that. Apple F48. That's not it there. Okay, I'm gonna move on from this, but if somebody can find it, I would love to look into that. It is very interesting.
By shifts in media. The entire
Here's the article. If you can find it, let me know.
Recent years, and older generations like boomers and Gen Xers are struggling to navigate this complex, fast-moving media climate. And while a certain subset of anti-Trump resistance influencers are still online crowing about Trump like it's 2018, many have realized that promoting that sort of liberalism under the current cultural climate is simply not as profitable as it once was. Trump won the popular vote, their conspiracies aren't panning out, so they might as well hop on board with the winning team. You see this in figures like Lindy Lee, a quintessential resistance influencer.
I mean, honestly, Andrew Callahan, the video we just watched, 100%.
Lee is a millennial political commentator who amassed hundreds of thousands of...
Not that any of these people were like resistant. I'd say Andrew was maybe towards the... He came on towards the end of the Trump administration, but... No?
Followers by being a shill for the Democratic Party in the late 2010s. She grew an intense and loyal fandom of resistance liberals throughout Trump's first term by posting a nonstop stream of anti-Trump news. When Biden was elected, she was relentless in her support of him. She backed Biden and...
Are you talking Dazed? Are you talking about that thing where he was like, he had an election movie on January 6th, didn't he? Yeah, but you have to understand what she's describing here, like this like hashtag resistance stuff. I hold that separately from like 2020. Like this is really like 2016, 2017 exclusively. So this is like before his time. Cause like Andrew documenting like, you know, street rebellions and street revolts during George Floyd is like very different. That's not hashtag resistance. That's like fucking resistance. You know, that's like actual, like, you know, we were really fighting towards something like justice with policing. You know, people were talking about defunding, people were talking about abolition on the national stage, and of course it didn't materialize, but it planted seeds that we will sit under the shade of in the future. You know, we build on those.
Until the moment that he was forced to drop out and then became an ardent supporter of Kamala Harris. Lee's social media feed was overrun with adoring posts.
Even Brett has a Trump tag in 2025. Yeah.
Other top Democratic elected officials like Nancy Pelosi and even Biden himself. Quote, "There will never be another like her," she said of Pelosi. She was also part of the Pennsylvania delegation at this most recent Democratic National Convention. Lee called Trump a serial rapist on national television and lambasted the Republican Party. She attended all of the White House influencer events and panels under Biden and worked.
That's the quote I was searching for when I talked about you earlier, Days. I think I got distracted, but we had a rigged election, and then I became president. Yeah, I like, you know what he's trying to say though. I get it, but that's also kind of like blue and on shit. Like, you know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say they rigged it in 2020 and then he won. I get it. He fucked up and it sounds bad, but like, no. That's that actually is the lib hashtag resistance kind of shit. Where we're like, we think that a bad clip of Trump will do him in, you know? That's not gonna happen. This dude is Teflon Don. Like,
up with the administration to destroy any cohesive resistance efforts from the progressive left. But after Democrats lost this time around, Lee pivoted. She started bashing Kamala's campaign and began to engage more actively with pro-Trump media. She lauded the momentum of Trump's transition, and by January 2025, Lee was actively fundraising for Republican candidates and even Trump himself. Lee now claims that she's been a conservative all her life and that there will be a, quote, new era of prosperity under Trump. Lee's evolution makes sense when you consider that many influencers who spent the years 2017 to 2020 pushing resistance content are now refashioning themselves as conservatives, as brands and big money interests seek to make inroads with the conservative movement. Then there's the fact that when you scratch the surface, many of the resistance's most ardent and prominent supporters during Trump's first term, especially white, upper middle class Gen X women and boomers, weren't ever actually that liberal when it came down to it. The entirety of the resistance movement was a conservative movement that was intended to sell you hope for cash, said Carl Folk, a well-known extremism researcher. While many white people, especially white women, were happy to march in the streets when they thought Trump's policies relating to abortion or women's health care might directly affect them, they ultimately had no solidarity with poor people or the working class.
Yep.
Once they realized they weren't personally going to be affected by Trump's worst policies, they went right back to brunch. The liberals who made up the resistance from 2016 to 2020 seemed to primarily dislike Trump because of his crass, sexist language and disdain for
Yes.
political.
He was a misogynist. He was a racist. He's a rapist, and he still is all of these things. They just don't like, it just doesn't stick anymore. It doesn't care. And also the media is not really like the media. Can you imagine somebody on mainstream media calling somebody racist in the year 2025? Oh my God. Unless they're calling him anti-Semitic. That's the only identity politics we.
But those same liberals ultimately didn't have problems with many of Trump's policies, as long as someone from their blue team was enacting them. They happily embraced Trump's far-right agenda surrounding immigration, COVID, and funding of Israel's genocide in Gaza, when Biden was carrying those things out. The entire resistance movement itself was mostly full of reactionary conservatives. You can see this very clearly when you dig into the pasts of some of the resistance most well-known influencers. Ron Filipowski, for instance, a video aggregator and one of the big resistance voices online, worked for Ron DeSantis until 2020. Mueller, she wrote, another...
Wait, isn't Midas Touch... Isn't that like a big liberal podcast now? Or is that a different thing? What's that? I never listened to that podcast.
Voices online, worked for Ron DeSantis until 2020. Mueller...
How realistic is this? I mean, it's news. It's about the real world.
She wrote, another big resistance
what?
Influencer was a failed
It's AI. It's AI.
Stand-up comic and songwriter who used slurs on stage and wrote an album with extremely racist and sexist song titles before cashing in on anti-Trump content.
Can you do on VR this? Oculus Quest 2. Chatter, have you fallen and hit your head? Are you okay? Should we call an ambulance? An ambulance for you, dude?
Remember Brooklyn Dad Defiant?
Can you though? I think so. You could probably watch Twitch in AI or in VR. Right?
Well, before he pivoted his account to...
Oh yeah, somebody send that TikTok again. Somebody send that TikTok that VCC sent. Oh yeah, VCC, you're still here. Send the TikTok again. We got to show this guy the TikTok. Do this in VR. The one you said earlier. Here, I'll find it. It would probably be more realistic on VR. This probably, yeah. That'd be sick, dude. I got something to show you in VR. Fuck, it doesn't go far back enough. I gotta pull up your whole ass user. No, this is not the TikTok. This.
Stop scrolling.
But Chatter, are you in VR yet? Chatter, if you're not in VR, get in VR. Milk Crate, get in VR, okay? If you're not in VR, get in VR right now and watch this video. It's very important.
Right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
322-9071. 322-9071. 322-9071. Bye.
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
How real? I think you can do this in VR. That's what I'm saying. You can do this in VR.
322-9071.
322-9071.
322-9071. Bye.
I never even saw this ever. True. I know. That's why I wanted to show it to you.
It was created in defiance of a court order for child support. He was pushing reactionary rhetoric that the court system is somehow biased against men for years. The resistance influencer Jack Hopkins is a rebranded pseudonym for a men's rights activist who was extremely deep into some of the most misogynistic and anti-women spaces on the internet in the 2000s. And the list goes on and on. The defining feature...
We were being too loud. Got yelled at. We got yelled at. To be quiet. You gotta be quieter. You guys are being too rowdy.
Among some of the most well-known resistance influencers is that they are fundamentally conservatives. Just look at The Bulwark, the single
I know a joke about paper. It's terrible.
biggest resistance media outlet still standing. It's published by Tim Miller, the former spokesperson for the Republican National Committee who served as communications director for Jeb Bush's 2016 campaign. Sarah Longwell, another co-founder of The Bulwark, is a former Republican lobbyist who says she believes that the best form of government is, quote, principled conservatism. The Bulwark's other big-name writer is Bill Kristol, a neoconservative commentator who founded the right-wing magazine The Weekly Standard and who worked for the Reagan and Bush administration.
Hope it's not snowing.
Kristol played a leading role in the defeat of the Clinton healthcare plan and advocated for the Iraq War throughout the 2000s. Kristol is also a member of the board of trustees for the Manhattan Institute, the far-right think tank that quite literally birthed the entire movement to dismantle DEI. When these are the biggest voices in the movement to ostensibly resist fascism, it's easy to see why efforts have failed. Folk, the extremism researcher, told me, quote, I can walk through almost any of these resistance influencer accounts with receipts showing that they are in fact deeply conservative and in some cases...
Can I get a link to that? Yeah. This is critical. We need to share this around the world. Save a dog, give a cop diarrhea. Save a dog, give a cop a diarrhea. Yeah, also, like, I don't know Becca's phone number. If I got arrested, I would be like, Becca was the only person I could call. I would be totally fucked, but I will never forget this number. It is burned into my brain now, and I'm sure you will all bring it up over and over again in the future. It's already in my brain.
Cases even far right. These resistance figures came to understand that it was almost impossible to make money in an already saturated media ecosystem on the right, so they decided to pivot and take money from liberals. Now that the culture has swung away from liberalism and
also petition, I know I'm not in charge of these things, but petition to make that the new poop sock. Okay? I think if you poop socks Hassan with that, it would go fucking hard as hell. That is a very funny video. It is a very funny video.
Trump won the popular vote, these conservative voices no longer need to pretend to provide a counter to...
Poop sock is a perma now? Yeah, well, we're living in fascism. Fascism is reaching everywhere. It's reaching everywhere. Nowhere is safe. What is a poop sock? Are you making me poop sock myself? I don't like that. This is poop sock, and people send it to Hassan, and they'll be like, they'll like send a message and be like, you know, I don't know. Like, we should find it here. Look. A compilation of Hassan getting poop sock.
Hassan, we all love you and support you. Some of the K-comers in the Discord made some fan art that we think you would love. Say Space Ghettos, Rave Heart. Here. Okay, guys, I'll just stop everything right now. I'll stop in the middle of the thing that I'm doing, and we'll look at it. Here, this is the giraffe wearing the boots and the socks, okay? That's the one thing, and then here's the other fan art that you guys made, okay? Here, let's watch. Let's look at it. All right, I get your stream now, okay? Here, it.
this Be Right Back page. Holy shit. That's so funny. Okay, I don't. How long have you been streaming here, bro? I got him cooked. My BRB screen is so much better. Poop socked during war coverage.
Oh, that's funny. New statement from Zelensky regarding the... Why did I click that? Really gonna poop sock me in the middle of like the war coverage, dude? Really? You just...
Yo, dude, it's always funny, man. I'm sorry. It's hilarious. Don't ever do it to me, but it's super fucking funny, bro.
Should I just DM my IP to you? Is that what you want? What's going on here, dude? What is this link? Did you... It needs you to sign in too. Don't click it. What the New Grimes communist TikTok?
he permed that guy too.
There you go. Thank you for the ban. Good time's sake, because I'm gonna get clapped up. There a clip of you? Here, some good first for the good old days, dude.
It's so funny, bro. It's just a funny meme.
Conservatives.
Okay, wait, hold on. Kami Quinoa. Are you happy? You haven't chatted since I started explaining this. Okay, so happy. All right, cool.
They can do what Biden ultimately did, provide a gradual and comforting off-ramp for liberals to accept Trump and embrace his regressive policies. The left wing of the party has been effectively hollowed out and threatened into
no more.
And many leftists have even come around to supporting Trump's reactionary policies. Major leftist organizations are completely unwilling to show even the most basic solidarity with disabled, poor, and vulnerable people by advocating for things like public health protections or worker safety. Some people in a delusional alternate reality might imagine that the mainstream media would keep these fundamentally reactionary influencers in check, but that arm of the resistance has been hollowed out too. Last summer, the Washington Post, where I used to work, fired their first ever female editor-in-chief and replaced senior staff with former Rupert Murdoch staffers. After Trump was elected again, they changed their resistance-era slogan from "Democracy dies in darkness" to "Riveting storytelling for all of America." Leaders at the company...
Okay, fuck you guys for making me feel FOMO. You left the stream to watch it. Now you have to watch it twice.
Birdie said he was considering starting a new part.
Okay, that's a funny one.
Believed you. I shouldn't have believed you.
That's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. 322 5071. 322. Stop scrolling. Oh, it's 90. My bad. Fuck, I probably made like a nurse poop their pants. Ah, shit. I got the number wrong. I probably made like a nurse have diarrhea now. Oh, damn it.
Out about needing to court a more conservative audience. CNN, once an anti-Trump stronghold, is making aggressive efforts to incorporate conservatives into their programming. A prominent example of this is the inclusion of Scott Jennings, a conservative commentator known for articulating the viewpoints of Red America. The New York Times has also taken steps to broaden its editorial scope by hiring more conservative voices. LA Times owner Patrick Soon-Shiong is considering launching a MAGA-friendly digital news outlet featuring Candace Owens called LA Times Next. While the main...
Dude, that is so wild because his daughter is based as fuck. His daughter Nika is actually super based and like a really cool activist in LA. I have respect for her. And I remember that like one time Hassan like learned about Nika Soonchong and was like, what is going on with this person? Like, cause she's like super defund the police, abolitionist, very, very justice oriented, like advocates for homeless people. Like she's like a for real leftist and effective at it. And I was like, I was like, no, she's based. Nika Soonchong. She's the son of I'm sorry, she's the daughter. She's the daughter of a billionaire, a Korean billionaire who owns the LA Times. Who they were talking about starting a right-wing media outlet with Candace Owens and all these other right-wing people, as if we need another one of those.
Mainstream media spent Trump's first term pearl clutching over norms. They've all now basically accepted that they should treat him like
she's pro-Palestine.
And readers and viewers.
Yeah. She is pro-Palestine. And she was also like kind of like pushing, like forcing her father's hand and like playing the media really interestingly with regards to the endorsement. Like she came out and was like, no, it's because of Palestine. Like the LA Times was like, no, Palestine didn't figure into our lack of endorsement. And she was like, nope, that's exactly why. Even if it wasn't true, that's awesome. Especially if it wasn't true. The fact that she just like went behind her dad's back and was like, nah, we're going to pressure Kamala with this. I know how to take advantage of this moment.
Should too. On top of the mainstream media and tech world's rightward shifts, conservatives have also built a massive right-wing media infrastructure of social platforms catered specifically to pushing pro-Trump and reactionary messages. Rumble, Truth Social, and myriad other right-wing social media apps pump out conservative messaging and erode support for liberalism across the internet. But while all of these changes have undeniably contributed to snuffing out the resistance movement, over the past 4 years, no group has played a bigger role in dismantling the resistance to right-wing extremism than the Democratic Party. The dismantling of the resistance movement could not have happened without the full-throated support of the Democratic establishment. Cracks in the resistance coalition began to show as early as the 2020 primaries, when Democratic leaders rallied around Biden in order to crowd out the more progressive candidate, Bernie Sanders. A lot of people on the left felt betrayed, but many held out hope that Biden might enact some of the more progressive changes that they wanted to see. Unfortunately, after gaining office, the Biden administration worked overtime to alienate core progressive constituencies. Biden immediately responded to the Black Lives Matter movement by showering the police with even more funding. This resulted in the police murdering even more innocent civilians. 2023, Biden's second to last year in office, was the deadliest year on record ever for civilians killed by the police.
Until this year.
Over 1,230 people were killed by law enforcement alone that year, according to the nonprofit Mapping Police Violence.
2024.
Black Americans were disproportionately affected too, being nearly 3 times more likely to be killed by police. Biden also completely reneged on his promises to expand public health measures and protect.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Yes, it never stops. Police murders increase every year. None of this was ever changed. None of this was ever fixed. Yes, the media and most leftists just moved on. But I'm still here, baby. I'm still here. Abolition all the way. I've been saying it. No, this is still the right thing to advocate for. We still need to fight for this in our cities. 100%. Yes.
Vulnerable and disabled people and the broader public from mass deaths and disability from COVID. Instead of instituting long-term public health protections,
the opposite.
They dismantled our public health infrastructure, mandated forced infections by lifting all airborne disease mitigation, forced people back to work, and enacted policies on COVID that were further to the right of Trump in 2020. And he did all of this while prematurely declaring the pandemic over because companies like Delta Airlines asked him to. And just to be clear, the pandemic is still raging, according to the World Health Organization, which has never once declared it over. Biden also failed to fulfill promises that he made to young people related to climate change and student debt. When massive Gen Z influencers who helped Biden get elected attempted to hold the administration accountable, Biden responded by blacklisting those very influencers from the White House. His administration cracked down hard on protesters and worked to dismantle Americans' free speech and civil liberties through pushing laws like the TikTok ban and pursuing criminal charges against student protesters fighting against his administration's support of the genocide in Gaza. Folks summarized the actions of the Democratic Party this way, quote, "Over the past few years, we've seen waves of some of the biggest protests and sustained actions in this country since the 1960s, which include the Black Lives Matter movement and the protests against our funding of the genocide in Gaza. The reaction from Democrats to both these things has been radically different than from when liberals were protesting Trump's policies in 2017 and 2018. Centrist liberals in Biden's coalition spent the past 4 years banding together to squash progressive movements, which ultimately led average people to feel disenchanted and hopeless. Quote, "What the Biden administration did is show working people that those in power can just ignore these big, massive protests and not pay any political price for it," Folk said. The resistance died a death by 1,000 cuts. Talia Jane, the journalist, recently echoed this analysis on X, noting that, quote, "The reason protests aren't having the impact that they used to have is that those with power simply stopped caring about the social shame or impact of their action."
I think this is a valid analysis. I would also love to, I mean, I love Talia. Talia is awesome. I would also like question like when in the last decade or two, since 2010, like what protests in America have worked? Or what protests in America have had actual policy impact? And maybe she's talking about like going further back than that.
Most members of the public now feel like no matter what they do, their voices will simply be ignored by people in power. We've witnessed things like RICO charges being levied at protesters fighting against Cop City in Atlanta, mask bans that lock disabled people out of public life, and young students at universities across America facing federal charges for peaceful protests. Again, all under Democratic leadership. Taking to the streets now seems risky in a
discourse
way that
now.
Just 5
Yeah, I think they do. Yes. I mean, like we were talking about with like George Floyd and conversation that was happening in 2020 around defund the police and abolition, you know? That was an incredible moment. You could see that there was like this discourse happening about like the utility and the function of police in our society, which would never happen before. It was awesome. However, we had no leadership with any power to actuate on any of those demands. So the liberals were able to give us lip service and like, you know, say good things and run and like talk about abolition and get a DSA endorsement and then go and vote for a police budget and nobody cared. Like there's no, you know, like DSA didn't follow through. It's like orgs. It comes from orgs. Like I blame orgs, but I also blame leadership. I blame national leadership. Outside of Cory Bush, there was like nobody who was willing to make the argument for defunding. And I think the argument can be made and won. It needs to be made and won. We just don't really have that many leaders who are willing or brave enough to do it.
5 years ago and ultimately feels pointless. The death of the resistance movement does offer one critical lesson, that superficial opposition led by establishment figures.
Well, it's also, I mean, like Diana, it's like if the, I guess what I'm saying is that if the people who are making the decisions and changing the, and actually like writing the policy, if they're not responsive to the protesters and there's no forms of accountability for promises that they make to acquiesce to protesters, you know, like I'm telling you as somebody who is like very deeply involved in abolition organizing in LA, I saw it happen over and over again where DSA would endorse a city councilor. They would run on abolition. They would run on, you know, defunding the police, take a very hardline stance against the police, get elected on that with a bunch of volunteers and door knockers who believed that they were fighting for abolition. And then they would get them elected and celebrate their W and then kind of tune out and never really followed like what those people were actually doing in office. Never, you know, I protested outside of their offices when they voted for a police budget, but it was me and like 15 of my close friends who were abolitionists. Like it wasn't DSA protesting outside of their offices. Like there's just no form of accountability, even for the leaders inside of the socialist quote unquote movement. that, you know, supposedly supported these things. We had no way of holding them accountable, no way of actually pushing them toward policies we want. We need to learn how to protest better, maybe. I think there's not a silver bullet. I don't think it's we need to learn how to, I mean, yes, we need to learn how to protest better, always. Always. We're always like taking lessons from previous movements and bringing them to the new movement. We are getting better. We are developing a practice, but at the same time, I think it's also like we were developing a practice with electoralism also, and whether or not that's possible. I think, you know, the lesson that I've learned from watching, and I was a part of DSA for a little bit, but I left DSA LA early. And the lesson I learned from that was that if you don't have any forms of accountability in you know, if you haven't established like structures of accountability, ways that you can hold people accountable to their promises that they make to you, they can say whatever the fuck they want to get elected. And then once they're elected, you know, like it just moves on. Is there a DSA, PSL, KC? Yeah, I don't know about PSL actually, but there's definitely a Kansas City DSA. I probably won't be joining, but maybe we'll see. I haven't really interacted with them yet, so I have nothing to say. That's why I continually find DSA to be more placating than anything. Yeah, I have my criticisms with DSA. They should be pushing every person that they've ever elected in office to break from the Democratic Party right now. For sure. Like that is the thing we need. We need a firm break from the Democratic Party. And it needs to come from leadership, and they need to hoist a flag that we can all like unite under. I do think they're the weakest part of their entire structure is their like partnership with the Democratic Party. Bernie needs to start a new party. Yeah, I agree. I think it needs to be somebody big in leadership on like progressive national level left, not Cornel West or Jill Stein or like it needs to be a Bernie or an AOC that's like, I'm never working with the Democratic Party again. They are the enemy. They are the opposition. We're building something else. No, not a party within a party. No. This is, you can't reform it from within. Like, and I don't know why he doesn't understand this, bro. They fucked you they fucked you twice now. No. Have you seen some people are trying to start a Labor Party? Like Chris Smalls? I heard some whispers of Chris Smalls doing that.
Stop scrolling right now. I demand it. To give a police officer diarrhea, repeat these numbers.
322-9071.
A party for workers by workers? Is this the one that Chris Smalls is working on? Platform. Okay, I like seeing abolish cash bail, decarceration, restorative justice, banned forced labor of all kinds, post-incarceration and rehabilitation. Why is it post-incarceration? Why wouldn't you rehabilitate them in incarceration? I mean, I'm for it. This seems cool. It seems like a decent one. They're not talking about police budgets here very much, but demilitarize, promote community-based policing and civilian oversight. Yeah, these are bad. This is actually bad reform. This rhetoric I'm immediately suspicious of. It doesn't mean I'm against this platform or anything like that, but just in general, I don't trust people who've pushed for that. I don't. Especially if you're lacking defunding, because like these are the reforms that like actually mean we're getting more money into them. What does good reform look like? Like the bullet point. I think it's like an understanding that crime comes out of economic precarity, and in order to actually address crime and actually prevent crime from happening, we have to address like people's material conditions. We need to like give people housing. We need to give people like substance abuse clinics and give people actual off ramps. On the path to harm, there should be a bunch of fucking off ramps that are compassionate, and actually like help you to get off of that path to harm. Some of that stuff actually can be addressed like in the next few years, like rehabilitation, our drug policy in general, like this can all be changed. Housing, we can build housing, like we could start building housing tomorrow and help a lot of people, put people in housing. Some other stuff is cultural, and it will probably take like generations. So, like sexual crimes, stuff like that. This will take generations. Like we need to do like comprehensive investment and consent education, and like deconstruct rape culture that exists in our society. That's a lot deeper than just it needs to be a genuine cultural revolution. I don't think that stuff's going to be solved like really quickly. I think that's going to take a little bit more time, but it's totally possible as well. Totally possible. And that doesn't also like abolition doesn't mean that like harm won't happen. It's just like, how do we respond to the crime? How do we respond to the harm when it actually happens? Because right now we do absolutely nothing to give people an off ramp from who are going down those paths of harm. We do nothing for them. The only time the state interacts with somebody who's going down that path is after the harm has already happened. And then what do? The police show up, shoot your dog, write on a clipboard, and likely do nothing. But if you're in the 2% of crime that actually does get solved, they lock somebody in a cage, which oftentimes is taking a person out of a community, making that community less strong, like a father out of a home, these different things. It actually like ends up creating a lot more harm. It's not something that like does anything to repair the harm that was done or restore justice to that situation. It just like we punish them. And like the prevailing ideology of our criminal justice system is that I guess other people will like see other people be punished and not want to do that, but that's not like the motivating reasons why people do crime anyway. There's like nothing showing that like prisons prevent crime, or like locking people in cages like is an effective way of like preventing other people from committing crimes. Like that, there's no evidence that shows that at all. Whereas like, giving somebody a house makes them a lot less likely to have a mental break that causes them to do like harm to somebody else. When I was in college, we were setting up harm reduction for drug users. Yeah, harm reduction is always good, but it's also like not the full thing, right? Like people actually do need comprehensive services, and like it should just be treated as like a health emergency. Like, we should have compassionate and caring facilities where people can like go and I'm not even saying that we have the answer yet. I would like to see investment in finding answers and finding what actually does work with addiction. I think we need that really, really, really badly. Oh, just wondering if you're looking at a candidate, how you suss that out. I mean, to me, it's always just about like police funding. Like if you're offering reform, like to me, this is the difference between reform and abolition. Like, what are we moving towards? Are we moving towards like more just prisons and more just police, or like, more nice like policing? Or are we moving towards like no prisons? You know what I mean? Like, I want to move towards no prisons. I don't think locking people in a prison, in a cage, is like good, right? And so to me, I think like they should always be focusing on like just like reduce the police budget. We need that money for social services that actually improve people's lives. And it's also like an understanding of the problem too, because like the reason that your city is so shitty in whatever way that it is shitty is because they don't have the money, because all that money is going to the police. Like, this is in LA even more apparent, right? Like, you guys probably heard all this like debate and like conversation around the LA fires and the budget, and was the budget cut? Was the budget not cut? Yes, it was cut. And like, it was cut. It was. And the reason it was cut was because the LAPD got $130 million more this year than they did last year. You know, $130 million more this year than they did last year. The police are by far the largest portion of like city spending in Los Angeles and in most cities in America. It's yeah, the maintenance got cut. Yeah, but their general budget also got cut. It was like a $17 million cut. And some of that was like replaced because the contract negotiations finished after the budgeting. But that money is still not actually paid out to the LAFD. Yeah, anyway. I worked for the city controller's like campaign. I made videos and like did some I made a few videos for him. I really love Kenneth Mejia. He's like the one ray of hope in LA politics. And he's the person who's like giving this info on the budget. So something I really care about.
Was never poised to effect genuine liberation from right-wing extremism. The performative descent of the resistance always lacked the structural depth and the grassroots foundation necessary for substantive change. The fact that the resistance relied so heavily on individuals...
That was weeks long and could have been solved with a simple Google search. Launch. You have no idea even, dude. Like, I was arguing with people on Twitter who were like sending me budget and being like, look, this is proof. And it would be like 2022's budget. And I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, do you not know how to read these things? Or they would send me a screenshot that in the screenshot, it says that the budget was reduced. And I'm like, you don't know how to read this, do you? Like, I don't know what to tell you. I can't make you understand this. Like, and they were like, people whose name were like, I love data. It would be like, bro, what? Chat, Emma Vigeland was like fucking spreading this misinformation too. It wasn't just like weirdo libs. It was like, yeah, we got a video on the YouTube channel about it. Why are people lying about the LA fires? Yeah. This video like is my whole coverage of that whole saga and everything. Sub to the YouTube channel, by the way. Chat, we're at 988 subscribers. Wait, do you think we can get to 1,000 right now? This will be a crazy milestone. We could do it right now. Will you sub to my YouTube channel? You could get us to 1,000. 11 chatters, please. Please, chat. Oh, 6 more. 6 more. 6 more. Oh my God. 2 more. 2 more. 1 more. Who wants to be the one? My 1,000 subscriber. Now unsub. Don't fucking unsub. Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's a big moment, dude. My first 1K on fucking YouTube. That's cool. You get a button now? No. Not even close. I got no movement on YouTube. We effort post on here too. These videos are like really well edited by Game Gang in the chat. We are effort posting on here, right? We're just not posting that. We need to post up more often. It's just fucking hard to get a platform on YouTube. It's super hard.
Deeply entrenched in the existing political framework meant that it was always doomed to fail. Figures like Liz Cheney, despite their vocal opposition to certain Trump policies, will always fundamentally uphold conservative agendas that conflict with progressive ideals.
I need more easy drama. No, honestly, this is my best performing video. And I think it's my best video. I think sometimes I just need to do more like constructed I need to do more constructed, like conceptual streams, like, which is hard because this is like a really good idea, you know. But it did well, like you know, I was happy to see that do well. Also, my interview with Maybe got 2K views. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. My shorts, like, it's even worse on the shorts thing.
It's
like I uploaded this. This was a high effort post.
Fuck Up Friday, and I'm Richie Serjanko, your host, friendly neighbor.
You know, know your rights video, Shut the Fuck Up Friday video, posted there, 8 likes, 20 views, 43 views on these shorts, 45, 43. Like I got no movement on the shorts. I don't know why, except for this one and this one. These two did good, but I don't know, man.
Making these types of people, along with a slew of social media opportunists, the face of a political movement against right-wing extremism.
No, my shorts get fucking suppressed.
Was always absurd. Because when you dig right down to it, their foundational beliefs ultimately align with the very candidate that they're purporting to resist. The commodification of dissent within the resistance movement also undermined its credibility. These resistance influencers commercialize their activism, transforming resistance into a lucrative enterprise devoid of genuine commitment to change. To effectively counter right-wing extremism, we need to cultivate a broad-based movement rooted in class solidarity. This type of approach goes beyond traditional partisan divides and focuses on the shared economic.
Oh, I should upload the John Brown one. I wonder how the John Brown one would do. I forgot I didn't upload that here. I just posted that to my. You guys see this?
Hey, I'm here in Osawatomie, Kansas, at a memorial park dedicated to one of the GOATs, John Brown. I thought this would be a good time for, you know, really just us white boys to have a little conversation about John Brown.
This is John Brown. And in 1856, John Brown led a small party, mainly consisting of Brown and his sons, and he raided the camp of pro-slavery men, killing 5 people. In response, the pro-slavery forces led a raid on Brown's cabin. Known as the Battle of Osawatomie, 5 of Brown's men, including one of his sons, were killed, and the town of Osawatomie was burned.
You seen Good Lord Bird? Yeah,
to
of
this
course.
day, even in a town like Osawatomie,
Don't let Bean hear this part. You know what? I'm sure he's hearing it right now, and he can't say shit because he's fucking timed out for a week for being annoying.
John Brown had a deep sense of responsibility, not only to the people in his direct community, but to all human beings. For John Brown, inaction was action. He could not simply stand idly by while his brothers and sisters experienced the most depraved aspects of slavery. John Brown armed slaves and led rebellions that kept Kansas a free state until the end of the Civil War. I think about John Brown a lot these days. No particular reason, but, you know, it's something that white boys should really think about. How are we acting when these kind of things spread up in our communities? What are we letting slip by without addressing it? How could we benefit the people who are most heavily experiencing the injustices of the world we live in?
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
the working class in America. This requires admitting that people are struggling to make ends meet, that they're being exploited by their jobs, and millions cannot get access to healthcare. These are all issues that members of the Democratic establishment and resistance influencers shamed progressives for bringing up throughout Biden's presidency and Kamala's campaign. I do think that as Trump inevitably fails to deliver on his promises, there is room for some sort of political alternative to emerge. But it should not be one that comes from the establishment. Just look at the recent reaction to Luigi Mangione. There is a collective frustration and anger that Americans are feeling that transcends political affiliations. And right now, the far right are the only ones that are even acknowledging that anger. It's an anger that the resistance influencers completely fail to ever address. Real change will require grassroots organizing, community engagement, and rooting out establishment figures whose goals are not aligned with working people. I think that at the end of the day, the disintegration of the resistance ecosystem is a good thing. Resistance shouldn't be a media brand or a personality cult. Reactionary politics can't be countered by smug tweets, hashtags, cable news talking points, or Ruth Bader Ginsburg merch. Ultimately, the death of the resistance presents an opportunity to reconstruct opposition to right-wing extremism on a more solid foundation. It gives the next generation of the resistance the opportunity to fight for actual systemic change. This evolution is crucial if we ever want to build a system that serves everyone's needs, not just the needs of the rich establishment. I'm Taylor Lorenz. Thanks so much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter.
Dude, Taylor's so based. Taylor is so based. Taylor's been fucking killing it lately. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, here's the alt-right pipeline video. I told you it's been in the fucking, it's been in the, you know, it's been in the barrel. I also want to watch this Nico Omalaya, Omalana. I want to watch this Nico Omalama video too. How to get elected in the UK. Good God, look at how much we watched tonight though. We got through so much. We got through so much. I'm really proud of everybody. That makes it sound like it's a new viral infection taking over the United States.
Gauge on whether
and then show them that video because okay.